There's some hot mics. Somebody has their mic on. Councillor Cartmel noted it.
Is that mic still on?
I shut it off.
Oh, we're just talking about the one up there.
This one was on.
Oh, that one was on?
Yeah, I just shut it off.
Oh, maybe that was it.
Yeah, you might have heard me talking to my computer. Sorry.
Good morning. We are live from Council Chambers. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from me to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to the ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the master point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with the security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the safety introduction. And I would like to call this meeting to order and start with a land acknowledgement. So at this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll do a roll call of council members. I'll start with Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
And Mayor Sohi will be joining us a little bit later. He's on city business right now. Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
I'm obviously here. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Great, we are all here, and the mayor will be joining soon. Yeah, I know, but and I will ask Councillor Hamilton, can you move the adoption of the agenda?
Actually, I was going to ask you to ask someone else to move adoption of the agenda because I have an amendment.
I can move it.
Second? Yeah.
Sorry, who is the seconder on that? Okay, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
And I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Waterford.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We have what vote.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And just for some context for folks, we know that there's been some items that were carried over from the last one, so at the appropriate time, Councillor Hamilton will be bringing those forward as for us to vote on first, to do first items of business. So that's coming, so don't worry. I am going to start now with some protocol items. We have 2 protocol items today. And the first one is Veterans Week. So Veterans Week allows Edmontonians to share gratitude for the bravery of all those who have served our country. It's a time to commemorate their sacrifices, and it's a time to remember that the freedoms and peace that we enjoy today are only possible because of people who bravely protect them. During this week and beyond, I encourage Edmontonians to join us in recognizing the dedication of our armed Canadian Forces members and their families. Residents can also pay their respects by wearing a poppy, thanking local service members, and supporting veterans organizations, including Indigenous veterans organizations. And then the second protocol item I have is a recognition of Inuit Day, which is fitting because Ward Inulnik, the ward I'm proud to represent, is an Inuktitut word, so that was gifted to the city. Almost 70% of Inuit currently live in Inuit Nunavut, an area including Nunavut and Nunavik in northern Quebec, Nunavut-Siivut in Labrador, and Nunavut in the Northwest Territories. Their homelands are a central part of a global climate regulation, and Inuit have been raising the alarms about the changing climate in the Arctic for decades. World leaders now look to Inuit-led research and advocacy for expertise and knowledge about the Arctic, sea ice, changing weather patterns in the north. It was recommended by Inuit elders because of the impact, their voices and perspectives have been an integral part of building climate resilience across the world. Canada is home to more than 70,000 Inuit, and Edmonton has one of the largest communities of Inuit south of the 60th parallel. Ward Inulnik, which I proudly represent, is located in the northwest of our city. The ward is named in honor of Inuit people and their history in Edmonton. Alnulnik is the Inuktitut word for breath of life or spirit. It was recommended by Inuit elders because of the impact tuberculosis had on Inuit. During a tuberculosis epidemic that spanned from the 1940s to the 1960s, approximately 1/3 of Inuit contracted tuberculosis. Many were forcefully removed from their communities in order to travel south to cities like Edmonton for treatment. While there were those who recovered and eventually returned home, many did not survive the illness. Their families were often not notified of their deaths or given information about their remains. The naming of Ward Inulnik acts as an entry point for more Edmontonians to learn about the historical injustices experienced by Inuit communities, as well as their ongoing impacts. This understanding is an important part of our shared reconciliation journey. Inuit Day creates the opportunity for all of us to pay closer attention to the stories, perspectives, and experiences shared by Inuit communities and reaffirm our commitment to strengthening relationships with one another. I encourage all Edmontonians to take this opportunity to learn, listen, and reflect on your own reconciliation journey. And I will just take a moment to add some personal thoughts. I've had the honor and privilege of meeting Elder Edna, who is the Inuktitut elder that gifted the name to the ward. And she talks a lot about the kuluk, which is a thing that they have to have, what they had seal oil, and they burned, and they had to keep it going to keep their igloos warm, called the home fire. And she talks about how everybody has a kulak inside of them. And she talks about how we need to foster it. It needs to be continually cared for, just like the home fires in the igloos. And I thought that was a really beautiful message to share with everyone today, that the elder shared with me. And I know that I think about constantly. Thank you. And now I'm going to move on. Sorry, I have so many papers here. Okay, now I'm going to just go through the process of our introductory remarks and sort of expectations for this process. Before we begin, I want to share the expectations of conduct for everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure we hear the full diversity of opinions that exist in our community. As meeting chair, I have responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. This type of behavior that will result from the meeting, that will result in removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emoji response features in the Google Meet are also not permitted. I will not provide additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as chair is not to moderate the nature or the content of what is being discussed, but to ensure the chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral place for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. I thank everyone in advance for their respectful participation in today's discussion. Now I'm just going to explain the procedures for a public hearing process. The clerk will call out the bylaws, and I will call out the names of the people registered to speak. Council then will select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on the bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that are selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide a presentation. Members of the public who register to speak will be invited to make their presentations in panels. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those opposed, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you are participating virtually, there is a virtual timer on the Google Meet, or you may wish to use your own timer. When everyone in your panel has made a presentation, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration. After all questions of administration are concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask further questions of those who presented in response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Therefore, council may choose to close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the Office of the City Clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you are here with us in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it's your time for your panel. Okay, and Clerk Abeke, can we please call the bylaws?
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Is there anyone to speak to bylaw, item 3.1, bylaw 20973, to allow for a range of small-scale housing, Rosenthal?
We have Connor Pope from Arcadis in person. Yep, thank you. Scott LeBuick to answer questions only, Melcor Developments in person. And PJ Pescad from Melcor Developments remote.
Here, I,
And to answer questions only, correct?
correct.
Okay. And there is no one registered in opposition at this time.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.2, bylaw 20970, to allow for agricultural and minor industrial uses, including vehicle and temporary storage? Anthony Hendy.
Yes, we have Bladen DeBen to answer questions only with Select Engineering Consultants in person. Great. And no one to speak in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.3, bylaw 20971, to allow for larger scale parks and amenities, Crystalina Nera East and Crystalina Nera West?
Yes, we have Corey Churchill to answer questions only from the City of Edmonton, remote.
Good morning.
Morning. And Trent Portugal to answer questions only from the City of Edmonton, remote.
Good morning.
Morning. And no one to speak in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.4, bylaw 20978, to amend the Crystalina Nera East Neighborhood Structure Plan? Sorry, actually item 3.4 and item 3.5 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.4, bylaw 20978, to amend the Crystalina Nera East Neighborhood Structure Plan? or item 3.5, bylaw 20979 to allow for medium-scale housing, Kristalina Nera East.
Yes, we have speakers in favor. Bladen DeBen, to answer questions only with Select Engineering Consultants, who we already know is here in person. Kyla Oatway, to answer questions only with Select Engineering in person. And Arman Sunner with Alliance Developments in person. Great. And there is no one to speak in opposition of this item.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.6, bylaw 20981, to allow for neighborhood-scale mixed-use development, Westmount?
Yes, we have Songlin Pan with Span Architecture, Inc., a remote, in favor. To answer questions only. Okay, I'm not seeing them yet, but we'll come back. No one to speak in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to bylaw item 3.7, bylaw 20976, to allow for small-scale housing, Glenora?
Yes, and just a reminder not to use the raised hand function. I see you're online now, but we will always come back to you. You'll get many opportunities if you miss the first call, for anybody that's listening. Okay, we have on this item in favor, Rajesh Shah, to answer questions only, remote. Yep, I see you there. We have Prajant Patel, to answer questions only, remote. And I see you as there as well. Perfect. And no one to speak in opposition.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. May we please ask them to confirm when they are on remote? Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, they were both unmuted, but we didn't hear them, so I apologize for that.
Yeah, we are here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.8, bylaw 20977, to allow for medium-scale housing, King Edward Park?
Yes, we have in favor Marcelo Figuera with Green Space Alliance in person. We have Dinesh Deshpande with the Green Space Alliance remote. Are you online?
Yes.
Thank you. We have Lagan Mittal to answer questions only, remote.
Yes.
Yep. Alex Kordokovsky, Green Alliance, Space Alliance remote. Perfect.
Alex is not able to join today, but there is another person from our team, Yogesh
Yep, I have him on the list.
Bharmota. Yeah, he'll be
Perfect.
attending.
Okay, so Alex is not able to make it. Okay, we have Shivav Vaidya, remote.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, and then we have Yogesh Bharmota, Green Space Alliance remote.
Yeah, he's having some technical difficulties, but he'll be joining.
Okay, thank you. And then in opposition, we have Cheryl Croucher in person. Not here yet, I'm not seeing. And then we have Paul Peltier in person. Thank you, Paul. And that is it at this time.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.9, bylaw 20980, to allow for medium-scale housing, Glenwood?
Yes, we have in favor William Yin to answer questions only with BM Homes Limited in person. And I see him raising his hand there, yep. And no one to speak in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.10, bylaw 20974, to allow for a warehouse and office to support the Italian Center, Macaulay?
Yes, in favor we have Anna Moore, B&A Studios, remote.
Good morning.
Good morning. And we have Anthony DeSantis to answer questions only, Italian Center Shops Limited in person. I see you there, yes, thank you. And no one to speak in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.11, bylaw 20972, to allow medium-scale housing? Ganil.
We have in favor William Yin to answer questions only with BM Homes Limited in person. Yep, see you there. And no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.12, bylaw 20955, to allow for larger scale parks and amenities and medium scale housing? Limben.
Yes, we have Janice Lee to answer questions only, City of Edmonton in person. Yep, okay, thank you. Neil Ozadiuk, City of Edmonton in person. Stuart Caring to answer questions only in person. No, okay. And then Crystal Kajener to answer questions only in person. That's, yep. And then in opposition, we have Arlis Ochowski, remote. Are you with us at this point? Okay, we'll come back. We have Arthur Larner, Limbird Citizen Group in person. Yep, I see you there. Thank you, Arthur. Barry Fraser, Lindbergh Community Group in person. Thank you, Barry. Susan Hudson, Lynn Byrne Citizen Group in person. Thank you. Louise Larner, Lynburn Citizen Group in person. Thank you, Louise. Alan Balser, Lynburn Citizen Group in person. Thank you. Virginia Morando, Lynburn Citizen Group remote. Are you?
Good morning.
Thank you, Virginia. Good morning. Peter Christensen, Lynburn Citizen Group in person. Is that you, Peter, that just raised your hand? Yep, perfect, thank you. And Patrick Caldwell, Lynburn Citizen Group in person. Patrick? Not here? Not yet? Or not able to make it or not here yet? Not coming? Okay, thank you. And that is it for that item.
Items 3.13 and 3.14 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.13, Wedgwood Height Municipal Reserve Removal, or item 3.14, bylaw 20956, to allow for the continued development of medium-scale housing and open space uses, Wedgwood Height?
Sorry, I just needed some water. Janice Lee, City of Edmonton in person. Yep. We have Neil Ozadiuk, City of Edmonton in person. And then again, I'm guessing Stuart is not coming for this one as well. And then Crystal Kajener in person. Great, thank you. And then in opposition on panel 1, we have Maria Jo Breckenridge in person. Thank you, Maria. We have Iris Kirscher in person. Hi, Iris, thank you. Anna Lucia Dejaves, sorry. Thank you. Louis Dejaves? Yeah, Luke, sorry, oh my gosh, sorry. I need more coffee this morning. Suzanne Leville, remote? You're here? Okay, in person. Thank you, Suzanne. Jessica Harder, in person. Thank you, I see you. Marcella Ryan, Save Wedgwood Park Task Force, in person. She might be, I'll just circle, we can circle back to that again. Don't stress too much if they miss this initial one. They will still be called when it's your time to speak. Marcella. Oh, she is here. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Marcella. Sorry if I missed your hand. I apologize. Kristen Lingstad Stefan, Wedgwood Community Park Task Force in person. Yes, I see your hand. Thank you. Peter Leville, Wedgwood here, so you're not remote? No, wait, you in person? Okay. Jennifer Eisen, in person? Yep, she's parking, okay. And then Phil Shuchuk, in person? Perfect, thank you, Phil. And then we have Cassia Marchinkowski, in person? Okay, thank you. I can understand her preference, but she's got a good representation here today. Flory Apt, thank you. Robert Worth, thank you, Robert. And then Eric Eisen. Okay, and then on panel 2, in opposition, we have Rebecca Johnson, in person. Yep, I see you, thank you, Rebecca. Leah Widenowski. Thank you. Eileen Ryan. What didn't we call that on the first one? Okay. We'll just put remote for now and then call her at that time for that panel. Ali Gandhi, in person? Yep, I see you. Thank you, Ali. Bruce Hillier, in person? Yep, thank you, Bruce. Marshall Hundert,
Good morning. I'm here remotely.
remotely. Okay, thank you. Gail Hartfield. Thank you, Gail. Saad Siddiqui, in person. Thank you, Saad. Luke James, in person. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Deacon James. Is it, and then Quinn James will also, I'm guessing they're all coming together? Okay, yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. That is all the speakers I have on that item at this time. Okay, and now, just to go to the clerk, is it best for the counselor with the intention to we select the items first and then do that? Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is for selecting items for debate. I'll go to Counselor Hamilton first.
Thank you. I'd like to select items 3.12, 3.13, and 3.14.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Counselor Hamilton. Counselor Salvador.
3.8, please.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Salvador. 3.8. Sorry, just 1 second. And then Counselor Principe.
Thank you. I'd like to select items 3.4 and 3.5.
Thank you, Counselor Principe. Are there any other items that my colleagues would like to select for debate? Yeah, I believe so, but let me just double check. If 310 was for questions only. No, there was a presentation by Anna. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I just want to confirm with Speaker Anna Moore for item 310. Are you in chambers or online?
Hi. Yeah, it's just a presentation if required to support administration.
If selected.
If selected, okay.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, so not selecting that item, just to confirm? Okay, thank you very much. Not seeing anyone else on the board for that, so we will go to the moving of bylaws not selected for debate, and I will hand this over to Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning, Councillor Rutherford. I will move closure of the public hearing on items 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.6, 3.7, 3.9, 3.10, and 3.11.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel, seconded by Councillor Rice. Please vote on closure of the public hearing on those aforementioned bylaws.
We have audio vote.
Please display the vote. And that is carried.
Councillor Rutherford, I will move first reading of the aforementioned bylaws.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel and Councillor Rice. Please vote on first reading.
We have all the vote.
Please display the votes, and that is carried.
Councillor Rutherford, I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Please display the votes, and that is carried.
Councillor Rutherford, I'll move consideration of third reading of those aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you, and this is for consideration. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried.
Councillor Rutherford, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20973, bylaw 20970, bylaw 20971, bylaw 20981, bylaw 20976, bylaw 20980, bylaw 20974, and bylaw 20972.
Second.
Thank you to Councillor Cartmell and Councillor Rice, sorry, apologize. Please vote. Need more coffee.
We have all the vote.
Please display the votes. And that is carried, and I'm going to go to Councillor Hamilton now.
Yeah, I will move that items 3.12, 3.13, and 3.14 be brought forward as first and second item of business, respectively.
Second. Any questions on the motion on the floor from my colleagues? Would you like to do an introduction? I should have asked you if you'd like to do an introduction first.
Oh, this is, per the last public hearing, these items were being dealt with, and 3.12 is in progress. So it just allows council to sort of finish that business before we start new business today.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And not seeing any questions. Anyone to speak to this item? Councillor Hamilton to close. Okay, please vote.
We have all the vote.
Please display the votes. And then before we go into the first item, I just want to explain that for folks that are in the room that might be waiting to speak, especially on the King Edward item. So what this means is, so our orders for the day are from 9:30 to noon, and then we reconvene at 1:30 to 5, and then we have a dinner break, and we go from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. today. So with the amount of speakers likely on those items that we've just brought forward to deal with our business from the last one, we will not likely be getting to those till later. So I don't know if you're in person, if you want to stay and listen, but I do want to let you know that you're probably not going to be up until at least this evening. So just let you know that. And there is also the potential for an overflow on November 5th if required. So this could continue into the 5th if need be. Okay, with that, I will go to the item 312. And I know, as Councillor Hamilton mentioned, we had started this one at the last one, but I think from a procedural fairness perspective, is it better to just redo the presentation or no?
No, anybody who's already received their 5 minutes, they've had it. Now we just continue on where we left off from Councillor.
Okay, okay, perfect. And so can we confirm who's already had those 5 minutes?
We only did speakers in.
I'm just looking at our friends in the clerk. I just had a chat with Tracy, and I believe those in favor have gone and gotten their 5 minutes, and we are now moved on to, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think that's where we're at.
Yeah, that's correct. Those in favor have spoken, so.
Thank you so much. So I will start with inviting, so again, if you're remote, just again, say you're here. If you're in person, I'll invite you down and the city clerk will guide you to your your seat to speak in the first panel. Oh, sorry, no, there's only one panel on this one, I apologize. To speak in the panel. So we have Arlis Olchowski. Are you with us online? Okay, Arthur Larner, if you can come down to spot 2. Barry Fraser, please come down to spot 3. Susan Hudson, please come down to spot 4. Louise Larner, spot 5. Alan Balzer, number 6. Virginia Mirando, remote, are you and you?
Yes, I'm-
Yep, thank you, Virginia. So I'll call on you when you're speaker number 7, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, Peter Christensen, please come down. You're spot 8. And that is it. So we'll wait till everybody gets settled before we go to listen to the speakers on this panel. Great, and we're ready. And again, I'm going to call Arlis Olchowski. Okay, we will call, again, just for that, we just, so people know, I will try one more time before the end of the panel, so they still have some time to join if they join later. So I will go to Arthur first for your first 5 minutes, and then just turn on your mic so that everybody online and in person can hear you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Say when.
Please go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
All right. Good morning, Council. I'm here to speak to you today about Lindburn Surplus School Site Rezoning Bylaw 20955. From the very beginning of this process, our residents have wanted to work with the City of Edmonton in a spirit of collaboration. Unfortunately, due to circumstances, the best result we can hope for at the end of today's presentation is a compromise. The community of Lindburn understands the need for more affordable housing. We are not asking that there be no more additional affordable housing within our community. We're simply requesting the council also take into consideration the wishes of our community. For our community, which has been in existence for over 40 years, this rezoning, which is being requested by the city, should also meet the needs of all community households and residents, both current and future. Next slide, please.
Just, can we pause the time for a sec? Or was there supposed to be slides for the speaker?
Pardon?
So we've paused your time, so you're
Okay.
don't worry about that. Was submitted by the entire citizen group and then they're going through in order?
Yeah, it's a group presentation, so we will face that right away.
Okay, thank you. And then Arthur, can you just confirm what slide you'd like to be on right now?
Currently, I'll be starting on the second slide.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. And so your time has started again. Please continue. I
right.
apologize for that disruption.
The original sign placed on the surplus site by the City of Edmonton identified that the city planned residential uses for the vacant surplus school site and that the adjacent open space would remain. It identified that the community would be involved in land use changes and designing the new homes. Then, on May 27th, prior to any community involvement, the current sign was erected. This sign indicated a very different use. It identified that the city had received a rezoning application from the City Real Estate Branch on behalf of the City Housing Action Team. This zoning application would allow a 4-story development with a minimum density of 45 dwelling units per hectare, along with an accompanying 4-story commercial community use building. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. It also identified that the City Council would be the final decision makers on all rezonings. Next slide. In May of 2024, planning sent notification letters to residents within 120 meters of the surplus school site. With the lands to the north and west of the surplus school site being vacant city-owned lots, surely the 120 meters wouldn't result in the entire community involvement, but merely a small sampling of our residents. Residents within the 120 meters were requested to provide feedback to the city by June the 9th. Unfortunately, as our residents still have no idea of what actually was to be built or what the final maximum density final dwelling unit density will be, how are residents supposed to provide feedback? City administration could have mailed notification letters to all community residents, as it had done in other neighborhoods with surplus school sites. For example, within the What We Heard report for Lescu, it identified that in February of 2021, the city sent 1,347 letters to a community of 1,085 dwellings. Why then, in May of 2024, did city administration choose to only send 352 notification letters out to a community of 2,110 dwellings within Lynburn? Why not all community residents? This oversight severely limited notification and feedback from our community residents. City administration speaks about engaging with residents of the community. A number of citizens who spoke in opposition at the October 21st public hearing voiced a differing view of community engagement, particularly regarding rezoning. In Lynburn's case, the applicant identified 8 touch points with interested individuals. 4 of these touch points were with the Collingwood Lynburn Community League, who had no interest in facilitating community engagement at all. Thanks for your time. Next speaker.
Thank you very much, Arthur. And now I will go to Barry Fraser.
Yes.
You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
And is this the slide you want to be on?
Slide 4 zoning.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. The Lynburn School Site zoned AGU from the 1980s up till it was changed to FD for 2024 under bylaw 2001, which passed October 2023. If city zoning equivalency for AGU was to be FD, which had a maximum height of 12 meters, why did the land development team make a zoning application request to RMH 16? Was it simply because the neighborhood profile census in 2021 they had developed, and the only dwelling structures that could accommodate were identified as following: apartment 4 stories and under, and apartment 5 stories and up. Previously, both residents as well as developers had an idea of what land use zoning meant. All prior citywide land use bylaws 5996 and 12800 from 1980 to 2024 provided of both minimum and maximum density. Developers, by researching market demand, knew what the maximum density allowed was and would build a complex based on market demand: bachelor 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, etc. Outlying city neighborhoods wanted family-oriented dwelling units of 2 or more bedrooms, while locations within close proximity to higher learning facilities or downtown saw more demand for bachelor and 1 bedroom units. Slide 5, please. RM, medium scale residential zone. The purpose: to allow for medium unit residential development. What ranges from approximately 4 to 8 stories. An RMH 16 zoning building height of 16 meters is not compatible, uniform, and would not conform to any other single-family homes or townhouses or row housing developments within this neighborhood, where existing maximum story height is 2 1/2 stories. Next slide, Zone 6, zoning concerns. The only RMH 16 zone parcel within Lynburn is located at the busy intersection of 178th Street and 69th Avenue, where an average daily traffic count in 2022 was 19,000 vehicles a day. It is developed with a two-story carriage home-style walk-up condominium. The complex is named Surrey Gardens. There are currently no 3- or 4-story developments located within the Limber neighborhood. Next slide, please. Slide 7. RSMH, small, medium scale transition zone. The purpose is to allow for a range of small to medium scale residential development up to 3 or 4 stories in the form of row housing and multi-unit housing in developing and redeveloping areas. Next slide, please. Slide 8. RSMH 12 zoning height. An RSH zoning would provide a maximum building height of 12 meters. There are several parcels zoned RSMH 12 within the neighborhood. These are all either developed as 2-story and or 2.5-story complexes. An RSMH 12 zoning would provide a more compatible uniform building height within the entire neighborhood. The minimum density is also 45 dwelling units per hectare, same as RMH 16. Next slide, please. Increased traffic and parking congestion. Current example on this screen would show our traffic is very congested during soccer games, and the parking west of 184th Street along 72 Ave during school and sporting events, drop off and pick up. Any new development on the existing surplus site with access from 72 Ave and 185th Street would only add to the existing traffic, safety, and congestion problems. Next slide for Susan. Dwelling unit density and per hectare at 24.
Thank you very much. And now we go to Susan Hudson.
Thank you. For comparative purposes, this slide provides information taken from the Neighborhood Profiles Federal Census 2021, published by the City of Edmonton. Neighborhoods within close proximity to Lynburn are compared to neighborhood dwelling unit density per hectare, median neighborhood values, and the percentage of tenants in subsidized housing. Lynburn, at 24 dwelling units per hectare, has the highest dwelling unit density, the lowest median neighborhood value, and the highest percentage of affordable subsidized housing. As identified in an earlier statement, our residents were in agreement to add dwelling unit density for affordable housing, but based on an RSMH 12 zoning. Next slide, please. Option 1 was that the city retain the surplus lot as a park space. But as it was felt that option 1 was unlikely, a second option was developed. Option 2 is that the development site be relocated to the northeast corner of the park space. This land should then be subdivided into a 1.4 hectare parcel and rezoned RSMH 12 for affordable housing. Furthermore, it is our recommendation that a 1.15 hectare parcel be subdivided and zoned PS. This PS zoned space should be used as park space to provide an additional setback along the west side of 184th Street to maintain existing trees. Our group strongly requests that an affordable, subsidized, non-market rental development for seniors be given the highest consideration for development of the site. This type of development would provide our seniors with the opportunity to continue to age within their own community. It will also adhere to the overall livability and 15-minute community visions of our city planners. Next slide, please. The city, as owners of Northeast PS zoned lots, should relocate the development to the location as shown and subdivide these parcels to create a 1.4 hectare parcel for affordable housing. A site configuration of east to west versus north to south, as indicated by the applicant, allows for an RSM H12 zone development adjacent to an existing complex with the same RSMH 12 zoning. The 1.15 hectare PS zoned area identified in their prior application should continue to be used as park space. Next slide, please. Our group reached out to planning to see if they would support our option 2. For them to do that, Planning would have to rescind its current rezoning application of April 16th, 2024. The planning department could also take the position of non-support of the current rezoning application. The response received was that the alternative location is not optimal, as it would not have as much street frontage as the proposed location, which would then result in more dwellings fronting onto the park instead of onto the streets. Furthermore, it would impact existing sports fields, school outdoor space, and mature trees. Next slide, please, and next speaker.
Yes, thank you. Before we go to the next speaker, I apologize. We just have a City Hall school tour here, so we're just going to take a quick moment to take a break if you can indulge us for a second. And today we have Joey Moss School, grade 6 students here with their teacher, M. Zhang. Hello, nice to see you from Pahesawin. So your city councilor is Councilor Cartmel. He's waving at you. I don't know if you can, if we can get him pinned on the screen so that the students can see him. There he is. He's waving. Thank you for being with us today. We're having a public hearing talking all about land use today. Are you, any of you, how long are you here for? Are you here for the whole week, 2 days? 2 hours? Oh my goodness. Is there a volunteer from your class that would like to come and just let me ask you a couple questions? So the mayor has a tradition of asking about a specific thing, but I'm going to ask different questions. So I like to put people on the spot. So, hello, what's your name?
Niall.
Niall, nice to meet you. Thanks for being here. So I have 2 questions for you. Okay. Is this your first time at City Hall?
Yes.
Yeah? What's your impression? What's something that like really stood out to you so far?
I really like the design of the whole.
Yeah? And you're in grade 6, so you're learning about all levels of government and local government. So what's one thing you learned since being here today about your local government?
Well, so we know that Amarjeet, so he is the mayor, right?
Yes, mayor. So he's the mayor?
So he's our, more like our decision cider.
Yeah.
He makes all the financial decisions, I believe.
Yeah, so the mayor who usually sits right there, he has 1 vote just like so there's 13 councilors, 12 representing different wards, and then the mayor. So we have 13 in total, and everyone, we don't have like some city councils in different provinces have what they call a super mayor, where they have a little bit more like veto power and stuff like that. We don't have that in Alberta. So the mayor has to work in collaboration and with coalitions to get things done, just like any of us do when we want to get things done for the city of Edmonton. So, but I know the mayor would be so happy to see you and happy to see all of you. He's going to be here later. Maybe you'll have a chance to see him coming in. But thank you so much for being here and for taking the time. Thanks for sharing those ideas with us. Thank you. Okay. And now I thank you for your patience and for the break in your presentation. We will now go on to, is this the one remote? Wait, Louise. Louise is where we're at, right? Louise. Yep, please go ahead, Louise.
City administration, the applicant real estate, further indicated that by leaving the site as proposed, there would be lower development costs. What exactly are those lower development costs? Has City Council had exposure to precisely what those costs are? When we inquired about the site servicing studies mentioned in the traffic impact assessment, we were advised the servicing studies could not be released as they contain sensitive financial information. Furthermore, the studies were provided as supplemental information and therefore will not weigh into the city's decision to support the rezoning. We feel it is prudent and fair for all development costs to be identified and examined for both sites prior to a zoning vote. Future development will require on-site servicing and infrastructure. These requirements will be true for both sites. Therefore, none of these costs should be the deciding factor for one site over the other where costs are concerned. Based on the city proposal, trees would need to be moved. But in our option 2, the site could be configured to retain all trees, not configured in the way the applicant presented on their site suitability slide. Next slide, please. As per the applicant's presentation, both sites have equal proximity to transit, commercial, and parks and recreational facilities. Both sites are serviced and developable. Both sites are city-owned. Our option presents less impact to mature trees with the option to move the sports fields. The non-market housing ratio would remain at 2%. The urban park management plan remains the same. The sports fields currently located on option 2 would be moved, as the ball diamonds are underutilized and the soccer fields could be moved to the existing school site location. In fact, the Lymburn Ball Diamond number 1 and number 2, according to the City of Edmonton Sports Fields Booking Department, were booked a total of 3 times from April of 2023 to October of 2024. Servicing is already located at the option 2 location. Therefore, costs associated with that would be equal to the current proposed site location. What other costs could there be? Has City Council requested a review of those costs before voting? Next slide. The applicant suggests that in a fiscally constrained environment, the development of the Lymburn School surplus site aligns with the city's future development plans as indicated in the document, Community of Communities. It is stated in this document that planning will adhere to the values of managing assets in a socially and fiscally responsible manner. How and where were these values aligned with and applied fairly in the planning process whereby the greater Lymburn community was largely bypassed in favor of the community occupying the proposed rezoning site? How can this limited consultation be considered responsible planning at any level of integrity? Next slide. Thank you for your time. I'll hand it over to Alan.
Great, thank you, Alan. Please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Support for option 2. Relocation of the site to the northeast corner of the existing city-owned park space would be compatible with an overall community profile, as well as being safer for pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. The site is deemed least intrusive in terms of overall impact on the community surrounding the proposed development in terms of the following considerations. The relocated site would be near public transit, parks, and recreational facilities, as well as commercial amenities. The relocated site would remain serviced and developable. The relocated site is currently owned by the city. The relocated site has minimal impact on existing sports fields. The relocated site maintains the non-market housing ratio. Finally, the relocated site remains consistent with Urban Parks Management's plan for guaranteed green space, 2 hectares per 1,000 residents. Further to these considerations are the following points as they relate to our proposed relocation to the new site. The relocated site would be situated adjacent to and south of an existing townhouse complex known as Lymburn Place. This parcel of land is zoned RSMH 12. An RSMH 12 land use zoning would be more compatible and uniform with existing building heights, as well as remaining congruent with several other RSMH 12 zone parcels within the neighborhood. Relocation of the site to the northeast corner will have significant impact on livability, as there are mature trees along the south, east, and north boundaries. Furthermore, the trees provide residents with shade, natural screening, as well as offering shielding from the winds. The location of the proposed site would open the area to the east of Lymburn School, allowing for a continuous green space that will facilitate additional play areas as school enrollment grows. Relocation of the site would facilitate greater vehicle and pedestrian flow and lower traffic congestion at the 2 main school intersections, 184th Street and 72nd Avenue, and 188th Street and 72nd Avenue. Relocation of the site will provide an aesthetics-pleasing sight lines for the majority of neighborhood homes that face north on 72 Avenue and west on 184th Street. Additionally, this move would mean there's less sun shading and greater privacy to many of the residents impacted by the development. The planning department indicated that relocation of the site would result in less street frontage required, which was considered a benefit to future residents, as more of the proposed units would face the more appealing and serene views of the park. Depending on the new site's configuration, it might require moving an existing soccer pitch and 2 minimally utilized baseball backstops. The soccer pitch could be moved to the original surplus school site, which currently has 2 non-fixture fields already on the site. Next slide. Sorry, I'm going to do the conclusion here, I'm sorry. Our citizens group has gathered both online and in-person survey feedback from local residents concerning the city's zoning and developmental proposal, all of which has been shared with the city. The response from both the online and in-person surveys overwhelmingly support a move to the northeast corner of the site. Based on information our citizens groups has compiled, reviewed, and provided to the City of Edmonton, we request that City Council, as the final decision makers, support our residents' development choice of option 2. By choosing this option, Council will bring fairness and resolution to this dispute, while supporting both the Affordable Housing Initiative, along with benefiting the quality of life for our community residents and taxpayers. In the future, we respectfully request meaningful involvement in decisions that impact our community and our livability. Next slide, and Virginia.
Thank you very much, Alan. And Virginia, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. As our city deals with the urgency of providing affordable housing, we ask that it not jeopardize and unbalance the harmony and livability of our community while satisfying this social need. In our ever-evolving world, one thing will remain constant in the years to come: the need for spaces that nourish our bodies and minds. As we know, a community's livability is more than just a buzzword. It translates into the quality of life for its residents. Based on feedback received from our residents, we request that City Council consider our citizens' development option to relocate and rezone the development site. Investing in the idea is the first step to protecting the park and the community's integrity for the future. By not compartmentalizing the area, it will continue to flourish as an open space where children play safe and free, where all families can gather, and where every resident, regardless of economic stature, feels a sense of inclusivity and belonging. In response to Councillor Hamilton's question, October 21st, I heard that our proposed site would cost more to build. I struggle with how, on a whim, that is a qualified response. There is no design, no development, no developer, not to mention the alternate site we propose differs in its parameters to what the city is displaying. You may be advised the challenge is significant, but I urge you to see our proposal as an opportunity to work together. Maintaining the aesthetics and congruity of the park is also maintaining workability to allow this neighborhood to grow with a central space that will welcome a diverse social tapestry for years to come. It may not be the easiest, quickest way forward, but a long-lasting way forward that will epitomize what to do versus what not to do. May I remind you of the 3 little pigs, where planning and foresight overcame gratification. We know the power to enhance or hinder the livability of our park and neighborhood is today in your hands. Once again, we respectfully request to be involved in decisions that impact our community and our livability. Together, let us ensure that Lynburn, beyond our lifetime, is not just a place to live, but a place to truly call home for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Virginia. And now we will go to Peter for, pardon? Oh, you're not speaking? Just for questions only? I see. So for the timing of this Okay, okay. Perfect. Okay, so we've noted that. And so now I will look to my colleagues for any questions you have of speakers in opposition. And I will start with Councillor Hamilton. If you have any questions, yep.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I didn't click on fast enough. Thank you for your presentation today. So something I wanted to dig into was, I believe, Barry, you brought up that the zoning prior to 2023 would have resulted in a 12-meter building versus now the zoning being proposed is a 16-meter building. Would were this a year or so ago, would you and your neighbors have a different approach to a built form on this specific site?
You're saying that because it was RSM 12 to start with, and then we went to 16, well, no, we would want the RSM 12.
You prefer a lower height?
Right.
So oftentimes when we talk about a lower height, we're talking about more density, which means that it would be a larger footprint. Is that something that you consider in terms of trade-offs?
Yes, and we'd still end up with the same density. Like we have enough space there if it's configured right. And that's the part where we also want to be involved a little bit on it, right? Mm-hmm. We can make it work.
Yeah. Something that you also brought up was that Surrey Gardens, which is on the corner of Collingwood Road and 178th Street and 69th Avenue, sorry, is the only other RM16 zone in the neighborhood, and it's on a high traffic thoroughfare. A discussion that council had earlier this year with respect to district planning was that is often the case in neighborhoods, that density is on the fringes of neighborhoods and not interior to the neighborhood. And so I think that there may be some questions from my colleagues with respect to that. So I'll try and jump it a bit. Why, essentially, why wouldn't people who choose to live in higher density, like a 16-meter development, not 16 stories, 16-meter development, also like to live on a park space or be interior to a community? Like why, so I guess maybe a different way is why should, in your mind, the 16-meter height be on the fringe or on the edge of this community?
You'd have more people using, like you're right across from Collingwood Mall too, right? So you have more people using the services, so it's right there for them. It's livability for them. Mm-hmm. You got the height, you got the density, you got everything right there.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Louise, I had a question for you about development costs. You said that you asked city administration for the site servicing costs. Did you get any sense of order of magnitude, or was it just sort of, did you get any clarification?
No, we did not. Sorry. No, we did not.
Okay, thanks. I'll seek to sort of ask about that, and I'm not sure that they can give us hard numbers because that's not that's not something we can typically consider, but we can ask about orders of magnitude in terms of the impact that a site change might have on that. The other thing that's being proposed, you're asking, and I'll ask administration and the proponent in administration about that option two that you're talking about, shifting the site. And I'm curious to what extent there's 7 or 8 of you here today. I appreciate the time you took out for today, not just today's public hearing, but sitting here all last public hearing. How much engagement have you done with the neighbors adjacent to that northeast portion of the site?
We have been out to all of the people that the city sent the notices to, from 1 to 4 times knocking on doors. The response was, out of that group of people we did speak to, 179 people signed that they would prefer that it move to the north side. That was out of 145 residences that we were able to speak to.
So it was 179 people out of 145 residences.
Correct.
All right, thank you. I'm out of time, so I may come back on a second round. We'll see what Councillor Knack has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Knack, please go ahead.
It's like I always have to cough as soon as I turn on the mic. Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Thank you for being here today. Just on that last question, I wanted to make sure I understood. You mentioned you reached 179 residences that got the notice. So I just,
So the city provided us with the thematic map of how many, where the notices were mailed to.
Okay.
We reached out to every one of those individuals, or attempted to, by going back between 1 to 4 times knocking on doors. Of that, 179 people signed saying they would like to see the site move to the north. That was 145 houses.
Perfect.
There was 6 people for various reasons that decided they did not want to sign the canvassing form. Only one of those people was in opposition saying, no, I want that. The others were, one was a senior, sold his house, was moving to Sherwood Park. Others were renters, were moving on. Those types of explanations.
So specifically, what I was just wondering about is Limburn Place. Is that include? So of the 179, that included Limburn Place, because that's what we had talked about when we came in person. So you're including a lot of the residents there.
That is correct. We did knock on those doors as well.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, did you break out sort of what you heard specifically from the Limburn Place residents? It sounds like it's a pretty overwhelming majority no matter what, but I'm curious how many you spoke to in that development of the 179.
They agreed with it being on the north site.
Okay, that's great. I just wanted to get that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I will just quickly ask one question that I don't think has been asked yet about the option 2. You mentioned about the soccer pitch and the baseball backstops, is that correct? But then you mentioned that the baseball backstops were underutilized. So was I understanding that if we went with option 2, you wouldn't necessarily need those backstops replaced?
According to the city's Park Move site, they are underutilized, only booked 3 times in the last 2 years, so I'm suggesting no, we would not.
So the community wouldn't have that expectation of those going somewhere else on the park site?
I'm sorry?
The community would not have the expectation of those going somewhere else on the park site?
That was not a question that I asked the community. That is just, we found that they were underutilized. So I did not specifically ask that question.
Do you find so sometimes there's official booking and then there's people that just use it? Do you see any activity?
Those are your official bookings from the city of Edmonton. I have no idea as to the number of other people that use it, but if you go out and look at those sites, there is a backstop, there is a home plate, there is not even a line running down to any base where anybody has walked on or played on.
Okay, and what about the soccer pitch?
The soccer pitches are utilized, but they could be moved to what the city is currently proposing. They have sites on those, and that you could move those soccer posts to the site that the city is proposing. So yes, there would be a cost associated with doing that.
Okay. Thank you. That was my only question.
I return the chair.
Oh, it's okay, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador was so kind to grab me some more coffee. I feel like I'm like an advertisement today for caffeination. I apologize. So we're done with speakers, questions to speakers in opposition. Now that doesn't mean we might not, so please stay there because we might ask questions to administration, and then from information arising from those questions, we may come back with more questions for you or speakers in favor as well. So just wanting to walk through that process with you. So now I will move on to any councillors colleagues that have questions for administration. Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead.
Thank you. So the folks in opposition here today have advocated or are advocating for a site change, and that would mean that this item would have to be referred back, correct? And then you would have to commence a new, essentially a new public engagement on a new portion of land, correct? If you were to explore rezoning a different portion of land?
That's correct. This application would be withdrawn and a new application would be brought forward and the process would begin anew.
Okay. this is a little tricky because I think a lot of my questions are with respect to the proponent of this application. But maybe I'll ask you as administration, when you're considering this application and the entire site, did you take into account the impact on sports fields and or servicing costs? Or are you looking at the suitability of this specific site for the development?
We're considering the suitability of this site for development and whether it can be serviced, not necessarily the costs relative to the application.
Okay.
Those would be things that I would defer to the applicant for.
Fair enough. And the, do you know if the site to the north is also serviced, or would that require some additional, would it require additional feasibility?
Just give me
I
1
believe
second,
it's just
sorry.
zoned PS at this point.
I don't have that information on hand other than to say that there are deep utilities, but not necessarily, again, my assumption would be that there would be a way to service it, but how that would be done would need to be reviewed.
Fair enough. Something that, so they're talking, the folks in opposition are talking about moving the site from one portion of a park site to another portion. The city has allowed that on other sites. Under what circumstances is that typically something that the city as the landowner would consider?
Again, I would defer that question to the applicant. Unless can you restate the question? Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
So like in Summerlee, for instance, there was a park site, so there was PS, and then there was a surplus school site. It was moved to the south portion of the park under RM 23, I believe. The city as landowner of, so administration considered that, I'm going to call it a swap. I don't think that's the right word, but I don't have another word for it at this point. The city considered the swap at that point. Under what circumstances would the city as landowner consider a swap?
Perfect. That is how I understood the question. Yeah. And so that application was brought forward to administration for review in its current form. So again, that would be the applicant's decision on which site they felt was more appropriate to bring forward. And again, the applicant has indicated that they had considered different alternatives in this case, and this is the one that they decided was appropriate to move forward with.
Okay, so it sounds like it's a little more variable between administration and the applicant, because the applicant is also a member of administration. Okay, whereas if it were a third-party applicant that is outside administration, it would be a more formalized process, correct?
I think the process is actually the same. So
Okay.
the city as the applicant, they do the studies, they consider the costs of development, they consider the rationalization of why a particular site may be better than another. They'll look at the tree removal, they'll look at the cost of infrastructure that's needed to be extended, and then they will make a decision on which one to bring forward. Mm-hmm. Us as administration would then review this distinct application that's brought forward to consider the land use implications of it prior to recommending support or not to yourselves as council for the decision.
All right. Did you have something to say, Ms. Kuiper?
Kuiper. No, I just wanted to add on the servicing question. Yeah. There is servicing in the roadway, okay. And it would just need to be extended similar to the proposed site.
All right, and maybe something to ask in my dying seconds is, when you looked at the transportation impact assessment between the north site and the south portion that is currently in question, was there a significant difference in traffic?
Councillor, there was no assessment done for option 2, but generally speaking, the advantage that we see with this site is fronting onto 2 roadways. So location-wise, this is better.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. So why is fronting onto 2 roadways better?
It provides flexibility on site access and then better integration with pedestrian realm on 2 sides of the site itself, which in this case, currently we have some safety measures that are temporary at the moment, and with this development, they will be permanent.
So I think I may have to ask some of my questions for the proponent, but it sounds like both sites have adequate sewage or waste north or south, but the preference was this one had more connectivity in terms of infrastructure requirements?
With respect to transportation, yes.
So transportation, like between the two sites, transportation was the big dividing, and the street frontage, is that correct?
We evaluated the application that's in front of council today in terms of its the availability of infrastructure and transportation. We did not evaluate the alternate site. That's a more appropriate question for the proponent.
Right, so you wouldn't be able to comment on like what waste removal would be like at the alternate site?
Anything related to the alternate site, as I'm understanding it, would be to the applicant.
Great, but you could tell me what waste removal would look like at this site?
Councillor, those are development permit level details and
Okay, we're
will
not there
definitely
yet.
be sorted out at
Not
that
there
stage.
yet. Okay,
Just to add, it can be done, that we know at this stage.
yeah, for sure. Okay, I'll save my questions for the proponent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you so much, and I apologize if this was covered. Would access to the site come from 184th Street or 72nd Avenue?
It can be either or, but given some challenges along 72 Avenue, I think it will be preferable to take access off 184.
Okay. So again, recognizing you didn't do a full analysis, but the proposed site or the suggested site north would also have the access on 184th Street.
That's correct.
Okay. Just maybe a consideration around shadowing. This site is located where I don't think the shadow will fall on any residential buildings.
That's correct.
Okay. And just a comment around density maximums. Am I correct in remembering that density maximums were removed, prior to bylaw 20,001? Like in bylaw 12800.
I forget which year it was, but I believe they were moved through certain zones, and I believe the RA 7 and 8 may have been those, but I'd have to pull up the history.
Councillor, that was removed in 2018, 2019 when the missing middle zones were being brought forward. So yes, the density maximum, so the typical, you would see 125 dwellings per hectare, that was removed then.
Okay. And, recognizing, maybe just that consideration, looking at RSM 12 versus RM 16, conceivably there could be comparable levels of units, but the RSM 12, if you were trying to get the same number of units, they would probably be smaller units. You wouldn't necessarily be able to accommodate different types of units.
To be able to get the same number of units, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, great. No further questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. And I am getting an indication, and obviously I will ask, I think at this point, if there's no further questions at this time to administration, I'll ask if there's any questions to the speakers in favor or opposed based on new information. So I'm guessing there might be. So if the speakers in favor could come down to a space that you can speak at, if the clerk can help them find a spot to. Okay, and are there any questions to the speakers either in favor or opposed based on new information? Yep, Councillor Hamilton, please go first.
Thank you. The speakers in opposition have a lot of questions or posed a lot of questions to council about the site selection. Specifically, and I think in your presentation you highlighted that there was an impact to the sports fields. Could you elaborate more on the order of magnitude in terms of the site servicing and the development costs associated with the northwest portion of the land and why you did not consider it?
So we did consider the northeast site. We had that site evaluated. The major cost increase is due to the services needing to be slightly longer. There's not existing manholes we can tie in, so we have to put in perched manholes. There are 4 sports fields that are impacted as opposed to 2 temporary ones, so there's extra cost associated with those. And depending on the type of fields that get put back, the cost could go up. And in general, I'm not going to give exact numbers, but to use the proposed site or the alternate site in the northeast is about 10 to 15% more, and then that could escalate higher depending on the sports fields.
Fair enough. And understanding we cannot consider cost as a factor in land use. Your assumption, though, is that the removal or relocation of the sports fields would come back on the city in terms of that impact.
Yeah,
okay.
I would imagine so. It either comes back as a development cost to the project, or it comes back to a cost to just the city in general in developing park space.
Did you, given that, did you consider going to a greater height, like 23 meters, if you were to assume that kind of risk, essentially, in a development on the northeast portion?
When we're looking at these sites, we do take in different types of development. So we did consider whether or not a higher density development would be appropriate. We do marketing studies. When we're looking at these things, there's a lot of information we take into consideration. So we do marketing studies, we do servicing studies, geotechnical studies, environmental studies, traffic impact assessments. We look at sports field impacts, sports field usage, tree impacts, a lot of things. So, yeah, I mean, we would have taken it in consideration.
All right, thank you. The other thing I wanted to ask you about was the transportation piece. Something that comes up again and again is a concern about traffic, especially along 72nd Avenue and 184th Street. I heard that administration did not conduct their own TIA, but you mentioned that you looked at a TIA. Could you speak to, so administration's assumption is that access would be off 184th Street. Could you confirm that or address any mitigating, how have you considered mitigating the impacts of increased traffic in the area?
So with the current site, access could be on either road. We would work with the proponent, and I think that would be a DP level type discussion about exactly where their access would come from. Sorry, one sec. Yeah. So, and the temporary traffic calming measures, those are going to be made permanent as part of this development. Mm-hmm. Those are really the considerations that come into this. With a lot of these sites, just surplus school sites in general, the neighborhood is designed to accommodate traffic volumes for school sites at, pick-up, drop-off times, which are much higher volumes than we'll ever see with this type of development.
Okay, thank you. I'm running out of time, so I might come back on a second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Salvador?
Oh, yeah, thank you. I think a number of my questions have been answered, but I guess just to follow up on some of those lines of questioning, it sounds, is it fair to say, no, maybe I'll ask, how extensive was the evaluation that you folks did on the alternative site?
On the alternative site, we did a servicing study on both sides, so looking at, and various development scenarios within those two sites. I think in total we looked at 5 potential scenarios of development on the two sites, 3 on the original, 2 on the proposed. In general, Councillor, when we're looking at whether or not we want to relocate a site, we try and keep it on the original site as much as possible. There needs to be a really good reason as to why we would relocate the site, either financially, impact of trees, geotechnical, those type of things we would look at. And with this one, when we're looking at the financial impacts, it's slightly more expensive to move.
Yeah, and that was the 10 to 15%, correct? I think you mentioned.
At least.
At least, okay. Okay, and then.
As well, Councillor Salvador, I would just add to Mr. Osaduk's explanation that these sites have been planned for buildings for decades, that has been known to the residents of the neighborhood for a very long time. Since 2009, they've been the subject of all of the public engagement we've done in the neighborhoods, and so we try to stick with the consistent information that's been provided to the community and keep the building site where it's expected when people make the decisions on where to buy their homes and choose to live.
Right, right. Okay, and then can you just help me understand, just on that point, if there was contemplation of an alternative site, what process would that trigger for you folks? Like, what additional work would you have to go back and do?
If we were asked to look at one today?
Yeah.
If we were, depending on the site, we may have to take it back and do further analysis. So if it's something that requires an additional servicing study, that takes time to do. We would need to submit new subdivision rezoning applications, which take 4 to 6 months? 6 to 8 months, my apologies. And then that would have probably a pretty substantial impact on our ability. In fact, it would probably make it impossible for us to meet our half deadlines with our Housing Accelerator Fund deadlines with this proposed site.
Okay, and then just on the, I think, and I apologize if this was answered, I might have missed this, but the impact to trees on, what's the difference between impact on trees when you look at both of those sites?
For the site we are proposing today, I believe there's 8 trees that would be impacted potentially by development. So we have no intention of removing these trees prior to sale, and ideally the future developer would come in and try and keep some of them. But there are 8 trees located within the proposed development site today. With the alternative site in the northeast that we evaluated, I believe it was 32 trees.
32, okay. Okay, and just to make sure I got this right, it was what was the difference in sports fields that would be impacted? It was 4 versus 2 temporary?
Yep, so the originally proposed site, there are 2 temporary fields with no fixtures on them. And then on the alternative site in the northeast, there are 2 permanent soccer fields that are heavily booked, and then 2 baseball diamonds, which are not heavily booked at all.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That's helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So the trees, looking at the far north portion of option 2, that's where the roadway access would be, is that right? Which I don't know if it's an alley or just a goat path that's backing onto those other properties.
I would think the access, like in the northeast side, it would probably just be directly off the road adjacent to it.
Okay, though that is a road at the. I'm trying to look on Google Maps and it's not very clear whether it's
to the east, the road to the east. I think it's 184th Street.
Okay, so there would be a new roadway that would have to be brought in from there. Would that be developer responsibility or?
Yeah, so access to their site would be the developer responsibility. So they would probably have to put in a commercial crossing and extend it out to their site.
Okay, and that's where sort of the loss of trees would come from, is along.
No, the trees are actually located within the development footprint that we analyzed.
On the northeast?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so in order to service and provide roadway access and everything, those trees would have to be removed. You couldn't work around the trees.
With the way so generally speaking, we don't set back our developments from the road. So like they would be directly adjacent to the road. There wouldn't be sorry, I'm probably moving away from the mic. We generally don't put in a gap between the roadway and the development site. So the development would go right up to the property line, and then those trees would be impacted potentially developer could work around them, but once we sell the site, it's kind of up to them.
Okay, okay, and that adds to the cost working around those, okay. And prior to 2009, before it was declared surplus, the site was gonna have a building on it, a school building, right?
That's correct. This neighborhood was planned to have a school in this location. And then up until it was declared surplus in 2009, yeah, it was intended for a school. So this site would have been developed regardless.
And then, I mean, it's nice that the community's had the ability to have those other fields in that in the past, 15 years and have access to them. And our city's Parks and Open Spaces team, they can always reassess, I guess with the remaining open space that's left, whether to, maintain those baseball diamonds or repurpose them as soccer or cricket pitches.
Yeah, so with our proposed development, there is no impact to those sports fields.
Right.
There is a process in place, I believe, for communities to inquire about getting changes to their community space. But that would probably be a better question for proper administration.
Okay, and, no, I think that was all I just want to, in order to meet the half deadlines, when would we have to have things in place for that deadline?
Building permits are required by November 2026. Okay. And right now with our proposed schedule, we're thinking they will be a couple months before that.
Just if we were to go just from today,
yep.
we will only meet those deadlines to September 2026.
Yeah, which is why I was saying if we come back for a rezoning, we're probably going to meet the deadline. Or not, we're going to miss the deadline, sorry.
Okay, all right, thank you very much for clarifying that. Okay.
Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair for a moment so I can have a turn?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Just to the applicant, we've kind of talked about the two alternative sites, but the other thing that I heard from the speakers in opposition was the preference of the RSM H12 as opposed to the H16. So did you do any comparative analysis between, on that specific site that you've brought the application forward for, the benefits of the H16 versus the H12? Like what went into deciding that was the appropriate zoning?
Yeah, we did look at our SM H12 as well, but the RMH16 doesn't have site coverage minimums or maximums like the RSM H12 zone does, so it provides just greater flexibility for the future builder as well because it is a corner site similar to many of the other surplus school sites that you listened to on October 21st. We were planning for a RMH16 zone to maximize the development potential for the site and just provide the flexibility of different built forms and different heights for a future builder. In very choice instances, as Councillor Hamilton noted, we did rezone some sites to RMH23 higher, but we have not gone lower because of those different factors.
Okay, so you also, just if I'm understanding this correctly, when you were contemplating this site, you looked at RSM H12, H16, and also H23, kind of,
That's
and
correct.
the pros and cons and the feedback from community and all of the other factors in what would best fit for that particular site.
Yeah, that's
between those
correct.
sort of three, was there any other options you looked at or just those three?
Just those three, but of course varying heights as well, like RSM H14 in the middle of the 12 and the RMH16.
Fair.
But only up to 23, yes.
Up to 23 and as low as 12?
Exactly.
Okay. No, that helps. That's my only question.
I return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack, please go ahead.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. So I just wanted to ask a little bit about the tree piece again. So I know generally speaking, you're right, that at a high level we would typically be closer to the road, but is there anything that's stopping us? So let's say we were to entertain that idea. I could see a lot of value in almost using those trees as a nice visual landscape, helping provide some separation. What would be the barrier in your mind to trying to preserve those? You might have further impact to further sports fields that are, if you're going a little bit more to the west, is that probably the main one?
That's one of the factors, but specifically focusing on the trees that are west of 184th Street, directly adjacent to that. It's pretty heavily treed, so there's no obvious spacing to provide access. If we were to set back the site, we still need legal access to a roadway. So then we would have to set the access at this current point in time, which may not work for a future builder or a future developer, depending on what their site configuration looks like. That's not to say that we can't work with them in the future to try to protect those trees for the reasons that you've noted. But that's one of the main factors.
Yeah, beyond right by where the baseball diamond is, where there's a slight gap, that, I mean, but that might be a little too close to the neighboring homes, so I'm guessing you'd probably set it, if you were going to use that site, you'd set the access, unfortunately, a little bit closer to where the middle of the trees, those trees are.
Exactly, and there is a swale to the north of the site between the existing townhouses and the alternate site that was being proposed, and so we wouldn't want to pave over that either.
Okay. That's helpful from your perspective. So I'm going to go back to our guests from Lynburn, and forgive me for really digging in, but I just wanted to ask a little bit more detailed questions about the engagement you did with you did 179 homes total, which is excellent. Many of you were here during the last public hearing, got to hear it all. In one of the neighborhoods I represent, La Pearl, they actually went out and had formal signatures. So I'm just curious, specifically there are 4 separate 4-unit developments that are the ones sort of immediately on the other side of that tree stand, so about 16 units there. Do you know, ballpark, I don't want to be too picky, but I'm just trying to get a sense of how many of those 16 did you speak to when you entertained this idea? How many were home? How many did you get a chance to connect with of those 16 who were immediately adjacent?
When we knocked on the door, there was actually only one person who came and answered the door. They faced directly onto number 1 Ball Diamond.
Okay.
And they are not opposed to it moving to the north. Okay.
But in this case, it sounds like most of those 16 you didn't get a chance to connect with. There were many others home in and around that development on maybe the other side of the street, just not those particular four units.
They didn't answer the door.
Okay.
There were people home, they didn't answer the door.
Okay. Same question, but just for those that I would say immediately on the east side of 184th Street, again, there's about 6 to 8 homes that are sort of aligned with where this site would be. How many of those 6 to 8 did you speak with?
I hit most of those homes, and only one of them was opposed not opposed, he didn't sign because he was a renter.
Okay.
And he didn't feel he had the right to sign.
Fantastic. And then just
the rest agreed to it.
Fantastic. And did you actually, and again, not that there's an expectation of a formal petition signing, but it sounds like you did actually get, when you spoke with people, signatures that sort of said, yes, we're willing to entertain this, or we're open to entertaining this. Is that correct?
I call it a canvassing, and yes, they were.
The
question was, would you mind it being moved?
Okay, I really appreciate you sharing that story, to be really picky on it, but I just wanted to make sure I've examined that idea. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you. I think most of my questions were asked and answered. I just want to come back to that 10 to 15% higher cost that in one of your responses to Councillor Salvador's question. Is this higher cost in terms of relocation include some of the tree removal, servicing, road access, that kind of stuff?
It is, the higher cost is generally associated with the servicing.
Okay, and then that will be would it be borne by the future developer or the city?
That's a city cost. As part of our work, we want to set the stage for these developments to progress as quickly as possible. So we, as the city applicant, we provide funding for that work.
I see. Thank you. And then just earlier, I think there was one speaker talked about sort of preference for senior housing, and while users are not part of the land use consideration, I guess I'm just wondering, can you speak to a bit of a process in terms of at what stage would you have greater details about what the final form will look like? Because right now we're at rezoning, there is still quite a bit of process to move through. And you do not have any final form that you're contemplating at this point.
Yeah, so currently we don't have a developer selected. We don't know the exact type of development that would be located here. Following public hearing, we plan on listing the sites for sale publicly. That'll be open for a while. We'll get some bids in, and then we plan on coming back early in 2025 with the approval to sell land below market value, and we'll have a better idea of who we're working with and what type of developments are coming at that time.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I guess perhaps to someone from the Lindburn Group, I don't have a specific name in mind, but just somebody. I'm curious how earlier Councillor Hamilton asked you around. Have you considered the trade-off between lower height but a wider footprint? And I heard you say you have. Have you also contemplated in terms of the location might also come with a higher cost that will be borne by the city? And have you considered that kind of trade-off as well in your conversation with neighbors?
I'm
Sorry,
not
Councillor.
sure what the question is. Are we?
So I guess my question for you is, when you propose option 2 to the neighbors, more than just location, have you talked about some of the trade-offs, including this remaining higher cost for the city?
I don't believe we talked about the higher costs. I believe what we understood was that this property would be sold to a developer for $1. We're hearing that the city is also involved in the servicing costs. Not 100% on what was the servicing component, so we wouldn't really be able to speak to that. I think we talked about that. We did ask for servicing information, and we weren't given any. I think that what we're looking at was a compromise that, as Councillor Knack had mentioned, prior to a survey, we also supplied a document that was provided to the city on August the 9th that was actually also canvassed from our Facebook group site of 130 some odd people, also putting forward that option 2 for that position of compromise prior to it ever going anywhere. So as component to the servicing, no, we didn't talk about it because we weren't aware of what the servicing costs were. I think one of our slides showed the manhole and the storm and sanitary sewer in our slides go up and down 184th Street. So we believe that the servicing component would be there if the city wanted to service that site.
Okay, but you as part of your citizen engagement, you didn't necessarily do the engineering study to determine that.
No,
but
we did not.
It's worth, but it's
employ an
worth looking
engineer.
into. Okay, but it's worth looking into. It sounds like what you're saying.
We thought from what we were able to obtain from the city
Uh-huh.
and from the maps showing the servicing, that either site could be used as a viable development. We looked at it from the benefit of our residents and also in conjunction with the city and their affordable as a consensus and a compromise that'll work for the best of both of us.
Okay, thank you.
Before we move on to the next line of questioning, we do have another City Hall tour here. And we have, again, another school, another class, grade 6 class from Joey Moss School. Welcome, with your teacher, A. Swoboda. Hello. From Ward Pahesawin, and your counselor is Counselor Cartmel, who, again, we're going to get, I just like pinning people, so we're going to pin him on this screen so you can see him up there. He's working remotely today. And are you here for also just sort of a quick 2-hour time window? Yeah, awesome. Is there a volunteer that would like to come just answer a couple questions? I'm gonna let your teacher pick. No pressure. Just come on down to the microphone right there. And just should turn on, just test maybe. What's your name?
Peyton.
Hi, Peyton. Nice to see you today, and nice to see everyone. So is this your first time at City Hall?
No, this is not my first time.
Oh, when have you been to City Hall before?
I went when I was really young with my mother.
Oh, when you were really young with your mother? And coming now, you're kind of in grade 6, you're learning about all levels of government, right? In grade 6?
We're doing a new curriculum, so mainly provincial.
Mainly provincial? Oh, interesting.
Well, I know.
I might be biased. I think the local government's pretty important. Look at the great conversation and dialogue we get to have with community members. Okay, well, being here in grade 6, anything that you sort of saw and you're like, oh, I never noticed that before, or that you were surprised by when you came to City Hall?
No, not really.
Not at all?
Not really.
That's amazing. Are you surprised that it's held up so well? It looks exactly the same?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. And is there anything you've learned so far on your City Hall tour that you didn't know before about either City Hall or local democracy?
Probably how long it takes.
How long it takes? Would you like to elaborate?
Takes a while. Takes a little long for my patience.
It's a little bit long for your patience? I mean, I think there's many people that would agree with you. Well, thank you so much, Peyton. Thank you so much for being here, for everyone. I don't think truer words were ever spoken in this chamber. Thank you. And so I will go back to now, Councillor Stevenson, your turn for questions to either of the speakers in favor or opposed.
Yeah, thank you so much. My colleagues have answered or asked a lot of the questions I was interested in, but I just want to add a quick question for legal. I'm just wondering what weight, if any, we should be placing on, external timelines for grant applications. Is that a valid consideration in this chamber?
No, thank you for the question, Councillor Stevenson. So that housing accelerator funding is not a relevant land use consideration in this public hearing. And so you've heard me talk about it in the previous days. This public hearing has been over a couple days, but thank you for that opportunity to just sort of reiterate it for the group about there shouldn't be weight placed on it. So thank you.
Okay, and that's great. And I think I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. There are many good questions already answered, and even though I have some. So I'm going to ask some question I did not heard to be asked. The first one, and do you have like two applicants? Do you have any idea of how much, what's the dollar amount we could get and from Housing Accelerator Fund?
If we achieve our Housing Accelerator Fund targets, we will receive $175 million from the federal government.
175,000.
Million.
Point of
Million.
order. Point of order.
Okay.
Sorry, I think we just clarified that this is not a relevant land use consideration.
So
just remember
can
to ask
I
the
get
chair
a
first.
clarification?
Yeah. So just previous to my, continuing from my previous
Can you
advice.
pause your timer, please?
The Housing Accelerator funding, that I realize sometimes you wear different hats sitting up there, but I would want to say, I want to be really clear with council that shouldn't be a factor in your decision today with respect to rezoning, MR removal, those sorts of things.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So then my follow-up question, just let me know, and then if this is in line with what we're discussing here or not. And for the unions, do we have like planned unions?
Sorry, I just got to look up the anticipated amounts.
The minimum number of units are 72 based off the zoning. However, there's no maximum that we've identified. Of course, it'll depend on if it's townhouses or low-rise apartments. We are expecting, or our market studies, I should say, kind of expected around 100 units on this site, so a little bit above the minimum.
So our targets, and for our targets, what's the total unions for our targets?
Do you mean for all the Circle School sites?
Yes.
1,800.
So 1,800, and this one is about like the 100, over the 100 units there. So because I just try to do some like analysis to make sure I heard clearly So if we didn't get this fund, housing acceleration fund, we missed the opportunity. And then is there any future opportunities we could get that fund? And then to really compare to the 1,800 targets, and this is about 100 unions there. So can you explain that a little bit more and how we can do that for make sure the future opportunities will be available for us to get that fund? Or
Sure. So, Councillor Rice, in addition to the overall Housing Accelerator Fund targets, there's also sub-targets related to the provision of affordable housing. And the surplus school sites opportunity taken together represents the single best opportunity the City of Edmonton has to meet the expectations of the Housing Accelerator Fund's sub-target on affordable housing.
okay, so that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Would you mind moving another round?
Sure, I move the other round.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Rice, seconded by Councillor Knack. Can we please vote on a second round?
We have all the vote.
Please display the votes. And that is carried, and I will go out to Councillor Hamilton for second round.
I wanted to go to the speakers in opposition. One of your main points is that in 2015, so you've known about this for a long time, but in 2015, that sign that was posted in the park in your neighborhood said that the community would be involved in deciding what the land use was and how things developed. And if you could kind of like wave a magic wand and redo this process, what would that have looked like to you in 2024?
In 2024?
Yeah.
Well, I think the original sign identified there was going to be residential uses and the site was going to be kept as park space. I think it also talked about, it was a 1.4 hectare parcel with 45 units per hectare. We were led to believe, or from that information, that we'd be looking at maybe 63 units. Like if you do the map, 1.4 hectares at 45 units per hectare. Going forward, what would I think? I guess we've provided the options of what we had wanted, and I think that going forward, I would still say we're looking at we would like a less building height that would conform with the neighborhoods, other RSM 12 zoning, and that it be relocated to the site that we suggest.
All right, thank you for that. To the proponent, something that I think is worth pulling out is that you are not going to be the developer. So you're setting essentially the parameters for development, but you're not necessarily the developer here, correct?
Correct.
And you can only give them the zoning. You cannot necessarily give them the, you can't set, how many conditions, actually better question, how many conditions can you set on the development in terms of how it looks, your preferred height outside of the zoning, the engagement with community, what kind of parameters can you set?
Yeah, so we can work with the future builder around design and things like that. However, we wouldn't put any conditions on the sale or development of the land that contradicts the zoning bylaw or any statutory requirements. So we wouldn't, for example, say the maximum height is 12 meters when it's zoned to something like RMH 16. So nothing that contradicts in that form. And we will have a condition around community engagement as part of the sales for a future developer to carry out.
Councillor, I'd just like to add, one of the reasons we went through the whole policy amendment was because the restrictions that were placed on these types of development previously through the previous policy made it very difficult to develop. So we did want to, and council approved, the change to that policy to make it easier for developments to come.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ozaduk. I'd like to at this time table a motion that bylaw 20955 be referred back to administration in consultation with the applicant to explore the feasibility of relocating the site to the northeast corner of Lindburn Park, adjacent to the existing housing, and return to the March 17, 2025 City Council public hearing for consultation, for consideration.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Knack. Councillor Hamilton, would you like to do an introduction?
Yeah, I hear, I want to say, I hear on balance that the applicant is concerned about the funding. But we can't consider that as a body. I think if this were a third-party applicant, I think it'd be something that this assembly would consider a little bit more carefully. And I think that what we heard from the residents today was that it's important to develop affordable housing, and they're not saying not in my neighborhood. And in fact, I'm hearing a willingness to talk about more creative options on a site that may or may not be more suited for this kind of development.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And now I'd like to, just for procedure's sake, focus on the motion on the floor and questions. So just to confirm process, we can ask either administration or applicants in favor or opposed questions on the referral, right? Or no?
That would be at your leisure as the chair.
Okay.
Yep.
And so that's what but let's focus any questions on a referral at this time, and then depending on that decision, we can come back to the bylaw discussion. Okay, so Councillor Knack, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. A few questions. First, just to the mover around the date. I'm curious about March 17th versus, say, the ones in February. Was that recommendation from our folks in Min? I know we can't take into account funding, but I do just want to ask broadly about the sense of having maybe an earlier date, if at all possible.
That was at the suggestion of administration. I'm open to it coming back earlier because I am conscious that those half deadlines they're not supposed to be considered, but nonetheless, that will be something that is in the back of a lot of people's mind, and I don't think the intention is to thwart any kind of half funding deadlines, but rather to give the different site full consideration.
Right. So appreciating the tension between wanting to give full consideration, which it sounds like we've already started down that path. I'm curious from the applicant's perspective, if it is possible to go earlier than March 17th. I know it might not be ideal, but in a world where I know you have a deadline that we're not allowed to consider today wearing this hat, can you do it earlier than that?
I think we would be challenged to meet that timeline. I assume, so we've already looked at a site in the northeast corner.
Mm-hmm.
We have already done this work. Sounds like what they're proposing is a slightly tweaked version of what we've already looked at. So that's going to require a certain level of engagement to understand exactly what's proposed. We're going to have to take that away. We're going to have to analyze it. And then we're going to have to, once we've done all that work, submit new subdivision, new rezoning, new reserve removal applications. And that is going to take time. So just to get through, I would say it would probably take a couple months at least for us to just analyze the site appropriately, and then we have to submit our applications after that. So I think it will take more time, and I can't guarantee that it will change anything. Mm-hmm. Generally speaking, when we propose to relocate surplus school sites within a park space, we have a different group of folks that will come out and say they don't like that new proposed site. Yep. So it does a lot of times just kind of switch public opinion from one site to the other site, and opposition likewise.
So looking at our administration, because it's a referral motion, I'm trying to think about the ability to save on timeline of resubmitting. You know, if we're saying please go back and refer, even though it's a different parcel of land, does that change some of the timelines that we typically use for land development applications? Because we're not telling them no, start over. We're saying go refer using a very specific guideline. So I don't know if
it'll depend on the type of studies that are submitted with that application. Obviously, we can look at moving it along a little bit quicker because of the familiarity with the area, but it is a brand new site, which will require engagement and advertising to go along with it to follow our legislative requirements. So the timelines are extremely constrained there, and that March recognizes essentially a 2-month period of working and submitting and reviewing, which it could be pushed back. The timeline was just trying to balance a number of different factors between the wanting to come back to a public hearing as quick as possible, as allowing that work to happen.
Okay, that's helpful. To our speakers that were in opposition today, I appreciate that I've heard from you a desire to consider a smaller building. To be clear, that's not in this motion, and I would probably not entertain that idea. So I do want to just ask you bluntly, you know, what's before us is a suggestion of considering the alternative site that you propose, but the building height that has always been planned for, which is that 16-meter high. In that scenario, you are, you know, you're not getting both things you asked for, you'd be getting one, and I want to find out your comfort of that.
I think in lieu of the discussion, that would be something that I don't want to speak for everybody, but the group that we're speaking for, but I think that would be something that would be acceptable. Okay. I go back again, like these options have been sent to the planning department in advance. We just found out that they looked at our option 2 at the last meeting, so.
Okay, that's all my time, thank you.
Thank you very much, and just a friendly reminder to not use the raise hand function in the Google Meet. Councillors will call on your name to ask a question specifically to you if they want to have you answer. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Just following up from Councillor Knack's question about the height in the northeast, was that an option that was presented to the residents that currently back onto that?
We did not specifically request or mention the zoning. What we did mention to anybody that we spoke to was the traffic impact assessment, and it stated 72 to 230 units. So we didn't specifically tell them RMH 16 versus RMH 12 because that is on the sign. Okay, we were talking about just relocating.
Okay, and like, what, you know, any mention, the thinking it was going to be townhomes, or like what, I guess, what was their understanding, and what would be their take now if we were looking at an RM16?
I am not sure. Okay. We found the task of going around door to door rather onerous just to ask the one question to see if they would like to have it moved. We felt it isn't up to us to plan the area. We did speak to planning and administration in regards to what we would request, but we didn't canvass the neighbors on that.
Okay, and now hearing sort of some of the cursory analysis and that was done by the proponent and administration's assessment of that, what more would, or I guess what further analysis would you want to have done for a rezoning of that option 2?
Well, I'm actually a little confused because the applicant has said they have looked at our site, but then they don't know what the costs are. So what would we like done? We think that probably the first thing would be to survey the residents in the community to get their feedback on what they would like done. I'll let Art, because he seems to wants a question.
I just wanted to bring to your attention the slide that we had up regarding our suggested site, and I think that there's enough space for any developer to be creative enough to put a 4-story on that site and save the mature trees and move the unused backstop to put a road in there. It can be done. It's a collaborative approach, as we attempted and said at the get-go. We've attempted to provide options for this development. So if we had to canvass the whole, if the administration had to canvass the whole neighborhood at the start of 2,200 residents or whatever, 2,200 dwelling units instead of 300, maybe they would have had to get a better idea at the get-go.
Okay, and I guess to the proponents, what, I know the radius is what, 60 meters? Were the people on the north side, were they asked for any, or were they provided any notification?
The radius is 120 meters.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, from the site that we're applying for the rezoning,
Okay.
so that southeast corner. The folks directly to the north were not part of that notification, but the folks that live adjacent across 184th Street from the alternate site were part of that notification.
Okay, okay, thank you. I think that's all I have. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. So maybe just a process question. So if this is going to be referred back to administration, there would be consultation with the applicant to explore the feasibility. So I guess I'm trying to understand, to the applicant, is there a risk that you go back, you do more analysis and more work than you've already done to look at this alternative site? Is there a risk that it's not feasible?
I think it will be a developable site, probably. Anything is developable if you put enough money towards it. I have concerns that we'll go back and we'll do all this work and we'll end up in the same spot that we currently are in. From our perspective as the applicant, the proposed site is the best site. So unless we're given explicit direction to do something contrary to that, we would probably come back recommending that we advance the same site. So unless we're getting clear explicit direction on exactly what to do to the contrary of what we're proposing, I don't think anything's going to change, and we'll just delay getting this affordable housing site developed.
Okay, so there's a risk that essentially if this were to pass, you would go back, you would have those initial conversations, do more feasibility, more studies, and potentially end up with the same outcome in terms of preferred site.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at a site that's set back, say, as the community has proposed, that's set back from the road further, I mean, that just increased costs, because now we have longer services. We have a longer access. So costs are for sure going to go up. If we're reducing the site, I don't know if they've kept the same footprint or changed that. If we're reducing it, then it makes it probably more challenging from a marketing perspective. We might have to come back with a higher zoning. And I would suspect if we go out and we engage the community, the folks who live around the site that's being proposed by the folks in opposition, they would then become the folks in opposition to any future rezoning, or they wouldn't support that, which is generally what we found every time we've proposed to relocate a surplus school site.
Right, okay.
So I suspect we would come back with a lot of the same information, higher costs, and different folks in opposition, and we would propose the same thing that we're proposing now.
Okay, and then just to administration, again, help me out with process here. Like, I'm just thinking of maybe a different scenario where, like, is it normal practice, I guess, for direction to be given to just go look at an alternative site? Like, I think something we often hear in these contexts is, well, why not this site when an application comes forward? Is this? Yeah, help me square that.
We assess what the application puts in front of us. We don't assess alternate sites. If council directs us to do that, or with the applicant, then we will.
And I guess that's where, like, there has to be agreement from the applicant that they actually would do that.
Correct.
Okay.
If this is their application.
Yeah. Okay. And then just a question to legal. I understand, of course, things like half the Housing Accelerator Fund, that's not a valid land use consideration as part of this conversation. I know this council has declared a housing and houselessness emergency. Where does that factor in? Or does it?
Well, I think that council can sort of consider the concept of inclusionary housing as part of their discussion overall. Does that sort of satisfy your thought, or are you looking for a little deeper?
That's helpful. I'm also aware of my time. I just have one more question. So this would trigger, I would assume, a fairly lengthy engagement process as well to administration?
It would include the typical engagement process on our end. However, because administration is also the applicant, they may be doing some additional pre-work in terms of community outreach or something like that.
Would it include surveys with residents of the community, as one of the speakers?
No, administration as part of a review would not be doing a survey of the
Would the
residents.
applicant be doing that? If this moved forward, would you be doing surveys of the community?
I think that would depend on the direction we were given today. If we were told to go back and engage with the community, that is what we would do.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you very much. And, just to legal, we're really sort of leaning into costs here, which, is this appropriate?
So, Councillor, I think what is probably appropriate is if we look at this a little bit more from a 30,000 foot view. I think it's totally within the realm to consider economical and beneficial land use patterns of settlement. And so if from an economic standpoint, you feel like, this is more economical or that's more economical or this is more feasible or that's more feasible, you can look at sort of the economics of development as well as the feasibility of development. So I would look at it from a little bit higher up, if that helps.
Yep, that helps. So to the applicant, it's sounding like this referral is going to cost money, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around the cost versus potential. Like, I don't see any potential savings, so I'm just wondering if you can speak to that.
No, there would be no savings. The site we're proposing today is the site that is most cost effective. The alternate site that we considered does come with extra cost, and then the further setback site that the folks in opposition have proposed would increase that further. So there are no cost savings, no time savings.
Okay, and what I'm hearing is that through experience, the statement through experience is that what happens then is that you get a new set of neighbors who are potentially opposed to the new potential alignment. And so in the effort to solve an issue, we could end up just creating further issues and satisfying maybe one batch of neighbors, but then causing concern with another batch of neighbors. And so I'm just trying to look for the balance there and the benefit.
Yeah, in my experience, that's exactly what happens. The folks directly adjacent to the proposed development have more concerns about that proposed development. So when you shift it to another site with a new set of folks who are adjacent to it, then they're the ones who have concerns now.
Okay. And generally, any kind of change generates concern with neighbors is what I think I'm hearing.
Yeah, change is scary. And I think...
You have the yeah, I get that. Okay, so, and just correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm trying to find a way through here, but what I'm seeing is a different site would probably cost 10 to 15% more, I believe you said. And then there would have to be more public engagement, which costs more money. Then we would have another public hearing, which obviously costs a lot of money. So just walk me through the economics there. I mean, this is at a time when people are saying council should spend less, and then, yeah, I'm struggling here.
Sorry, was that to the applicant?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't justify the economics of it because, like, we're proposing what we're proposing.
Okay.
We did look at the economics of the alternate site, and it is more expensive. If we had to go away, depending on the direction we were given today, if we had to go away and do more studies, then yes, that costs more money. We would have to put more money towards the servicing, and that would take more time and take longer for the site to get developed.
Okay. Now, how does that impact? I mean, will it impact affordability, or is that cost borne by taxpayers?
The program budget is the program budget, Councillor Paquette. So the more money that we need to spend on developing a more and less or more expensive site or a less cost-effective site means less money that we have to invest in the grant portion for affordable housing, which could reduce the overall ability of the project to meet the need and demand for affordable housing in the community. So this is why we've recommended the parcel as such.
Yeah, okay, this is a tough one. I actually do thank the councillor for bringing forward this because it's definitely caused a lot of good debate and interesting thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. Just to applicant, and then you mentioned about the cost more money. So I would like to know, and then the budget we already approved and will be used for this type of engagement or bylaw refer back and for the continuous works. So it's not you are going to request additional budget for this. Is that understanding correct?
Councillor, sorry, just Law here. I'd just be very careful about getting into the details of city budgets, tax increases, those sorts of things. Like I said, I think we're better off to pull it up and just talk about the economics of the development itself. Is it economically feasible? Is it a feasible development? Those sorts of things, I think we'd be more comfortable on that sort of level rather than getting into the nitty-gritty of budgets.
Yeah, I just want to follow up and with my colleague's question, and then because I heard always cost more, so I just want to get sense, but the cost still under existing budget is not additional budget.
I don't have the capital profile information in front of me. I couldn't say.
Okay, just again cautioning, I think there's been a lot of line of questions about cost and budget, which has been clear. We cannot factor in, and I worry the more we skate into that space, the more we're biasing ourselves. So please focus on land use and the discussion on referral.
Okay, that's only my question. Just to follow up my colleague's question on that.
No, I appreciate that,
Okay,
and I was
thank
looking to
you.
legal for guidance for that. Thank you, Councillor Rice. It's a tricky one. I appreciate that. Okay, and any more questions on the referral? So we are going to move to speaking to the motion on the floor, and just recognizing, depending on how many speakers, we may or may not be able to vote on this before lunch. Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to speak briefly to this because I think it's been a great conversation this morning, and I appreciate the mover bringing this forward. To the community speakers, I really, really appreciate the work you've done on this, and I have really been encouraged by the fact that you have been looking for ways to accommodate new neighbors into your neighborhood. I think that's really commendable and much appreciated in terms of finding ways to accommodate new folks moving to your community. What I also heard was that analysis has been done on this other site, and that it does offer a number of advantages. The current site, offers a number of advantages. And when I look at it as well, that's what I see. I feel the proposed site, as it stands right now, provides contiguous green space to the north of the site, and it's also putting a building where a building was always contemplated to be located. The proposed location for me has lower impacts in terms of shadowing and overlook on existing properties, fewer impacted trees, and very comparable traffic impacts on 184th Street. It's also just that much closer to the 69th Avenue arterial and some of the services closer to that end. Feasibility of development as well. I'm hearing that there are a number of advantages to this site, so I won't be supporting this referral motion, but again, appreciate the conversation and discussion today.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. First, just my thanks to Councillor Hamilton for putting forward this motion. So just as a bit of context, I think back to our public hearing last time for the La Pearl community, and I can have a lot of direct comparisons because La Pearl is built almost the exact same time. They look very similar. The park space, like they have almost every similarity in that sense. And I had committed to the folks in La Pearl that if after they had done engagement, that they determined that there was a desire to consider an alternative, even if there was, and recognizing we aren't considering that, but even if there had been additional timeline impacts or cost impacts, that I would make that commitment to bring that forward to council if they had done their due diligence and engaged their neighbors, which this group also has. You know, on one hand, I appreciate Councillor Stevenson's point. From a land use perspective, the current zone, the current spot that we're talking about is not unreasonable. I think it's a very reasonable land use. I appreciate the concern I've heard from the residents. But I looking at this, like I looked at La Pearl, like I looked at some of these other ones, would not feel uncomfortable with that site. But I have heard that there has been some work done. The only caution I have in the public engagement that has occurred with the neighbors is specifically the fact that only one of 16 of the four unit row housing developments immediately adjacent have been spoken with. Happy to hear folks on the east side of the road have been spoken with. So I with that caution, I would still be willing to support this referral. I think, you know, I know we can't, since we can't take into account some of those other things, I do still think it's worth, when there has been enough engagement, or at least at a level that I feel comfortable with, that I don't think we're just going to get the exact same outcome. You know, in the La Pearl example, I had 229 of 230 residents say with 100% certainty they wanted the original site. So that was pretty overwhelming. And to me, I would not have then come and made the case to my colleagues to consider an alternative because those on the other side didn't want it. It does seem like we've had some thoughtful conversation, and so I think I'm open to this idea. Just to be very clear, and I know it's not in the motion, but I would very comfortable with the proposed height in either location. So interested in hearing some other perspectives, but as of right now, I'll support this referral.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. And before, just going to do a little bit of agenda management, just in recognition of wanting to try to move this along, I'm wondering if anybody would consider a motion to extend for 15 minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Second, okay. Can we vote to extend till 12:15?
Waiting for one vote. We have one vote.
Please display the votes. And that is carried, and we'll continue on with speaking to the motion on the floor. I can't remember who is the next speaker. Councillor Jans, please go ahead.
Thank you. I will vote against referral as well too. I believe the speaker who shared that they talked to the 16 people and one person who said they were okay with it. I believe them, but that's just, I don't have anything in front of me. I don't have a letter from anyone who lives on 75th saying, please put it on the north side. I live here on 75th. I would welcome it here on the north side. I don't have anything from anyone from the adjacent houses, either across the street on 184th or 74th, or anyone saying, please put it here. I hear people saying, don't put it here. And I have administration saying, or the applicant in this case saying, they looked at all of the sites, but I'm wary of taking someone's word for it at a public meeting when I don't have something more solid than that. And I feel like to make a $100,000 decision on a speaker is a speaker's commitment is a sort of a dangerous precedent, with all due respect to the individuals. I just think as a process here, like I'm not getting I can't find a letter from the Limburg community saying put it on the north side, not the south side. Like I don't have other people here giving me more to stand on. But What I do have is the applicant has looked into this, and fundamentally, this is a land use question where it's not a here or there question. It's a yes or no question to this site. That's it. At the end of the day, it is a yes or no. Is this a suitable site on two major roads with all of these necessary infrastructure pieces, everything else? Is this a suitable site for affordable housing? Yes or no? It's not that one or this one. It's this one, yes or no. And so, yes, it is. And I'm looking at that. Are there alternatives? Maybe, but that's not the question we're being asked here. It's yes or no to this one. And I think furthermore, maybe it's both. Maybe the administrator or maybe the applicant wants to come back and do the north side as well. That's another conversation, though. That's another point that we need to be having at a later time here. So I think I appreciate the mover of the motion bringing this forward on behalf of the folks who spoke today, but I'm really worried as Councillor Paquette and others have said, that this will just be from the kettle to the fire, and it's adding unnecessary delay, cost, and everything else here. I feel for the folks who live across the street who are going to lose their view, are going to lose the more of the calm that they had, and they're going to be impacted here. I do. This is one of those situations where, you know, we have citywide challenges where we all we're all being asked to contribute to, and right now in order to entertain a motion like this, especially after everything we've heard from administration and the applicant, I would need much more to go on. So I'm sorry, I can't support the referral.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang?
Yes, thank you. First, I just want to appreciate the mover for moving this referral. I know this is a really tough one, and typically at public hearings, we do hear a lot of no's from neighbors. But in this case, you didn't just come forward with a no for the residents. You came forward with some, tangible options that you've done some really hard work engaging your neighbors on. And for people new to the land use process or to urban planning, I know that's a huge undertaking, and I don't want to minimize that. So I just want to appreciate folks coming out who've participated in this process. And, if I were the ward councillor, I likely would have put forward a referral motion as well, because, you have a duty to the residents and hearing those considerations. I will not be supporting this referral because, like some of my colleagues, I'm not convinced that based on the conversation and quite frankly, initially I was quite interested in that option too, but it does present lots of challenges, and I'm not convinced that revisiting some of the analysis, doing further work, prolonging the process, swapping one side for another down the road would necessarily yield a better outcome. But I do just want to recognize the work and that, this is a challenging one, especially in a process where where the applicant is the city and we as council have to wear various hats. And in this case, in a statutory hearing, a very particular hat, and we have very particular considerations to think about. And for all the factors raised, all the questions raised, in this case, I think the current recommendation is sound. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, everyone. And this is actually very, very good discussion and then conversation. And this demonstrates the great opportunity we have and to communicate with our community members. So I'm going to support this motion, and then so I will give the few reasons why I'm going to support this referral. So I think every time, and then as a counselor and in this role and for 3 years, every time when we have the public hearing, and then like today, we have lots of community members and come to express their concerns or express their opinions and also contribute to how we work together to build our city and for everyone. So the question always I ask myself, and then when we implement a certain development in the neighborhood, and then those community members live in that neighborhood daily, and they have experience and how the development and could impact the neighborhood and also could contribute to our city's the strategic goal and build the city and for everyone. At the same time, I always ask myself the question is about for those community members when they come to the speak. So specifically for today, and we heard very, very clearly, and that they're not against the development. They are collaborating, working with our city's team and with the community members to really make sure that development can reflect our good neighbor value, and then we can build the neighborhood and bring everyone together and to support each other. So for their suggestion for the option 2, so I know, and I try to ask certain questions. I know it's under the land use consideration where we should not go there. Yeah, should not go there, but even yes, technically, and we have rezoning process, we are not to consider certain factors and for the decision for the rezoning. But from high level perspective, and if we look at how our Edmontonians working together and how our Edmontonians live in the neighborhood and be a good neighbor and to support any the development, that actually help our city to achieve the goal. I think for that collaboration efforts here, and their opinion is worth considered. So that is why I appreciate the councillor specific for the area and put this motion on the floor. I just want to weigh in, and from that, working together, collaboration, and build the public trust, because that is reflect how we bring our Edmontonians with us to build our city for everyone. So I will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice, and thank you for your patience as I'm learning to chair here as well. I appreciate it. Councillor Cartmel, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I just wanted to say that I'm going to support this motion. I think that local context is important. I think that we enter into a bit of a covenant with the local neighborhood to say that we want their input and feedback. So I think we should actually, deeply consider what is being offered. And there was a surplus school site in the ward I represent where we went down this actual road and did go down made the effort to examine a relocation that actually did receive the support of the local neighborhood. So while I appreciate the apprehension of the applicant, it's not necessarily a done deal that a solution will not make itself apparent, and so that it's not worth the asking. I think it's worth taking a few months, asking the question, getting that feedback, considering this is a multi-decade development that's in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Hamilton to close.
Thank you. I appreciate the points my colleagues have made. In particular, that there aren't people from the site that we're discussing who live adjacent, including people who are renters. And that's why the wording of the motion was really to explore the feasibility, but not to make a determination. Certainly we could have just asked for a determination today, move the site, go off and do your work, but I also think that it's worth getting a little bit more feedback from people who might be affected adjacent to the site. I appreciate that the neighborhood came here today, not in opposition to affordable housing, but asking us to consider doing something a little bit different, and that we've accommodated this perhaps in other neighborhoods, as Councillor Cartmel alludes to. And I also appreciate that many of my colleagues may be considering what the impacts of a delay in terms of the feasibility may be. Nonetheless, I brought this forward because the community came here in good faith, and I think that they started from a point of no, and they came to a point of yes and it may not be what the applicant wants, but I'm not hearing no, and I think that it is worth hearing when communities want to work with us and want to work with the city to build housing for everyone, versus that position of not in my neighborhood, because we are trying to build a more affordable and inclusive city. So with that, I hope that this motion has your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And with that, please vote.
We have all the vote.
Please display the vote. That is defeated 5-7. So we will now, I guess, is there any more, just trying to get a sense from the Assembly, is there any more questions, or are we ready to close the public hearing? Because if we are, we could probably finish in 5 minutes. If not, we probably want to just break for lunch.
Move closure.
Second.
Okay. So moved by Councillor Jans, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on closure of the public, or wait, do I usually ask if there's anyone to speak, or just move closure of the public hearing?
We have all the vote.
Please display the vote. And that is carried.
Move first reading.
Second.
Okay, we have a first reading on the floor. Is there anybody that would like to speak to first reading? Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks. I'm just going to speak in opposition to this, not because it is an unsuitable site and not because I don't support the affordable housing, nor I think because the community doesn't support affordable housing. I think we heard overwhelmingly today people do support affordable housing. I would have liked to see more engagement. I heard people here today who wanted a little bit more surety in terms of the built form, and I think that our process lacks in terms of giving them the confidence they need to trust in our decisions. So you know, I heard them, I heard you, and so I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Knack?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Sorry, I know we're trying to get before the 12:15 piece, but I thought I would just speak because
It's important still to
yeah,
still,
exactly.
yes.
So that why I want to take a few moments here, because my vote will be different than what I just voted on. I'm going to be voting in favor of this, and I just wanted to be very clear that while I do appreciate that we just had a motion to refer back, and I supported that, I felt that would be the right decision. It would, for the reason I mentioned during the closing, this is an appropriate parcel of land for a land use like this. And I would have preferred to have had the community had an opportunity to go through a conversation about a different site. That the will of council has been made. And so I see a lot of similarities to this, similar to the one that I spoke about in my other closing at La Pearl. I think the road connectivity, the site location is actually a good spot for something that will have this. Councillor Stevenson, in her closing and the last item, sort of articulated a number of the reasons why this parcel of land actually might be better than the other one. I was willing to entertain the other, but so I won't repeat them other than to say, for those reasons that she clearly articulated last time, that I will support this these readings, even though I voted in favor of the referral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans, do you have
Nothing
anything
further.
to close? Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. Councillor Jans?
Second reading, please.
Second.
Okay, second reading's on the floor. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried.
Consideration of third reading.
Second.
Okay, and now this is consideration of third reading. So we're considering third reading. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that That is carried.
Third reading?
Second.
Please vote for third and final reading of bylaws, bylaw 20955.
We have all the vote.
Please display the votes. That is carried. And so this is where we will stop for now. When we come back at 1:30 after lunch, we'll be going into our second item of business, which is 3.13 and 3.14, the Wedgwood Heights item. So if folks can make sure they're here for 1:30, we'll be starting with that item. And otherwise, we're going to take a recess until 1:30. Thank you, everyone.
live on YouTube.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford will be joining us here shortly. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, we have an additional speaker that we will read into the record on item 3.13, in favor is Doris Paquette. Okay. We are on to item 3.13, 3.14. We have a number of speakers in favor as well as in opposition, so we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to shift, sorry, the mic doesn't sound like it's working. It's good? Okay, sorry. This application proposes to shift the existing RMH16 site slightly to the northeast based on previous engagement and as per City Council motion in 2015. This will continue to allow for medium-scale housing while maintaining a more contiguous park space. Next slide, please. Here you can see the shift in location of the undeveloped school building envelope site. It is located south of Wedgwood Boulevard Northwest and west of 184th Street Northwest. The neighborhood is predominantly residential and comprises residential and open space uses. The Wedgwood community is bounded by the Wedgwood Ravine to the northeast, providing additional open space and shared use paths connecting to surrounding areas and the larger ravine system. On-demand transit service is available via Wedgwood Boulevard Northwest, while active mode connections are available along 184th Street Northwest. Next slide, please. The undeveloped surplus school sites are located throughout the city and have been directed through council in a variety of touchpoints from 2009 to 2023. Development of these sites is guided by City Policy C583A, which prioritizes access to affordable housing, increased housing choice, and the integration of housing, services, and amenities. Next slide, please. In addition to the community outreach that the Housing Action Team did prior to and during the application process, administration reached out using a mailed notice, site signage, information on the city's webpage, and an engaged Edmonton webpage, which reached over 1,300 people. Administration heard from 517 people, with 9 in support and 508 in opposition. The most common concerns were related to traffic and congestion, increase in on-street parking, loss of green space in sports fields, increase in criminal activity, a decrease in property values, and change in the neighborhood character. Next slide, please. The city plan identifies the site as within the residential infill area, where infill is expected to accommodate 50% of new homes, allow Edmontonians to live locally, and support growth within neighborhoods. The shift in this site is in alignment with 2 big city moves, both to be a rebuildable city with the repurposing of a planned school building envelope for affordable multi-unit housing, and to be an inclusive and compassionate city, which aims to ensure that nobody is in core housing need. This work also helps enable more income-diverse neighborhoods across the city in alignment with the district general policy to support access to affordable housing in all districts, with a targeted affordable housing rate of 16% in all neighborhoods. Next slide, please. The city plan is striving to increase housing diversity across the city, which includes a diversity of built form as well as the targeted affordable housing rate of 16%. As you can see in this slide, based on the 2021 census, in Wedgwood there remains opportunity for an increase in semi-detached, townhouse, and apartment-style housing forms. Currently, there is no affordable housing in the neighborhood. The approved site, as well as the proposed site both offer opportunities to increase housing diversity in the neighborhood in alignment with the city plan. Next slide, please. While this site is not considered open space, and has already got zoning in place to support the provision of multi-unit dwellings. An open space analysis was completed in response to concerns raised by the community. This analysis found that Wedgwood Heights is well served by municipal reserve space, with 3.61 hectares per 1,000 people. In addition, in alignment with BREATHE, additional information was reviewed and concluded that neighborhood has access to a diversity of open space within the neighborhood, providing a range of amenities, including playground, sports field, gathering spaces, and trails. Wedgwood Heights Park is multifunctional with consideration to wellness, celebration, and ecology in alignment with BREATHE. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning will shift the site's location 29 meters towards 184th Street Northwest and will continue to allow for multi-unit housing and open space development. The shifting of the site will provide additional space between the proposed site and the open space to the southwest, resulting in a more contiguous park space. The proposed land uses are compatible with existing and surround residential land uses. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it will create a diversity of housing options, is compatible with surrounding land uses, contributes to the city plan's big city moves to be inclusive and compassionate, as well as a rebuildable city, and is in alignment with city policy C583A. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. Now we will go to folks in favor. Janice Lee, Neil Osaduk, Stuart Gehring, Crystal Kejaner, and Doris Paquette. Is there a presentation from you folks? Please come down. And I'll check if Doris Paquette joining us from Sevita remotely.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll come to you after we heard the presentation from the applicant.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi, members of council. My name is Neil Osaduk, and I'm the Director of Land Development for the City of Edmonton. With me is Janice Lee from my team and Crystal Kejaner from the Housing Action Team. Today we're here as the applicant in support of the Wedgwood Heights surplus school site rezoning from PS to RMH16 and vice versa, as well as the municipal reserve removal to fulfill Council's 2015 motion to revise the site as an alternate location. Next slide, please. In 2009, 20 surplus school sites were returned to the city. Since then, 14 of those sites were approved by Council for the development of affordable housing through the approval of Policy C583 in 2015. Between 2015 and 2023, there were challenges to developing these sites, namely securing funding and the policy being overly prescriptive, which made development difficult. As a result, in the last 10 years, only 2 of these 14 sites have advanced to development approvals. In November 2023, CMHC approved the City's Housing Accelerator Fund application, which included funds for the development of these surplus school sites. In December of that same year, Policy C583A was approved as an update to the 2015 policy to provide more flexibility and address housing provider feedback on the policy restrictions. The policy changes and funding made available by the Government of Canada now allows for the remaining sites to move forward in a timely way. This is important as currently over 46,000 Edmonton households, including 1 in 4 renter households, are living in housing they cannot afford. 1/3 of these households includes children. In January of this year, the combined impact of these pressures and others resulted in Council declaring a housing emergency. Next slide, please. This is the wrong presentation. I apologize. I'll keep going. Over the years, there have been several council approvals and direction given on the site. Option A, as seen in the dashed line, is the original surplus school site footprint. In 2012, City Council approved the municipal reserve removal.
Can you just hold on then? We want to make sure that we have the right presentation on the screen.
Sure, that'll make it easier.
Yeah, thank you.
Slide 3, please. Over the years, there have been several council approvals and directions given on this site. Option A, is seen in the red, is the original surplus school site footprint. In 2012, City Council approved the municipal reserve removal and rezoning of this site to RA7, now RMH16, in alignment with Option A. At the same meeting, Council directed us to engage with the community on the original site as well as an alternate location, seen in yellow and labeled as Option C. After community engagement and further site review, in 2015 we presented a third option, as seen in the blue, and labeled Option B. This option balanced the community feedback with financial and technical analysis. It allowed for a buffer between the development and the amenities to the southwest, leaving a larger contiguous park space than the original site while preserving the majority of trees, the walkway, and the entrance feature. It is also substantially less costly to develop than Site C. Ultimately, in 2015, Council directed us to revise the site configuration to align with Option B. The rezoning application and reserve removal being heard today satisfies the 2015 motion. It is worth noting that with the 2012 approvals, the original site in red is readily developable even if today's application fails. Next slide, please. The proposed development site has access to on-demand transit, is close proximity to the ravine and recreation, and is readily developable from a servicing, access, and soils perspective. The non-market housing ratio in Wedgwood Heights is currently at 0%. Excluding the surplus school site, the neighborhood has a municipal parks provision above the UPMP standard, or minimum of 2 hectares per 1,000 residents. Next slide, please. Information sharing in these communities first started in 2011. A website was created in 2013 and updated in 2015. Community engagement was conducted in 2014 around the site options, and site signage was placed on site in 2015. In addition to planning coordination's broadened approach, we, as the applicant, had an additional 11 recent community touchpoints over the last year. In November 2023, we emailed the Wedgwood Community Heights League to inform them of the Policy C583A update prior to it being discussed at Executive Committee. In February and June, we participated in virtual meetings with the community. From April to October, we've continued keeping the Community League, Homeowners Association, and nearby residents directly informed of our intentions and milestones. We've also maintained and frequently updated the webpage and mailing list for people interested in receiving project updates. Next slide, please. The proposal aligns with the city plan and council approved priorities in a variety of ways. It adds to the diversity of built forms and housing choices in Wedgwood Heights. It increases the supply of safe, accessible, and adequate affordable housing in the neighborhood and brings it closer to reaching the 16% target. In a fiscally constrained environment, the usage of city land to stimulate affordable housing leverages existing assets to meet strategic goals. Next slide, please. For next steps, if council approves the rezoning and MR removal, we will publicly list the sites for sale before the end of the year. By Q1 2025, we'll seek Executive Committee approval to sell the sites below market value. By March 2025, buyers will be selected for the sites to develop affordable housing through the competitive listing process. All permits are anticipated to be approved by the Housing Accelerator Fund deadline of November 2026, and construction and occupancy are anticipated in 2027 and 2028 respectively. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time and consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for the presentation. Next, we will go to Doris Paquette.
Perfect.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Doris Paquette, and I am the Director of Planning and Project Delivery with Savita. Savita is the largest provider of community and affordable housing here in Edmonton, overseeing 5,300 homes and serving over 15,000 residents. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to present our support for the development of the Wedgwood Heights surplus school site. Savita has chosen to speak on this item today. We are very much in support of the development of all surplus school sites across the city. The potential creation of over 1,800 affordable housing units will go a long way in addressing the affordable housing challenges we face here today and into the future. While Savita takes great pride in the progress we've made in the collaborations with partners at all levels of government, we understand that the affordable housing needs across the entire city remains significant and will continue to grow. Therefore, the continued investment in new development, redevelopment, and infrastructure renewal to meet the demands is imperative. Currently, Savita has more than 8,700 households who are eligible, seeking, and waiting for an affordable home. That equates to over 26,000 people, including adults and children. Savita's priority list continues to grow at approximately 700 households per month. It is anticipated that these numbers will only rise in the coming years. As of today, Savita currently has less than 1% vacancy throughout our entire portfolio, which shows that affordable housing across our entire city is needed. Many of our residents travel via transit or the use of their personal vehicles to work, school, or other community amenities. We know that there's a strong evidence that affordable housing has a positive impact on families and communities. Social and affordable housing is key to building inclusive and diverse communities while supporting the health and well-being of individuals and families. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to provide our support for the development of the Wedgwood Heights Surplus School site. Savita looks forward to working with all levels of government to continue to address the affordable housing challenges we face in our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. So now I'll ask council colleagues if you have any questions to folks in favor. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and for recapping the history of the site. It's been going on for a really long time, as I'm sure many in the community would agree. One of the questions, and I think we're going to end up talking about this a lot today, which is why I wanted to get it out, is in the open space analysis, you said that there's 3.6 hectares per 1,000 people. What is the total open space in the neighborhood?
Sorry, just pulling it up.
Yeah.
Total hectares of municipal park is 6.54 hectares.
And does that include the river valley or ravine system? Like Wedgwood Ravine?
It doesn't.
Okay. Does it include, there's sort of some forested areas around the periphery of the neighborhood. Does it include those?
I would direct the specifics of what's included to admin.
Okay, I can do that. And relative to the park at the center of the neighborhood, which we're going to talk about a lot today, how many hectares does that comprise of that open space?
I'll have to get that number for you.
Okay, thank you. Something else that I'm sure will arise is that in option C, which you spoke about which was discussed back in 2015, the configuration of the site would abut both Wedgwood Boulevard and 184th Street. But in your presentation, you noted that it would have been more costly to develop. In the last presentation, one of the reasonings you gave for abutting it to two streets was to enable better transportation access. So help me understand why you made a different decision in this case, which would allow you to also have different transportation access.
So when we're evaluating these surplus school sites, we're taking a wide variety of things into consideration. In terms of Wedgwood, it would give it better access if it had access off of both roads, but it also increases development costs, almost doubles them. That's because we have to extend water further in Wedgwood Boulevard to extend to the new site, but also we have to do substantial upgrades to, I think it's 184, turn that into a residential cross-section from a rural. And then we have to remove a bunch of berms, replace a bunch of walkways. So there's a lot more work involved. So because of that, and also the community preferred it be away from the entrance feature. So with all those things taken into consideration, we propose the central option.
Sorry, I just got like an emergency notification. That was what that noise was. So I'll resolve these questions and then go figure that out. Technology is wonderful. I also want to address the recreation uses that you is also likely to come up. You're going to come back to me on the total open space with respect to the what this site would take in terms of the park. But I'm also wondering how you've evaluated the impact to the soccer and baseball fields that are heavily used in the neighborhood.
Yeah, so with this option, unfortunately, there isn't really a good site location that avoids impacting the sports fields. The original site, the alternate site, the compromised alternate site, all three of them have a pretty big impact on the sports fields. So no matter how we looked at it, we couldn't find a scenario where if you're taking the full site and you're shifting around, it fits. So it kind of, it's all treated the same.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you. In your presentation, one of the things I was intrigued by, and I don't actually see, was there different slides than the ones that were shared with us? There was 3 options. There was a slide that had the 3 options, the A, B, and C on it.
That was slide 3.
Okay, well, I'm looking at whatever was sent by email and it doesn't have that slide. So could we just pull it up for a sec? Thank you. I was really can you just walk me through the history? So right now, A is already approved and that site is zoned. So like, if, as the applicant, if this rezoning before us today fails, you would proceed with option A.
Yep, so option A, the reserve is removed. The site has been rezoned to RM816, so it is developable. We were directed by council to come back and rezone.
In 2015.
To, option B. So that's what we're doing today. So if this fails, then option A is, we could move ahead with that site, unless we're given direction.
So you would move,
today.
but so let's say, I'm just trying to get a sequence of understanding here. So if option B fails, the rezoning today, as the applicant and within your rights as an applicant, you would still probably move forward with A unless given otherwise direction, but I'm guessing that direction would come at executive?
That direction would, yes.
Okay. What was at the time historical, I'm just trying to get some historical context. The council of the time when they directed this, what is the benefit between B and A? Like, what do we lose if we go back to A?
So one of the big things that the community provided input on was a desire to have separation between the existing amenities to the southwest. So there's an existing playground, there's a gazebo, there's other amenities that are there. So they wanted to have the development pushed further northwest. But there was also some hesitation about having it around completely enveloping the entrance feature. And then there's a lot of, like, once you touch 184th, there's a lot of development costs that flare up around then. So the compromise was going to be it provides a little bit of a buffer in between the development, and it also provides a separation from 184 and doesn't fully encompass the entrance feature.
Would you recommend, like, without having had council direction at the time in 2015, like I know you're bringing B back because that was direction at the time, would B or A be your preference? if without, in a vacancy of that council direction? Like, is it only being brought forward as B because that was the council direction at the time, but A is still the preferable site from an administrative perspective?
We are back here because council directed us to. With A, there would be another delay. We don't have a subdivision approved for that site, so we would have to go back and make an application.
A?
For A. Yeah. So there would be
But
a
you don't
delay.
need a subdivision application with B?
We've submitted a subdivision application along with our rezoning as part of this package.
Okay, okay, thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. So, option A, you would have to remove and destroy some of that walkway that's already in there if you went that way? I'm just looking at the overlap one.
Option A would impact a pump tire track, which you might be thinking looks like a walkway from
Okay,
aerial,
okay.
but it's a pump tire track, so yes, it would disturb that existing amenity.
Okay, but moving it a little bit more to the, I guess, the northeast, that still doesn't infringe on the entrance feature there up in the corner, right?
For option B,
yeah.
it doesn't impact the entrance feature. However, it does impact a small portion of the walkway that would be realigned around the site.
Okay. Oh, the walkway just up at the
Exactly,
top
like west adjacent to 184th Street, and with option C, it completely engulfs the walkway.
Okay, and I'm just wondering, and I don't know if it should be you or admin, you'd mentioned it's 6.54 hectares of municipal park space in the neighborhood, or?
Yes.
Okay, how much, because there's also a lot of development by the community league, it looks like, too. I'm just wondering how much of space that takes up, how many hectares?
I don't have that number in front of me.
Okay. Because I'm just on some of the other presentations, it looks like there's reference to the amount of space in other neighborhoods in the city, and I just want to know how much of that is developed or not by community leagues. Okay. I guess I don't have that. I'm good. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Carmel?
Great, thank you. I'm just wondering, first of all, what the limits are on the neighborhood that's defined? Like, so the statistics that have been provided, what are the bounds of that area? So for instance, there's a ravine just to the south of Wedgwood. There's the Henday, there's Lessard Road. Are those the boundaries of the neighborhood, or do they extend beyond that?
I would direct that question to admin.
Oh, okay. And then my other question then was there ever a site considered in Deschênes Park?
I don't believe for affordable housing. There was a site considered for the First Place program, but the soil conditions in Deschênes are not suitable for development, so we've had to abandon development in that park.
Is there more detail available on that? Because there's 2 schools and a gazillion houses that surround that park. So I'm wondering what soil conditions are present that would make it undevelopable.
I don't know the specifics about the history, but we do have a geotechnical report examining the development site that showed there is a substantial amount of fill and unsuitable material. I don't have the full history of the site, though.
Yeah, is that a question for administration as well, in your view?
I'm not sure anyone's going to have the full history of the site at this time. Frankly, it would probably be me who should have it, as my team delivers the First Place program, but that site has been out of the program and kind of not looked at for so long that it predates me even that decision to remove it. So I would have to dig up that information at a later time and provide it to you if you wanted it.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at, and I appreciate you've told me to ask administration this, but this particular play site, if I can call it that, a place you can throw a frisbee, is pretty distinctly bounded by some pretty firm barriers. So you're having to go quite a distance to find another place for a big open field. Whereas, you know, if it's still within the bounds of the neighborhood, it looks like there's abundant space available just a little bit to the north into Shane Park. So I'm curious about the considerations and trade-offs that administration made. And I realize administration's wearing two hats today, but that's my curiosity.
Yeah, so the development site definitely impacts the sports fields, whatnot, closest to the road. But there is space in behind the development that would allow for some of that activity to persist.
I guess the question is that adequate? Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. So that concludes the questions to the folks in favor. Now we will go to folks in opposition. There will be two panels, and I will call the names on first panel. Then we will hear from them. Then there will be questions to that panel from council, and then we'll go to second panel after that. So I will call your name. So please, if you're here, come down. Mariah Jo Breckenridge. He'll be speaker number 1. Iris Kirchner. Iris Kirchner, please come down. You'll be speaker number 2. Anna Luciaja Javas. Javas? Javas. Please come down. You'll be speaker number Dias. Okay. Okay. Ah, yes.
We had the same problem this morning with that name.
Okay. Dias. That is easy. Dias is easier than what I was trying to pronounce. Yeah. Okay. All right. Luke Dias. You'll be speaker number 4. Suzanne Levier. Speaker number 5. Jessica Harder. Speaker number 6. Jessica. Okay. Marcella Ryan. In person. Marcella. Please come down. You'll be speaker number 7. Kristen Lingstad Stefan. Kristen, there you are, okay. You'll be speaker number 8. Peter Levier. Peter, please come down. You'll be speaker number 9. Jennifer Eisen. You'll be speaker number 10. Jennifer, are you here? Oh, there you are. Phil Suchak. You'll be speaker number 11. Kasia Marcinkowski.
She's not here.
She won't be able to join us?
No, she won't be. She replaced her with somebody else. She's on her way to... Sorry, that sounds terrible. She's having fun in the Caribbean. She's in the Caribbean, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And Mayor,
Well,
while I have your attention, I was hoping Luke James, Deacon James, and Quinn James are at the very end of your speaker list. They were registered later. I wondered if they could speak right up front so these guys can maybe get back to speak.
so why don't you come down to the... Yeah, so please come down to the clerk and identify yourself. And what we will do is, because everyone is in person, can we create a panel of 16, clerk?
Well, number 12 isn't here.
Yeah. So, we can create a panel of 16, right?
We would have to use the podium mic.
Yeah, that's fine. One of them is willing to do that. We'll call them over once. And that is Deacon James and Quinn James?
It'll be Deacon and Luke. Quinn is a little reluctant to speak.
Oh, okay. Okay, Luke. Okay, I'll come to them. So I'll follow their order. So Cassie is not here. Number 13 will be Flory Abbott. You'll be number 12 then. Number 13 will be Robert Worth. Please come down. And number 14 will be Eric Eisen. And then number 15 will be Luke James. And number 16 will be Deacon James, right? Got it. Thank you. And Quinn is a little shy, right? Yeah, well, I'll figure that. Well, we should, no worries. I think with the indulgence of everyone else, right? So is it okay that we start with Luke James, then Deacon James, then I'll follow the order after that. Okay, right on. Okay, we got thumbs up. All right, okay. Each will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Please make sure that I will manage the clock. I will make sure that everyone get 5 minutes and everyone gets a fair amount of time. So I'm going to monitor the clock pretty closely. And we are going to start with Luke James.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Luke James. I'm a resident of Wedgwood, father of 2 active boys who participate in soccer. I have been playing soccer for over 30 years and have volunteered as a coach, as a ref for multiple age groups. For the past 5 years, I've been a volunteer coach for my son's teams. And I'm here today to read out loud a letter from June Miller, president of the Edmonton West Zone Soccer Association, EMSA West for short, in opposition to development in Wedgwood Park. So here's her letter. To Edmonton City Councillors, or to the City Councillors of Edmonton. My name is June McNeil. I am president of EMSA West. I have been on the board as president for over a decade and have held the volunteer position for EMSA West board for approximately 20 years. Edmonton Minor Soccer Association would like to point out the importance of Wedgwood Park soccer fields in our programming delivery and the impacts of the loss of the residential fields on future generations of children. Wedgwood Park soccer fields are 2 of the most used fields for U9 and U11 community soccer programs. In the 2024 EMSA West outdoor soccer season, U9 program, they had approximately 45 teams with just over 720 players. In U11, there was 40 teams with approximately 640 players. The U9 and U11 programs are scheduled to use the fields every day of the week for the outdoor season, with triple headers happening on the weekends. U9 and U11 players typically play 2 games a week and have 1 practice session during the outdoor season per week. The use of the fields is maximized by our field assigner, who has confirmed the difficulty of finding enough fields of the approximate size to run the program in Edmonton West. In addition, there are club teams who use the Wedgwood field for soccer practice when games are not scheduled. During the summer months, club teams run development camps for youth players on the fields. Edmonton Minor Soccer Association has expressed concern that many soccer fields across the city are being lost to development. This negatively impacts our ability to run the top quality program for youth in Edmonton. I am on the EMSA executive board, and we have considerable concern about redevelopment removing soccer fields across the city, thus reducing the opportunity for more than 25,000 youth in our city to participate in outdoor soccer. As the population of Edmonton increases, our enrollment increases, as community soccer is still one of the most affordable sports in Edmonton. We need field space wherever the children can play. Ideally, for community soccer, we hope that they can play in their home communities. At EMSA, we are passionate about the value of sport. We are dedicated to nurturing youth soccer programs in our city. We have programs that cater to various skill levels, ensuring inclusivity and accessibility for all. The physical environment plays a critical role in the children's sports experience, having access to fields where parents and children can walk or bike to the games in their neighborhood make outdoor soccer accessible to more families. Our vibrant youth soccer program with volunteer coaches embodies the spirit of community involvement and a sense of camaraderie and community amongst the participants. It is our belief that the youth sports have a positive impact on the individual development and help create a thriving community where every child can participate and flourish. It seems unfortunate to future generations of children that the irreplaceable fields at Wedgwood could be lost to them. If you'd like more information, please contact EMSA West. Sincerely, June McNeil.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Deacon James. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And make yourself comfortable, right? And you have full 5 minutes to make your presentation. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Deacon James. I am a grade 4 student, and I just would like to point out one thing. I may have heard that something's happening to the Royal Alberta Museum to change it to a park or something.
Oh, sorry.
And I would just like to point out too that you're putting then residential, I forget the name thingy, in our park. So it's kind of just a swapping thing between the city and then our park. And I think that's just a bit weird. Number 2, we have a Christmas festival every year, and where you're going to put the thingy is basically in the middle of horse riding. We can't do the fireworks at the end, and there's a skating rink. And I want that to be gone because I really like those. Me and my friends always play there. And the final one is soccer. I learned playing soccer right there at that field with my dad. And it just brings me back a lot of memories. And now I'm in U11 playing against lots of other teams. And I just don't want that field to be destroyed because still, sometimes I practice at that field for recreational times when I was like 5 or something. And I just really don't want this place to be built in that area. I'm done. Okay.
Well, thank you. We usually don't clap, right? But we are so nice, so happy to see you, and thank you so much for coming. Stick around. I know you might have other things to do. Maybe, I don't know.
I don't really want to go back to school.
Yeah. But thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll go back to the list, and we will start with Maria Jo Breckenridge.
Hi there. I do have a presentation, so there it is. Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon, councillors and Mayor Sohi. My name is Mariah Jo Breckenridge, and I am a data professional and resident of Wedgwood. For the purpose of this presentation, when I reference the green space or the recreation area, I am referring to the Wedgwood surplus school site. Next slide, please. From July 23rd to October 15 of this year, the Wedgwood Homeowners Association and the Community League jointly conducted a survey of the green space usership, which returned 204 unique individual responses. Due to my background in data science, I conducted this survey on behalf of the community. Over the course of the many speakers on agenda item 3.13 and 3.14, you are going to hear this data referenced several times. So I'm going to take a moment to ensure the methodology is clear for maximum transparency. The picture you see on this slide here, a street completely lined with cars, is an everyday occurrence for those that live in the community. Knowing how popular the area is, the HOA and the Community League felt it important to better understand who visits and why. The survey was an online questionnaire consisting of 7 questions. In order to ensure high data quality and accuracy, the link to this survey was never shared online, and access to complete the form was only available by scanning QR codes and completing a 1-minute form during their outdoor time. It was only available scanning QR code signs that were posted around the recreation area. As I get into the data, please remember each one of these numbers represents an individual that took the time to stop, scan a QR code, and complete a 1-minute survey. Next slide, please. Between July 23rd and October 15th, 66% of park users who completed the survey via QR code were from outside of Wedgwood. There was a total of 27 different neighborhoods from Edmonton represented, and 7 of those were within a 15-minute walk. Jameson Place, the neighborhood directly north of Wedgwood across Lessard Road, does not have any open green space beyond the elementary school property and came in at 18%. This data alone validated what Wedgwood residents see on a daily basis, people from all over Edmonton enjoying the green space. Next slide, please. The survey format was only accessible to adults with cell phones, so residents were also asked if they had children with them. 45% did, and 101 out of the 161 children were from outside of Wedgwood. This is a total of 365 visitors in 84 days who chose to do the survey. It is not an exaggeration to say the real numbers would likely be much higher. Respondents were also asked how often they visit the area, and the most common response was multiple times per week, followed by weekly. Taking into account the number of individuals and how often they access the park, this resulted in over 24,000 individual visits per year. I'd also like to highlight that this data collection period occurred outside the busy organized soccer season. Next slide, please. Respondents were also asked why they come to the area and what activities they like to take part in. On the left-hand side here, you can see some photo examples of soccer, the winter ice skating loop, and the annual Christmas party sleigh rides. The most common selected responses the survey received were general summer recreation, and what I found most interesting about this data was that in every category, even community events which are organized and paid for by the Wedgwood Community League, there was nearly the same number of residents to visitors enjoying each category. In the case of general summer recreation and winter fun, there were more visitors than residents. The amount who visit for winter activities like skating, considering the neighborhood data, was also not surprising, as there are no outdoor rinks in Jameson Place, Donsdale, or Duchesne. At the end of the survey, we asked each individual if they were comfortable having their name shared with City Council during this hearing. 91% said yes. Next slide, please. Here before you, you see 184 names of people who took the time to scan a QR code, share their information, and wanted their names before you today, the majority being from outside of Wedgwood. In my perspective, this data does an excellent job of representing why the Wedgwood Surplus School site is so unique and why it is so important for the people who live nearby. As you consider the benefits of a small residential development in this space, please keep in mind those over 24,000 individual visits every year to this open space that will no longer exist if developed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Iris. I am so sorry that we clapped for the little guy, right? Deacon, right? But we don't clap for anyone else, right? So unless the other little guy joins us too, right? So, right. So please do know that in the chamber we need to keep decorum, which also means that we cannot clap or show any support or dissent towards what speakers say or what the questions that we ask. And so please do respect that. I would appreciate that. Otherwise, I would have to go through the whole list of code of behavior that we expect, which I will avoid doing it. But go ahead, please. Next, we will go to Iris Kirchner.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak in opposition to the proposed Wedgwood Park development. First of all, my compliments to the city staff for facilitating all my questions on process and procedure. Your availability and information are so appreciated. My name is Iris Kirschner. I am semi-retired and have lived in the seniors village of Touchmark at Wedgwood for over 10 years. We are neighbors to Wedgwood Park. I'm also president of the Touchmark Bungalow Condo Association, but I am presenting today on behalf of myself and my family. I am quite discouraged, though, having sat through most of the other rezoning of surplus school site presentations on October 21st and today. Although over 95% of the responses were in opposition to the rezonings, their concerns were summarized, glossed over, and then dismissed. Why is this council so sure that all this surplus land should be turned into social and affordable housing in neighborhoods that have suggested more appropriate uses? Please do not approve the rezoning of Wedgwood or the removal of the municipal reserve land. I am surprised that that council did not meet with the Touchmark residents, 300 of us, who live adjacent to this proposal, just over the ravine there. It is literally across the road. Wedgwood is the closest park to Touchmark and used by visiting families as well as our community. Wedgwood is the only community park in the area. The rest of the area parks are attached to schools, so only Wedgwood is accessible and available all day. 11 of my grandchildren who live in the area are homeschooled and use that park year-round. It has safe open spaces to explore and play in. Summer Lee was another park we used a lot, but that's already been approved for rezoning. I am the grandmother to 25 grandchildren, all of whom have used Wedgwood Park extensively. When they saw the signs up about the proposed development, they were very upset, and I assured them that I would be attending council to discourage this development. They said, "Tell them how much we love and use the park, Baba." We use the Wedgwood parks and fields extensively all year round for soccer, baseball, skating, tag, and other outdoor games. It is a safe space within walking distance for myself and 15 of my children and grandchildren who live in the Donsdale-Deschênes neighborhood. We chose to live in this area partly because of the accessible and safe green spaces. 3 of my children chose to buy in the neighborhoods of Wedgwood, Deschênes, and Donsdale because of the proximity to safe green space. Edmonton is one of the most affordable cities to live in Canada, and home prices reflect this. The city plans we looked at before purchasing had the Wedgwood Park area designated as municipal reserve. The purchase of a home is one of the biggest investments for people, and you can only hope that the information provided is accurate. Another child of mine purchased in Lewis Estates 14 years ago, knowing that the schools would be built, LRT provided, and sports facility built. And it has gone according to the plan. Thank you. We want the same consideration. I, in particular, chose Touchmark as it is a private gated community. I am a widow, and my children like to think that their mom is in a safe environment. We all purchased our homes based on the city plans. There must be transparency. On another note, Touchmark USA, the private developer of Touchmark at Wedgwood, has recently submitted an application to the same city of Edmonton to rezone the private green space within Touchmark Wedgwood to build multiple villas. This makes the green space at Wedgwood Park all the more essential and important for us. As a council, please leave this green space alone or even consider expanding Wedgwood Park with more amenities. We do not want to have to travel by car to other communities to access green space when it's currently only a walk away. Wedgwood is one of the few fields open for our families to use, run, and play in. Please oppose this development. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Ana Luxiaja Diaz.
Hi, I'm Ana Lucia Dias, and I've lived in Wedgwood for about 10 years. All my childhood memories are developed within Wedgwood Park. Wedgwood Park is not just a patch of green in an urban landscape. It is a vital community resource that fosters connections, well-being, and environmental sustainability. For years, it has been a sanctuary for residents, offering a place to gather, celebrate, and recharge, and amidst the hustle of daily life. The government's proposal to construct an apartment building in this cherished park threatens to undermine these values and firmly alter the landscape that so many have come to love. Activists from our community have worked tirelessly to advocate the park's preservation, highlighting its ecological significance. The introduction of an apartment building would increase pollution, noise, and traffic, further endangering the delicate balance that exists in this green haven. Moreover, Wedgwood Park is a focal point for community celebrations and gatherings. These occasions are integral to the social fabric of our neighborhood, allowing residents to connect, share experiences, and build lasting relationships. The proposed development would severely limit the space available for activities such as ice skating, soccer, sledding, and more, effectively silencing the vibrant community that flourishes in the park. The argument for increasing housing availability often overlooks the broader consequences of sacrificing green spaces. Studies constantly show that access to parks and natural areas is linked to improved mental health, reduced stress, and increased physical activity among residents. Replacing Wedgwood with a concrete structure would jeopardize the health and happiness of our community in pursuit to short-term financial gains. The preservation of Wedgwood Park embodies a commitment to our community's health and well-being.
Thank you so much for joining us. You've done great. Absolutely. Next, we will go to Luke Diaz.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So, good morning, council members. My name is Coach Luke, and I sit before you. Sorry, I wrote this before I knew about the sitting situation. I'm here as a coach, community member, and someone deeply committed to the future of this city's youth. I'm here to speak about something that goes far beyond just a patch of grass. I'm here to talk about preserving Wedgwood Soccer Field, a vital part of our community. As Councillor Rutherford said, it's the Kundlik of our community, or whatever he said this morning. I was trying to write it down. Wedgwood Park is more than just a field. It's where dreams begin, where children take their first steps in sport, and where they learn teamwork, dedication, and resilience. Over the years, I've had the privilege of coaching more than 500 children here from all parts of Edmonton, providing free camps from kids from the reserves and underserved areas. For many, Wedgwood Park is not only a place where they come and experience the joy of soccer, but develop their skills and feel part of something greater. Let me share two stories about why Wedgwood matters. The first is about Caden Shirt, an Indigenous player from Masquerchees. Despite limited facilities in his community, Caden has already represented his band at the Alberta Indigenous Game, has been flown to Real Madrid for tryouts at their academy, and will soon represent Edmonton Elite at a high-profile youth tournament in Mexico. Every Friday, I drive down to Masquerchees to pick him up from his reservation and bring him to Wedgwood for training. Recently, he shared with me that 2 people were shot in his community in a gang-related incident. For Caden and kids like him, Wedgwood is more than just a soccer field. It's a sanctuary, a place where they can escape the struggles of their community and focus on building their future. The thought of telling him this field is gone would break my heart. The second story is about a boy named Jarrell, sorry. He comes from a poor family in North Edmonton, and he started playing for me when he was about 6 years old, came up to about my knee. Over the years, through hard work and dedication, he's gone on to play against teams like Atletico Madrid's academy, Real Valenciano's academy. His story is one that demonstrates the transformative power of sport. We all know where Alphonso Davis started, and I think we'd all love to say that we helped guide the next star. And this is your chance to be part of that decision making. That helps more boys and girls like Caden and Jarrell play soccer, grow, and even make it big. Soccer, as you know, is one of the fastest growing sports in Edmonton. It's affordable and accessible, qualities that make it so crucial in this time when many families struggle with the rising cost of living. According to the Edmonton Minor Soccer Association, we are losing fields across the city to development. Every time a field disappears, we deny thousands of children the opportunity to play, to grow, to experience the value of community sports. In fact, Wedgwood fields are some of the most used in West Edmonton for U9, U8, U10 and U11 programs, with hundreds of children coming to play and practicing every week. These fields are booked every day in the outdoor season, and it's nearly impossible to find other suitable spaces for these young players. Taking away Wedgwood would further restrict our ability to deliver top quality youth soccer program and will force many kids out of their local community to find space to play. Wedgwood is more than a sporting venue, it's a cornerstone of our community's identity. When families come to the park, they don't just watch the game. They build connections, make memories, and strengthen their ties that bind us together. I have seen firsthand the positive impact it has had on the children who play here. If the field is repurposed, it won't just be a loss for a few teams, it'll be a loss for an entire generation of children of whom sports is often their pathway to health, self-discipline, and a sense of belonging. It will be a loss to the community, which depends on places like Wedgwood's to bring families together. The demand for soccer fields in our city already outstrips supply. The idea of replacing this space with something else or moving these activities to another location simply is not feasible. Developing new fields elsewhere would cost more and disrupt hundreds of families who rely on the park for easy access to local recreation. I asked the council today to not consider the financial cost of losing Wedgwood Park, but the social cost as well. This is about ensuring the next generation has a place to play, to learn, and to grow. It's about keeping the community whole and vibrant. We can't replace Wedgwood's spirit, but we can protect it. I implore you to do the right thing and stand with us preserving Wedgwood Soccer Field, not just for today, but for generations to come. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Suzanne Livia. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, that was very emotional for me to listen to. Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and other councillors and other people that are here in attendance. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in opposition to the proposed development of the one and only green space in Wedgwood Community Heights. As you probably don't know, this is my 5th attendance at a council meeting in the last 4.5 months, and this is my 3rd time registering to speak. My name, as you know already, is Suzanne Levier. I've been a resident of Edmonton for nearly 50 years with my husband, and we've lived in various neighborhoods within the city limits, and we have raised 3 sons who currently live in their own properties in Edmonton. I'm a school educator for over 45 years. I am a phys ed teacher, I'm a coach, and I know the value of physical activity. I've seen how powerful that can be. Currently, my eldest son and daughter-in-law and 2 grandchildren call Wedgwood home, and I frequently visit their community and go to the park with them. In a world of excessive screen time and increasingly sedentary lifestyles, we should not be removing park spaces and areas for children to exercise and for children to play in. People too, adults, need this green space to exercise and play in also. And this green space is used not just for one activity, but for a variety of activities. Personally, I have seen the following: exercise classes, children and adults playing and practicing soccer, baseball, basketball, pickleball, children also practicing chipping golf balls, people flying kites, people also walking their dogs or playing fetch with them, people cross-country skiing, snowshoeing, children building leaf piles to jump into, children sledding down the hill, building snowmen and snow forts. The list can go on and on and on, and we should be encouraging everyone, but especially children, to go outside and play and exercise. Taking away their valuable green space will only encourage childhood obesity and increase depression in people of all ages. The City of Edmonton is currently planning an urban park downtown. While I agree, yes, probably everyone agrees that the residents of downtown deserve green spaces and parks, but why are we in the same breath removing green spaces from other community areas such as Wedgwood? My family, as well as many other families, use the park and green space multiple times per week. When my grandchildren moved into the Wedgwood Heights area, they were very excited to have a safe space to run and play in. They immediately wanted to get a soccer ball and baseball equipment to use in the field. This fall, we also brought a rake and made big piles of leaves in the field to jump into. Some other residents came along with their dogs and joined in the fun. It will be deeply distressing, disappointing, depressing, and saddening to us to have this green space taken away or even diminished. It would affect the lifestyles of many people across West Edmonton. This site is already extremely small and would result in the smallest amount remaining green space in the West End. As well, it will result in the loss of our U7 to U9 soccer fields. Once these are gone, they will never come back. How can they? Please listen to the overwhelming feedback from your constituents. There are over 500 comments in opposition to this development. If that response rate doesn't mean anything, I don't know what will. Can you tell me? At the very least, a community needs assessment and environmental impact assessments should be conducted. If these have been conducted, I have not been able to find them. So maybe you could direct me to see where these environmental and community need assessments are, as this is required by the City of Edmonton's own policies. I want to thank you for your time, and I hope Council will consider this proposed development a no. It will clearly be a tragedy to many people, and it will not be a legacy that anyone would want to leave. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we're going to go to Jessica Harder.
Okay. So, first of all, I'd like to put a little point of view to all of you city councilors and Mayor Sohi. I am a resident of Lynburn. And while I was not canvassed and I was not engaged in what was going to be happening in my surplus field, I knew it was going to happen, and I can agree with it. However, I would have also liked it to have moved north, but that's besides the point. I grew up in a single-family, low-income home, and my other parent often found themselves needing affordable housing. She's currently on the wait list for the GEF seniors housing. So I can say I have perspective in this matter. I know the need for housing is great, and I appreciate what you are doing today, and I appreciate what you are doing for this city of Edmonton. I am not a resident of Wedgwood, and like I said, I do live in Lynburn. I'm not opposed to have housing built in my neighborhood because I don't believe it would have the implications that some of the others who have opposed it fear. What I am here today to talk to you about is saving a green space. It's greatly utilized, and it's not suitable for rezoning or development at all. The other School Plus sites around Edmonton that are now zoned for development of affordable housing make sense. The Lynburn, La Pearl, Summerlee school sites, they all do have accessible transit amenities, and they are all located on the west end of Edmonton. They will still have ample green space and green field available. Sites like these are far more suitable for development compared to Wedgwood. Wedgwood, on the other hand, is tiny in comparison, will have very little green space, and will lose its soccer fields. Wedgwood is geographically locked in by the Anthony Henday, the ravine, and nearby acreages. Its location is perfect for a park to serve the surrounding neighborhoods, and development here would only take away from this small but vital green space. I have had the pleasure of visiting Wedgwood Park many times. I am one of the 24,000 who visit it yearly. That was in the data. And I can personally attest to its value to the wider communities. Again, I live in Lynburn, but my family will travel by biking or driving into Wedgwood. And we will use their ravine trails, their pickleball courts, and even just the open green space for, like somebody else said, flying kites, playing soccer, running around, going to the Wedgwood light-up events. Developing this land will diminish the character of the area and take away from these amenities for us. One walk around Wedgwood Park will make it clear that this green space is unique to Edmonton. It is very similar to the spaces that you find in Laurier or Horlac and other urban park developments, except it is within my 15-minute district of Edmonton, and I do not need to travel far to get to it. You can take a stroll, and you'll see this beautiful landscaping, the mature trees, and the thoughtful planning that went into creating this green space. I'm here to urge you to save this park. I come to you today asking that you consider any redevelopment in this Wedgwood location. As other speakers have mentioned, Edmonton is densifying, and that is understandable. However, Wedgwood Park should not be changed from the municipal zoning, and it should serve many communities for years to come as they grow. Let's preserve this small oasis as it is, because that just makes sense. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we are going to go to Marcella Ryan.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Marcella Ryan, a resident of Wedgwood Ravine since 1996. I'm a former high school biology teacher. I would like to highlight the importance of our park and green space to the mental health and ecological health of our community. First, I would like to share my personal relationship with the park. My husband and I built our dream home and moved to Wedgwood in November 1996. We chose Wedgwood because of its beautiful park and the promise of a school. In June 2001, my husband suddenly passed away, and I was left to raise 2 children on my own. That first summer, we walked to the park every day just to be with people and to experience the healing effect of nature. In September, when my children returned to school, I was truly alone. I continued walking to the park, and I would not have driven to a park. There I met 2 wonderful neighbors who took me in, befriended me, and walked with me physically and figuratively for the next 2 years of my grief journey. I cannot overestimate the value of their support. Without our nearby park, I would not have met these 2 wonderful ladies. Now, as a biology teacher, I would also like to stress the importance of our park and green space to the ecological health of our community. We know the City of Edmonton has an initiative called Breathe, a strategy to ensure that as the city grows, each neighborhood is supported by a network of open space to sustain a healthy ecosystem and diverse wildlife habitats. Our park currently serves this purpose. It's a vital movement corridor for numerous animal species, and I have seen most of these myself, including coyotes, foxes, deer, porcupines, rabbits, moose, and many birds, including the endangered peregrine falcon. They don't actually nest in our park, but it is a movement corridor for them. And we have many red peckers, including the pileated red pecker, the downy red pecker, and the hairy red pecker, and these are all protected in Alberta, particularly during nesting season. Drastic reduction of green space is counter to the Breathe initiative's goal of preserving and sustaining the environment, and its goal of ensuring each neighborhood has easy access to a thriving green space. We're all concerned with global warming, and global warming is definitely affecting Edmonton as well. Parks help prevent global warming because trees and grass absorb large amounts of carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is the most dangerous greenhouse gas that contributes to global warming. Grass and trees also provide us with oxygen, and that's one of the reasons why you feel so good when you're in a park, because of all that extra oxygen. Adding an apartment building and removing our green space will further increase the level of carbon dioxide in Wedgwood and decrease the amount of oxygen. Parks and green space with trees and grass prevent the formation of urban heat islands. Heat islands occur when cities or neighborhoods remove vegetation and cover the land with dense concentrations of pavement, buildings, and other surfaces that absorb and retain heat. This results in the warming of the city or neighborhood. It's predicted that climate change is expected to bring more frequent, intense, and longer heat waves. We're already experiencing this effect in Edmonton and in Wedgwood. Despite keeping my blinds tightly closed during the heat waves of the last 2 summers, the temperature in my non-air conditioned house reached 30 degrees, remained there for days. I sought refuge in the park almost every evening just to cool down. Parks and green space also put moisture back into the air, and this is another scientific process called transpiration. Deforestation can turn a lush area into a desert, and this has happened in Hawaii around Hanauma Bay. Removing much of our park to build an apartment building will no doubt contribute to a drying of our area, which harms both the animals and people who live there. Lastly, I want to share a story about the healing effect our park provided during the pandemic. My son lost his job when the pandemic struck and was forced to move home after 6 months with no work. While he was struggling to find a job, he found solace and hope by spending time in our park on a daily basis. I know this council is committed to protecting our environment and our ecosystem, not just in the city as a whole, but in each neighborhood, so everyone and each animal here can benefit, and for that I'm grateful. I ask that the council consider these principles and please save our park for present and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. We are deeply sorry for your loss, and so glad that you were able to find comfort in your community. And thank you so much for joining us today. Next, we will go to Kristen Lingstad. Stefan?
Yep. Hi.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on a matter that, as you can tell, touches the hearts and lives of so many in West Edmonton. The significant loss of Wedgwood Park's vital, programmable open space that will result with this residential development and the removal of the municipal reserve land. My name is Kristen Lingstad. I was raised in Edmonton, in West Edmonton. I grew up in multiple areas around the city, and I'm blessed now to be able to say that I live in Wedgwood with my husband and my 2 kids. I am here on behalf of the Wedgwood Community Park Task Force. Our group represents thousands of concerned residents from Wedgwood and neighboring communities. Our efforts are supported by the Wedgwood Heights Community League and the Wedgwood Heights Homeowner Association. Representatives from both those groups are here today as well. We are here to present a unified voice in opposition to the removal of the majority of programmable open park space in Wedgwood Park, our community's only established park. Wedgwood Park is not just another school surplus site on a city map. It is unique, very unique. If you've been there, you'll know. It's vibrant. The green space serves thousands of people in West Edmonton. The park is cherished by both residents and visitors alike. The site may be surplus to the school board's needs, but it's definitely not surplus to the city municipal reserve needs. Like I said, it's well established, it's mature, it's green, and it's integrated into the fabric of the Wedgwood community. Its value to the community and surrounding neighborhoods has often, on this long journey, been overlooked. Now, we acknowledge that a portion of the current proposed site was rezoned in 2012. We also recognize that Wedgwood is an established neighborhood consisting of only single detached homes. However, we would ask Council to keep an open mind as we collectively present the next 12 arguments that highlight why this current proposed development is inappropriate and why Council should defer any decision to remove the municipal reserve lands in Wedgwood pending further focused assessment and study. We recognize the complexities City Council faces today in balancing growth, housing diversity, and affordability. We also know that Edmonton prides itself on thoughtful urban planning, environmental responsibility, and its commitment to preserving green spaces for both mental and physical well-being. The city's housing and green space policies are not mutually exclusive. Both must be given due regard. Such a balanced approach to decision-making is the cornerstone of any wise government and is exactly what we are appealing to Council to uphold today. We ask Council to keep an open mind and heart, listen to the voices of Wedgwood community members and sympathetic citizens who deeply care about this city. Get curious about what you have been told, explore things that cause doubt, ask us questions, get clarity on policy and procedures associated with this development. Today, you have the opportunity to rectify the errors or oversights of the past and recognize the value and importance of Wedgwood Park for this city's current and future generations. The fate of this beloved park is in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next slide.
No, oh, good.
Sorry. There's some slides. Yeah, sorry.
The presentation will continue with the next speaker. Okay. Next, we will go to Peter Levier, sorry. Peter, go ahead.
Sorry, what I mean is there is meant to be like a slide presentation.
Yeah. Can you put up the slide?
Yeah, there's one up there.
They'll put it up. Yeah. Thank
We
you.
are working on putting up the
Yeah,
presentation.
please. Yeah. Yeah. We'll wait for your time to start.
Okay, I'll start then.
Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning,
There you
Council.
go.
My name is Peter Levier. I've been a resident of Edmonton for almost 38 years and have lived in various neighborhoods in Edmonton over those years. I am currently a resident of Wedgwood Heights and have been in the neighborhood since early 2024. Growing up, I had friends who lived in Wedgwood and became familiar with the park at a young age. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm here today to explain why treating Wedgwood Park, like all other surplus school sites, is inappropriate. Historically, the city has not distinguished the unique characteristics of the Wedgwood surplus school site from the other sites. It has generally grouped the Wedgwood site with other surplus school sites in a one-size-fits-all manner, and this has resulted in the city looking at Wedgwood in a limited and narrow way, which goes against the city's own policy guidance. A specific, nuanced view must be taken of the Wedgwood site in order to give the public a fair consideration and for a legitimate determination to be made on this land. We believe that a specific and independent review of Wedgwood Park and its surplus school site is necessary because it is a modest-sized park to begin with. A large amount of programmable open park space stands to be lost because of the development, and such loss will have a significant adverse impact. Only a small, disjointed amount of programmable open park space would remain after development. The park serves more than just the community of Wedgwood. Several surrounding neighborhoods rely upon and enjoy Wedgwood Park for recreation and green space. The city has not conducted a current or projected future park usage study, and there has been no public consultation that focuses on Wedgwood-specific issues. Lastly, to date, the city's treatment of the Wedgwood site has been done collectively with other surplus school sites, including the removal of neighborhood structure plans. Now, when planning future development, we suggest that administration and council are obligated to consider the unique characteristics of communities and their needs. In the context of the Wedgwood surplus school site, the city's own policies require an independent review of the Wedgwood site that considers the specific context and characteristics of not only Wedgwood, but the neighborhoods adjacent to Wedgwood. Specifically, Principle 9 of the Urban Parks Management Plan states, a recreational community needs assessment is required to determine if a parcel may be surplus to needs. Section 4 of the Breathe policy requires administration to, quote, ensure that community needs assessments are current in mature and established neighborhoods and exercise right of first refusal on school sites declared surplus wherever supported by such needs assessment. Section 4 of the Breathe policy also requires administration to, quote, ensure that conversions of open space to other land uses, including undeveloped school sites being used as temporary public open space, are supported by city policy and by a community needs assessment, establishing that the open space in question is surplus to community needs. Further, Section 4 of the Breathe policy requires administration to ensure that the community needs assessment, quote, incorporates both current and projected future community needs, and decisions to convert open space to other land uses should acknowledge the potential long-term impacts of permanent open space loss. Finally, Policy C601 of the Affordable Housing Investment Guidelines recognizes that every neighborhood and affordable housing development in Edmonton is unique, and the geographic location of a development is only one of multiple factors that must be considered when making investment decisions. A nuanced, reasonable, and specific community needs assessment, as is required in the city's own policies, has not been performed for the Wedgwood surplus school site to date. In the absence of such an assessment, treating the Wedgwood site the same as the other surplus school sites is a mistake. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Thank you so much for joining us. We'll go next to Jennifer Eisen, and you're following the same slide, same presentation. So, okay. Here we go. Go ahead, please.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor Sohi and members of council. My name is Jennifer Eisen, and I am a stay-at-home mom of our 2 children. We have lived in Wedgwood for the past 10 years, and our home backs directly onto the surplus school site that is proposed for rezoning. I am strongly opposed to the rezoning of the surplus school site and the removal of the municipal reserve designation from Wedgwood Park. As someone who is home throughout the day and whose view is centered on that municipal reserve, I know firsthand how vibrant and full of life this green space truly is. Green spaces come in many forms, from small parks to vast natural areas, but they all share one thing in common. They make a significant difference in our lives and our environment. And while we'll dig into programmable spaces specifically in a moment, it's important to understand that any form of green space positively affects both human well-being and efforts to combat climate change. Next slide, please. Research shows that when people have access to local walkable green spaces, the benefits are profound. Specifically, urban green spaces provide 1, increased physical activity. When people have easy access to parks and open spaces, they're more likely to engage in recreational walking or other activities, leading to better heart health, improved mental well-being, and even protection against conditions like cancer and obesity. 2, better mental health and stress management. Simply being in a green space can reduce stress, lower blood pressure, and ease tension. Without these spaces, feelings of loneliness and social isolation are more likely to grow. Increase of risk of depression, anxiety, and other mental health illnesses. 3, stronger communities. Green spaces serve as a gathering spot, fostering social connections, a sense of belonging, and community cohesion. These spaces are vibrant hubs where neighbors connect, children play, and cultural events come to life. They foster a strong local identity and reinforce the bonds that hold neighborhoods together. 4, cleaner air and reduced temperatures. It is widely understood that green spaces have a natural ability to filter pollution from the air and reduce local air and ground temperature. It is estimated that tens of thousands of Canadians die prematurely each year due to acute air pollution, and that high summer temperatures lead to increased illnesses, hospitalizations, and deaths, especially among older adults. Now, when it comes to programmable open green spaces, like those in Wedgwood Heights Park, the benefits are even greater. Next slide, please. Programmable open green space is defined as multifunctional open space within a park that provides benefits to everyone, as opposed to a specific group, and that provides a high degree of flexibility in how the space is used, facilitating both active and passive recreational uses. These spaces are incredibly versatile, providing room for everything from organized sports and spontaneous family games to community events and peaceful strolls. They create opportunities for neighbors to connect, for communities to host events, and for people to come together in celebration and play. The ability to use these areas for a variety of activities year-round means they serve more people more often. This kind of flexibility is key and is what makes Wedgwood Park so valuable. Personally, I've seen families gather here to fly kites, play capture the flag, and learn to ride bikes, just as my daughters did. Both learned soccer on these fields and still play and practice here weekly. Mothers bring their children to play since green spaces are off limits during school hours. Since school green spaces are off limits during school hours. Couples are snuggling, martial arts groups are practicing, and musicians with drums and guitars bring life to the space. In winter, cross-country ski trails are carved, snowshoeing tracks are made, and toboggans fly down the fountain hill. For 10 years, we've celebrated Light Up Wedgwood, my family has, with sleigh rides and fireworks. This park is cherished space and a true extension of our home. Acknowledging these wide-range benefits, physical, mental, social, and environmental, makes it clear that programmable green spaces like Wedgwood Park are essential for healthy, thriving community and city. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Next, we will go to Phil Shuchak. Your mic is not on.
Sorry about that.
There we go.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Phil Shuchak. I am 77 years old, and I have lived in Edmonton my entire life. I previously worked for the City of Edmonton for 25 years, and I have lived in Wedgwood for 25 years. I'm here this afternoon as part of the Wedgwood Community Park delegation. Today, I'd like to address the importance of preserving Wedgwood Park and highlight how the City of Edmonton's own policies and strategies support maintaining programmable open green spaces like Wedgwood Park for the benefit of our communities. Let's explore some key city policies that underscore the vital role of programmable open park spaces. Next slide, please. The city's open space policy, that's C594, emphasizes the importance of, and I quote, maintaining a sustainable, inclusive, connected, multifunctional open space network, end of quote. This policy is clear about the fact that our green spaces aren't just nice to have, they are integral to the city's overall vision. A further quote is, these spaces connect us, sustain us, invigorate and inspire us. They contribute to Edmonton's ecological function, operational capacity, recreational potential, community cohesion, and health and wellness of its citizens. They shape the city's landscape and communities in profound and practical ways, end of quote. Another guiding document is the Urban Parks Management Plan, the UPMP, which has shaped how Edmonton manages parkland since 2006. The UPMP emphasizes that Edmonton's parks are more than just recreational spaces. They connect people to nature and to each other, offering beauty, relaxation, and ecological integrity. The UPMP also reinforces that public parks are essential to community building, social well-being, and environmental sustainability. These parks are not only for today's residents, but for future generations as well. Finally, the Breathe Green Network Strategy is the future guide for Edmonton's park planning and will soon replace the UPMP. This strategy recognizes parks and open spaces as part of an interconnected network that ensures all communities have access to high-quality green space. It supports the idea that green spaces should serve ecological, recreational, and social purposes. Wedgwood Park fulfills all these functions today, and its value only grows as surrounding neighborhoods continue to develop and the city's density increases. Next slide, please. Now, why is Wedgwood Park so important? This park space was originally created through the legal requirement that developers set aside land for public use. Provincial legislation requires that a portion of any subdivision development be dedicated to parkland. This ensures the community's right to accessible green space, and Wedgwood Park was established under this very principle. It was meant to provide recreational and social benefits not only to Wedgwood Heights, but to neighboring communities as well. Please remember that the BREEZE strategy takes a, quote, network approach, emphasizing that parks are not isolated spaces, but part of a larger system that provides ecological, social, and recreational services. Wedgwood Park is a critical component of this larger network. As previously presented, 66% of Wedgwood Park's users are from surrounding communities in West Edmonton, and this park is essential to building community and fostering wellness. In conclusion, the city's own policies clearly demonstrate the importance of maintaining Wedgwood Park. As our city grows, it's more important than ever to preserve programmable, open park spaces that contribute to a healthy, sustainable, and connected city. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Flory Abbott.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Flory Abt. I've been a resident with my family in Wedgwood for over 32 years. Thank you for allowing me to speak today regarding Wedgwood Park's alignment with the Open Spaces Policy and the BREEZE Strategic Plan. Next slide, please. The city's Breathe Green strategy attributes multifunctionality to larger parks like Hawrelak Park. However, Wedgwood Heights demonstrates that smaller parks are equally valuable to Edmonton. As the city grows and focuses on a decentralized, neighborhood-based approach, the 15-minute city concept, it is important to recognize that Wedgwood Park is the multifunctional green space that serves our local walkable communities. I would like to showcase how Wedgwood Park serves to uphold all three mutually supportive themes in the open space policy, as well as 12 essential functions of open space as identified in the city's Breathe Green Network strategy. Next slide, please. First, the ecology theme. Wedgwood Park supports moderate to high in this category already. The Storm Pond and the nearby ravines support biodiversity and help with water management. Additionally, the park also contributes to climate regulation, acting as a cooling area in the summer months. It also serves as a wildlife corridor frequented by multiple species, as referenced in Marcella's presentation. Next slide, please. Second, the celebration theme. Wedgwood Park is a beautiful, small community park in Edmonton that has always been the heart of this community's identity. It offers stunning scenery, a peaceful atmosphere which motivates people to participate in gatherings and recreation. People come to the park to relax, socialize, and participate in community events. Annual neighborhood HOA fees contribute to maintaining the quality of this park, which fosters a sense of responsibility, ownership, and community pride. Wedgwood Heights is more than just a local park. It's a destination. Families travel from surrounding areas to enjoy its unique charm. As stated above, it is used predominantly by people from surrounding communities. It's a well-known, well-loved green space that plays a key role in community building. The park regularly serves as a meeting place for families, seniors, pet owners, mom groups, and visitors of all ages. Next slide, please. Last, the wellness theme. In summer, the park is home to organized sports and programmed recreational activities, from boot camps to puppy training classes to the popular Green Shack program hosted by the city for the kids. During winter, it becomes a hub for cross-country skiing, sledding, skating, and snowman building. The park is accessible to all populations by foot, wheelchair, bike, or car. Seniors walk its paths, open fields. Teens frequent the basketball court, soccer fields, and baseball diamonds. Families fly kites, and kids run amok thanks to the flexible play and space and playgrounds. Park goers experience peacefulness, outdoor activities, and community connections, which reduce stress, combat isolation or loneliness, foster healthy child development, and improve overall quality of life. In conclusion, I implore Council to recognize Wedgwood Park as a multifunctional, quality park that serves a vital role for West Edmonton. Preserving this natural space aligns perfectly with the city's Breathe Strategic Plan's commitment to maintaining a multifunctional green network. By recognizing and safeguarding this vital green space, you will ensure that the communities in West Edmonton have equitable access to an inclusive environment that fosters wellness, celebration, and ecological diversity for all. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Robert Worth.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Members of Council, thank you for giving your attention to what is a critical part of today's presentation. My name is Robert Worth. I'm a civil engineer by profession, and I'm here today to share the results of a spatial analysis completed by landscape architect Groundcubed that demonstrates Wedgwood Park stands to lose an excessive and disproportionate amount of its programmable open park space due to the proposed development. The previous presentations have consistently emphasized the importance of programmable open park space. Accordingly, the analysis that has been performed looks at the programmable open park space available in Wedgwood both before and after the development. It also reviews the programmable space available to the 13 other surplus school sites included in Policy C583, again, both before and after development. The summary results of the assessment are as follows. Next slide, please. Remaining programmable open park space in hectares post-development. After the proposed development, Wedgwood would be left with just 0.7 hectares or 1.7 acres of disjointed programmable open space. If these disjointed spaces could be combined, they wouldn't even make up an adult-sized soccer field. Comparatively, Ogilvie Ridge has the next smallest amount at 1.7 hectares or 4.2 acres, which is almost 2.5 times more than Wedgwood. And the average available programmable space across all surplus school site neighborhoods post-development is 11 hectares or 27.2 acres, approximately 16 times more than Wedgwood. Next slide. Reduction in programmable open park space in percent lost post-development. Wedgwood is poised to lose 64% of its programmable open park space under the proposed development. The next highest loss would be in Henderson, which stands to lose 35%. Wedgwood loses 29% more than Henderson. The average loss across all surplus school site neighborhoods is 18%. Wedgwood loses 46% more than the average site. Next slide, please. Remaining programmable open park space to population ratio. Wedgwood would be left with only 0.49 hectares of programmable open park space per 1,000 residents after the development. In comparison, the next bar showing Henderson would have 1.07 hectares per 1,000, and the average across all surplus school site neighborhoods is 2.68 hectares per 1,000. Wedgwood is 82% below the average population ratio. Next slide, please. In addition to the surplus school site analysis, the assessment also reviews programmable open park space available to 5 neighborhoods that are similar to Wedgwood but do not have a surplus school site. The average per capita programmable open space for the similar neighborhoods is 2.16 hectares per 1,000. Wedgwood 0.49 hectares per 1,000 post-development would be 77% below the average population ratio of these neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Now, Please note that these per capita numbers for programmable open space bear no relation to the Urban Park Management Plans, or UPMP's, minimum standard of 2.0 hectares per thousand people for parkland. Parkland, as defined in the UPMP, includes spaces like the river valley, cemeteries, and hardscape areas. Comparing programmable park space to such areas is to compare apples to oranges. As it is programmable open park space that Wedgwood and all neighborhoods with surplus school sites stand to lose, we believe that an assessment of programmable space warrants greater consideration than an assessment of mere parkland or total park space. In closing, the information that has been provided leads to a clear conclusion. The proposed development will result in an excessive and disproportionate loss of valuable programmable open park space in Wedgwood. Administration failed to advise Council of this critical fact in 2012, which resulted in a highly inappropriate outcome. But you have just been made aware of this fact, and none of you can now plead ignorance. There is before you a compelling reason as to why you should not support this current development. Take it to heart and cast your vote today with wisdom. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Eric Eisen.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Eric Eisen, and I've lived in Wedgwood for the last 10 years. My wife and I have raised 2 active daughters who love the outdoors in large part because of the access we have to park space within our community. Our house backs directly onto the park where the proposed development is located, so I have been a daily witness to the park's positive impact on its many visitors. I strongly oppose this rezoning application as well as the removal of the municipal reserve designation from this site. I'm here before you today to assert that the administration's evaluation of park space neglects to objectively assess the effects of the removal of programmable open park space. Administration has apparently calculated that Wedgwood currently has 3.61 hectares of open space per thousand people. They affirm that this exceeds the UPMP's minimum standard of 2 hectares per thousand people, and apparently conclude that Wedgwood has an appropriate amount of park space per capita. Now, at first glance, administration's 3.61 hectares per thousand may seem to contradict the 0.49 hectares per capita figure we have previously presented. But it's important to understand that administration's number has no relation to the programmable open park spatial analysis that has been performed. There are 2 major differences in the 2 sets of numbers. Next slide, please. First, each number is based on very different types of spaces. Administration's calculation of Wedgwood's 3.61 hectares per thousand people includes hardscaped areas such as tennis courts, asphalt trails, playgrounds, and treed spaces. In contrast, the ground-cubed spatial analysis focuses exclusively on programmable open park space, parkland that is flexible and accessible to all park users, and comparable to the type of space being lost in each surplus school site. The second major difference between the 2 sets of numbers is that the spatial analysis does not consider the stormwater management facility to be a legitimate programmable open park space, whereas administration has counted the neighborhood stormwater area as parkland. There are 2 main reasons for its exclusion in the ground cubed analysis. Note that the space that I'm referring to is in gray in the bottom right hand of the image there. First, the stormwater area is not part of the provincial municipal reserve and is municipally zoned as public utility, different from Wedgwood Park, which is appropriately zoned as parks and services. In fact, the city doesn't allow developers of new subdivisions to count stormwater management facilities as part of municipal reserve, which clearly shows that the city doesn't view stormwater areas as comparable to municipal reserve. Additionally, there is on-site signage with a warning to leave the area when flooding occurs. Administration's inclusion of the stormwater management facility in its number neglects to distinguish the space from municipal reserve. Second, The stormwater area's recreational quality in no way compares to the functional, programmable open park space in Wedgwood's municipal reserve. The quality of the stormwater area is significantly inferior to Wedgwood's municipal reserve. The base of the stormwater area itself is uneven and unsuitable for group sports and recreational activities. Its steep slopes make it inaccessible to anyone with mobility issues, and the ground is frequently soggy and becomes saturated as it has its function for managing stormwater. In conclusion, we believe administration's high-level review neglects to objectively assess the impact of losing programmable open municipal reserve space to the proposed development. While administration's calculation states Wedgwood will have 3.61 hectares per thousand of total parkland post-development, without considering the reduction in functional usable park space, this figure is incomplete and does not accurately represent the loss the community faces. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Thank you so much. So that concludes the presentations from panel 1. Now we will open for questions from council colleagues.
Mayor Sohi, if I may request that our presentation actually started with Kristen, who's in seat 6 or 7,
Yeah.
and concludes with the remainder of us in the audience. So I feel like if you were to do a question period now, there would be maybe a lot of questions that will be possibly answered by parts of our presentation yet to come.
Yeah, I understand, but we hear folks in a panel, and we have to conclude this panel first, right? Then we'll come to the second panel. That's how the process works. There might be some repetition in questions, so yeah.
I did talk with the city clerk office and asked that our entire group, and we're labeled as such, speak together in one group.
So let me go to clerk. Can we create one group, one panel, larger panel, then hear from all of them, then go back to questions to all of them at the same time? Maybe I'll go to legal.
So this is your procedure,
Yeah.
right? That you do panels and then you ask questions for those panels. If it's something that you want to do something different with, I think you can do that. You guys can make that decision.
Yeah, but then only thing is that then there will be questions from council to entire panel, all 30 people who have signed, or 36 people who have signed instead of 2 panels. So I think there's a drawback of that too, right?
There's a logistical issue with
Yeah,
that, right? You only have so many microphones, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
So I think it may be difficult if you do one big panel and
Yeah,
then try to pull them forward for
there'll be
questions.
back and forth, right? So,
The only other thing too is our group plans on having most of the questions answered.
I am so sorry. I have been very relaxed about these rules, right? We're trying to accommodate as much as can. You're not, sorry.
Point of order.
Councilor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the involvement of the community. This is highly unorthodox to
Yeah,
have
I know.
this from members of the public.
Yeah. So, we're going to follow the process that we have followed in every other bylaw hearing, right? So, rezoning regulations. So we're going to follow that process. So we go to questions now to this panel. Yeah. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'll just note, since I have the microphone, that I do have to leave at 4:45 for a time and date specific medical appointment that couldn't be rescheduled. So I'll be gone for, I mentioned it to you, sir, I'll be gone for over the break, but I just want to let the community know.
Yeah, please, yeah.
And maybe late returning. So I just wanted to be transparent about that. I wanted to come, I did have a number of questions about the question before us. Thank you to all community members who have brought forward different points, many of which I think are probably quite different from what was heard at the 2012 rezoning and even in the 2015 discussion. And acknowledging that you may get to some points about the housing question, right now the question before us, maybe I'll go to you, Mr. Worth. The question before us is, are we going to put it on the original site that was zoned in 2012, keeping in mind your point that that zoning may or should have been argued differently, but the land is zoned nonetheless, or move it further to the northeast. And one of the risks today is if council votes to defeat this, then the land just reverts back and the landowner, who is the applicant, can build on a site that I would argue is less optimal for the community needs. So hearing your optimal community sort of recreational need here, do you have a premise for how you would like us to address the here or there question that's before us today?
That's a fair question, Councillor. I think that the premise that we're operating on today is that administration answers to council. And we've been waiting almost 10 months for this opportunity to present in front of you all today as the most influential members of municipal government in the city. We know what happened in 2012, but like I said in my presentation, we believe that that decision was highly inappropriate. We also know that council is in the business of changing its policies. That's what you do all the time. And so we welcome the opportunity to come before you today, present this to you in a fresh way, and allow you to direct administration in a proper way, in a way that council believes we should go, regardless of what the existing zoning actually has on the books. And I believe even administration earlier today alluded to that. They are waiting for council to advise or direct.
Thank
So,
you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that. I also, I took a lot of notes, so I'm sort of struggling with the limited amount of time and who do I ask things to. I think it would be helpful, Peter, you mentioned that there's unique characteristics to the park. I think it'd be helpful for some of my council colleagues to understand the physical constraints that the park is bounded by. And I don't know if you're familiar with the bus network redesign discussion, but a lot of this came up around that as well. And I'm wondering if you could elaborate on the physical constraints of the neighborhood with respect to, say, going to a next neighborhood over like Cameron Heights or even over to Jameson Place.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So the constraints mainly surround with Wedgwood Boulevard being a two-way street with some street parking, and then 184 Street, which is on the north part, being the only two roadways that would have any potential access, and then the rest is surrounded by homes and the storm pond. So there's very limited access to the area already through the roadway.
And how accessible is the ravine? Like if you were to go over to Cameron Heights, you can walk over there, correct? And there's bountiful sports fields there.
Yes, that's correct. So you could walk through the trail system from Wedgwood to Cameron Heights. I mean, it's a very steep ravine that goes deep down and then you have to go back up. So I don't know exactly how far it is. It's a half-hour walk from Wedgwood to Cameron Heights through a steep ravine uphill and downhill.
Thank you.
Okay, we are at 3:31, so we're going to take a break here for 15 minutes and we'll be back at 3:46. Until then, we are on the recess.
then I'll be on the second panel, I guess. I don't know if I can bring you in to the second panel. Yeah, maybe that's it. What? Who's he talking to? Well, he's talking to Luke and about soccer. Well, it's true about this.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson. Stevenson. Yeah, of course.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Plaquette.
Hello.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Hamilton is going to be away, joining us later on. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Did I forget Councillor Tang?
No, I already said hi.
Okay, all right, okay. My neighbor who's not here with me today. Okay, all right. Questions, continuing with, I know Councillor Hamilton, you would have to leave, right? So you want to have a second round? We can accommodate that.
No, you can go to my colleagues.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you very much. Really appreciate everyone being here today in the conversation and appreciate some of the frustration that exists with our processes, but wanting to ensure that we can have airtime for everyone and be able to ask questions of speakers in an orderly way. So I want to follow up with Speaker Worth. Just as a starting point, so in terms of some of those other neighborhood comparisons, was the consultant you work with able to define the programmable space in those neighborhoods? Like, did they subtract, different park elements?
Yes, it was a consistent methodology that was employed. Maybe I'll anticipate your next question even. Some of those other parks, the available open space is very large. And the primary reason for that is we're looking at, or Ground Cube looked at, available open programmable space available to the community, which meant that sometimes parks in adjacent neighborhoods, as long as they were within, I believe, 400 or 500 meter walking distance from the perimeter of the community in question, then that park was claimed as programmable open space that's available to the neighborhood in question.
Oh, okay. So
Now Wedgwood doesn't have any nearby parks that are that close within 500 meter walking distance, and that's why Wedgwood stays small, whereas for the most part, all these other areas, there's parks in adjacent neighborhoods within 500 meter walking distance, and so that increases the available programmable available to that particular neighborhood.
okay, that's helpful. So sort of, if I'm to understand, some of the parks that are being analyzed may be attributed to two different neighborhoods if they're within that 500 meters.
Exactly.
Okay, that's helpful. I think really great to have some clarity on methodology, and we can follow up with our city staff around that as well. And then maybe to Speaker Eisen, I'm sorry. I think I do struggle a bit with the methodology of programmable space, just recognizing, I think I saw on the slide that you presented, it's excluding tennis courts, playgrounds, treat spaces. I definitely hear the argument for flexible space, but recognizing that, these other parts of the park that weren't included have really high amenity value. Some communities don't have access to any of those. So just wondering if you could talk me through that a little bit further.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'd like to defer the answer to Robert, please.
Sure, yeah.
So we don't want to minimize the importance of the UPMP metric. It has its place. Our position simply is it's not enough to properly represent what's actually happening here due to the proposed development. And that's why, because when we looked at the UPMP and the 2.0 open park space, which is not a true open space at all, I think we all understand what that is. It's everything. It's playgrounds, it's hardscape, it's treat areas. We wanted to get back to the programmable open space. So I don't think I fully answered your question, and I want to, but if you can rephrase it, because I've lost your initial question.
Of course, yeah. I mean, I think maybe, and I say this with no intent whatsoever, But for example, you could increase the programmable space by removing the tennis courts, for example. But my assumption is that there is value placed on having that facility there. Is that fair?
Oh, there's value there, of course.
Yeah.
We're not saying there isn't. We're just saying that this administration has failed to look at a 360-degree view of the impacts to this park.
Okay, I think I have greater clarity on your approach, and I'll be able to follow up with administration with some further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and again, thanks to everyone for presenting. I guess, Mr. Worth, we're picking on you right now, and appreciate you coming in. I just have one question, because I know there will be a separate set of presentations around some of the other things we talked about previously. I want to just circle back on Councillor Hamilton's question, because I don't know if I heard a 100% clear answer, and I want to just make sure I understand, which is that noting the argument before us today from the community members is there's a question about the premise, really, of this in the first place. Not your argument is, instead of deciding between A or B, we need to sort of be revisiting why. That's an interesting conversation, and one that I'm guessing we will have at some point in this discussion today. What I'm not sure is whether or not all of council will agree, and if they do, when is the appropriate time to tackle that? So therefore, setting that aside for a moment, and I know you don't want to, but I just need to set it aside for a moment, with what is before us today of A or B, which is B being the new one, I think I've heard that overall there's a preference to have B. The preference is to have neither. Of the two, shifting it in the way it's being recommended would be preferred if you had to have one of those two options. Is that correct?
Not exactly, Councillor.
Okay.
I think it was in 2015 when administration came out to Wedgwood to ask that question. What's your preference? I think the results came back 50-50 split.
Okay.
And we certainly haven't polled the neighborhood to find out. I imagine if we did, it would be 50-50. I think that just demonstrates that neither A nor B is actually suitable and appropriate for this site, because we don't have a preference. Both of them are pink elephants that remove a majority of the open programmable space in the park.
Yeah, and I very much understand. I just wanted to ask, but that helps. So what I'm hearing from you is there is no consensus among the community of which version you would want. If that was going to be the only choice today, there's not a clear. Some people might want what is currently there today. Some people might want what is being proposed, but
I will say, Andrew, that, or Councillor,
it's fine. Yeah.
I believe if we're going to try to talk about the park, I believe the reasonable solution is to get it far over to the east on 184th. Administration saying that doesn't make sense because of money issues and exorbitant amounts. They're not saying exactly what that increase actually is. So how can a decision be made? I believe it's just additional sewer or additional utilities to go to the far east end. I don't know. They would need to clarify. Okay. But if we were trying to talk about siting on the park, which I don't think we should be, but if we're going to, it would make sense to have it on the far end, off of 184th.
That's helpful, and again, I hear you loud and clear about the desire for some of the other conversation. I just don't want to forget that there will likely still be a conversation about what's before us as well as what you've raised, and so I don't want us to have not talked about that in the chance that you don't get the outcome, the ideal outcome. So I wanted to understand that. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I do feel your pain in one of the neighborhoods that I live close by to in Larkspur. About 12 or 13 years ago, there was quite a bit of controversy surrounding the First Place program. I think the then Councillor Sohi can attest to that. So I do understand taking away the soccer fields and that. Those were the fields that my kids played on. But in your analysis of the open space, because at that time there was open space it was designated school site, and now that has become a school as well. So we lost additional open space at that time. In your analysis, is there any other school site designations that are currently
that you would consider open space in any of those other neighborhoods that you've done your analysis on?
Yes, I believe if I understand your question, certainly all of the other surplus school sites have a certain portion of programmable open space in addition to possibly those adjacent neighborhoods that we're talking about. Yeah, for sure. All the surplus school site parks do have a certain amount of programmable open space remaining after development.
Okay, but when you did your analysis, did it take into account that those school sites were going to have something on it, a building?
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely. That's already been so it's a net calculation now, right?
okay, and there's no other part of that open space that isn't declared surplus. That is still an actual school site. And I'm just thinking back to in Larkspur, like I said, at the time there was no school,
yeah,
but now a school is there.
Right.
Are there still spaces in those neighborhoods that you've done your analysis on where there is still a designated school site?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, we could ask Ground Cube to confirm, but those other sites, and I believe I've put my eyes on them, right? Multiple sites in one park for future use.
Okay.
I believe those were set aside for the surplus school site designation that they are. I don't believe they made it into the calculation.
Okay, and then just to Councillor Stevenson's point as well about what is programmable space, you didn't take into account in your analysis the programs that could be run out of those community leagues or with the tennis courts, with the playgrounds and that, right?
We're focused on programmable open space. There's no hidden meaning there. We're focused on space to play frisbee and to just walk and run and not run into ravine trees and break your ankle or not get caught up in a playground. I mean, the playgrounds are great. We appreciate the tennis courts, but we're focused on the programmable open space in our analysis.
Okay, but the ravines you can walk through the ravines. And then you've also taken out, as part of that programmable space, any sort of treed area within that open space, correct?
That's right. And actually, the Ground Cubed report, which I believe we've passed on to all of you, in the appendix, there's mapping, which does a decent job at showing how we've carved out those treed areas and not gone after that when we're focused on programmable space. I believe actually the Ground Cube report does a total park analysis as well. So we do have those numbers in there as well for comparison.
Maybe I'll take a closer look at that then. Because, yeah, I mean, I still think it provides recreational activity. It might not be soccer, or cricket or whatever. Okay.
It's just not programmable open space, that's all.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
Yeah, I have the chair.
No, I really appreciate all of you coming here and wading through the process and making presentations, sharing your views. And I don't take anything you have said lightly because there's a real impact on your community for having more housing built on a site where school would have been built. I am going to go to Speaker Mariah Breckenridge because you touched on housing and other options. In Edmonton, we have 1 in 8 households who are living core housing need. And we need more affordable homes, supportive homes everywhere in the city in order to meet that demand. So wouldn't it be fair for every community to pitch in to accommodate more affordable housing where possible, where land is available?
Thank you for the question. I just wanted to clarify that I presented on the survey data that was conducted by the Homeowners Association and the Community League. To answer your question through the lens of the data that I presented, many of the neighborhoods that often visit the Wedgwood Park, explicitly Collingwood, already contain a lot of higher density housing like low-rise apartments and townhouses. Yeah. So those neighborhoods were very evident as users of our park in the survey we conducted.
Yeah, okay. Maybe, I don't know, maybe this question Maybe I'll go to Phil Suchak as part of your presentation as well. How do you see that balance of more housing and green space, particularly affordable housing in every neighborhood? I understand there's no affordable housing in your neighborhood.
I'll take that.
Or maybe someone else, okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think it will come out a bit clearer, Mayor, in the second half of the presentation. We are not against affordable housing, period. It's easy to label us that way because, well, obviously we're against the development, right?
I'm not labeling you that way at all.
And I
No.
appreciate that.
Yeah, no,
but
not at all.
I'm just saying it's a natural enough thing, right? To suspect our motives.
Yeah.
We're not against affordable housing.
Yeah.
We're in an established neighborhood that's bound up on all four sides,
Mm-hmm.
one way in, one way out. That neighborhood has been built out for over 35 years.
Yeah.
We certainly didn't make the decision to go with a bunch of single detached homes there.
Yeah.
That's what it is. We have a modest-sized park. It was supposed to have a school there at one point. That's not happening now, apparently, either.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you talk about fairness, right? And I understand that, and I empathize with where the city's at right now with the affordable housing situation. I do.
Mm-hmm.
We want to talk about fairness too, right?
Yeah.
We want to talk about the park side, and I'm not saying that parks are more important than housing. I'm just saying that both policies are under your jurisdiction to administer in a just way and try to make that balance. Not saying it's easy, but we're asking for a balanced decision to be made today.
Yeah. No, I hear you on that, and I also hear you on when the neighborhood was designed, that's how it was designed, right? But I think we have a unique opportunity here now that school will not be built, to add that affordable housing where, you know, people in your neighborhood, you know, might be able to use it. Other people might be able to move in the neighborhood. So that's where the struggle is. Like we don't live in a perfect world, right? So we make these choices and have to make some of these difficult choices.
Mr. Mayor, we understand that struggle.
Yeah.
We're asking you today to step into our shoes and understand where we're coming from.
I understand. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all of you joining us. And I'll take the chair back.
Chair returned.
And so that concludes the questions to all of you. If you don't mind, please stepping back into the rest of the public chairs, right, and seating. Sorry, and I'm going to call the second panel to join us. Hi. And I would like to add additional member of the community in opposition, right? Okay. Mark Fiala. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay. Rebecca Johnson, speaker number 1. Lee Widnowski. Leah, sorry. Number 2. Eileen Ryan. Number 3. Ellie Gandhi. Ellie. Okay, oh, I see. So Eileen would not be joining us. Ellie Gandhi, here, please. You'll be speaker number 3, right? Or even sit on 4, actually, just easier for me to follow. Bruce Hillier.
Yeah, I'm on the line. I was there on the 21st and there this morning, but now I have to be remote.
Oh, thank you. Marshall Hundert, remote. Marshall Hundert. No. Gail Hartfield in person, please come down. You'll be if you could sit on speaker number 7, so it's easier for me to follow. Saad Siddiqui in person, please come down. Seat number 8. We heard from Luke, we heard from Deacon James, and Mark Fiala, please come down, and you'll be just seat number 12, just up there. Or, no, sorry, I'm so sorry, 10 in the corner, yeah. Go ahead. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. And after that, council members may have questions. We will start with Rebecca Johnson.
If we can pull up the presentation, the slide presentation, please.
I'm going to go to slide 24.
Is that the right one?
That is it.
Okay, go ahead,
Sorry,
please.
thank you, I didn't look up.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Rebecca Johnson, and I'm a member of the Wedgwood Community Park Task Force. Building on the important information that Eric presented earlier on the necessity of a comprehensive review of both Wedgwood's parkland and its programmable open park space, I would also ask Council to consider the broader context that affects park usage in Wedgwood, both now and in the future. Section 4 of the Breathe policy requires the city to, quote, incorporate both current and projected future community needs and acknowledge the potential long-term impacts of the permanent open space loss, end quote, on any decision to rezone municipal reserve lands. The park's current and future usage have not been adequately considered through the rezoning process. Once again, a current community needs assessment has not been performed. If it was, this is what it would confirm. Next slide, please. 66% of parks users reside outside Wedgwood Heights. Therefore, the Wedgwood hectares to population ratios, which reference only a Wedgwood Heights population of 1,500, do not adequately represent the true park usage. Next slide, please. Park users from Jameson represent the largest group at 18%, as they heavily rely on Wedgwood Park as their neighborhood park is connected to Michael A. Kostick Primary School and is not available during school hours. Next slide, please. Donsdale, the adjacent neighborhood to the east, has no established park space within its boundaries. Their residents represent 7% of our park users, as they rely on Wedgwood Park for their active recreation and wellness needs. Next slide, please. The communities of the Hamptons, Edgemont, the Uplands, and Cameron Heights represent 14% of Wedgwood Park's users, thanks to the easy access provided by the Lessard Overpass off the Anthony Henday and the connected bike trails. Next slide, please. Now, in addition to what's being said, Council must also consider the projected future demands on Wedgwood Park. A multi-unit residential development is planned in the co-op commercial space right across from Wedgwood on the corner of 184th Street and Lessard Road. Residents of this development will rely on Wedgwood Park as their green space due to its proximity. I'll take this time to also note that the development is likely to result in the loss of the local grocery store. A proposed expansion of Donsdale's Touchmark senior residence will remove residents' access to private park space, and they will rely even more heavily on Wedgwood Park for their health and wellness. Next slide, please. Looking at the context of Wedgwood, which represents 34% of park users, approximately 1/3 of Wedgwood residents are between the ages 50 and 69. and the majority of the houses in the neighborhood were built between the late 80s and early 90s. Therefore, it's a fair estimation that the community's population will increase as original owners and empty nesters vacate their homes and make way for new young families. Wedgwood's population grew 4.6% from 2016 to 2021 and is expected to continue to grow. Finally, the city's recent citywide rezoning bylaw will, over time, replace single detached homes in our area with multi-unit developments, gradually increasing the demand for park space in the area. In conclusion, we appeal to Council for a current and comprehensive community needs assessment to be performed in relation to the Wedgwood surplus school site. The city is well focused, as it should be, on understanding projected population growth and the associated short and long-term housing needs in Edmonton. We respectfully assert that a similar focus must be put towards understanding how such growth will affect the current and future demand on Wedgwood Park. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to, Leah Widnowski.
Yep, thank you. I'd first like to apologize to Councillor Stevenson, Mayor Sohi, and everybody on the panel for my outspeaking in the audience. I'm very vocal, I'm sorry. My name is Leah Widnowski, and I have been a resident of Wedgwood for the last 5 years. I am currently unemployed, and so I've been filling my time with volunteer work while I look for new work opportunities. In the meantime, I've been raising my boys as well, and I've currently sitting on the Wedgwood Community League board as the secretary. Wedgwood and its surrounding communities have a deep connection to and a reliance on Wedgwood Park for physical recreation, mental health, well-being, and community building. This park is Wedgwood's only park, programmable open green space, gathering space, and serves as a vital hub for youth sports, casual recreation, and community gatherings for over 36 years. The negative impacts of losing 64% of programmable open space will be deeply felt, not just by Wedgwood residents, but by numerous West Edmonton communities who share this park and represent 66% of its users. This sentiment is demonstrated by the 516 comments made and the 336 individuals who made those comments on the city's Engaged Edmonton portal. 99.9% of respondents were strongly opposed to the development. The comments on the portal emphasized emotional ties to the park, concerns about its impacts on mental health, and the negative impact on recreation in losing this essential community green space. Specifically, the impacts of loss of this park will be felt in the following ways. Next slide, please. First, the U7, U9 soccer field, which is on the map, top of the map, SOC 1 it's called, seen in that upper right corner. This field will be eliminated, and its programmable needs will not be maintained, as administration has already alluded to, and because there is no other location to put this field. Next slide, please. Additionally, the programmable open field space, and that you can see the new rectangular space there, is used to support U5 and U7 soccer games and practice as well. We just use pop-up nets, so we can basically make fields anywhere, and they get used in this space. All age levels also use this space in their spring training when the soccer fields that the city administers are not ready. We have received letters from MLA Nathan Ip and the president of the Edmonton Minor Soccer Association, which my husband read to you earlier, in support of preserving the park for youth recreational soccer, which is the fastest growing, most affordable and accessible sport for families in Edmonton. I will reiterate that June Miller states the U9 pitch is one of their most used fields, which supported 45 teams and 720 players this past summer in the outdoor season, which I coached for. The Wedgwood soccer fields are scheduled every day of the week, and they host triple headers on the weekend. When these practices and games are happening, they aren't usable to the rest of the community, so the community looks to that open space to play its soccer recreationally. Next slide, please. Second, the park isn't just used for recreation. We know this. It fosters community spirit and cohesion. We have an annual Light Up Wedgwood Festival, which is a 30-year tradition that draws over 500 people annually on a cold day and is experienced by multiple generations who keep coming back year after year with their kids and their grandkids. And this would end with the loss of the park. You can see my kiddos up there. You met them earlier. Next slide, please. The majority of the festival's activities happen in the surplus school site area. Horse-drawn sleigh rides, bonfires, and fireworks shows and the lighting of the annual Wedgwood trees are the highlight of this community's most popular event, all which cannot be replicated if this site is developed on. Next slide, please. Third, another winter highlight is the winter skating path sponsored by the Wedgwood Community League. It brings people of all ages together, providing winter recreation and fun and supporting Edmonton's winter city strategy. There's no other suitable location for this skating path, so it too would be lost to the community forever. Wedgwood Park is more than just a piece of land. It's the heart of the community. Preserving this space ensures that future generations of Edmontonians can continue to enjoy it for physical, mental, and social well-being. We urge Council to consider the hundreds of responses received during the engagement period and the irreplaceable value of this park and that the fun and life that it brings to Wedgwood Heights and the surrounding communities. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, I'm going to go to Ali Gandhi. Oh, there you are. Thank you. Yeah, please go ahead.
I don't know.
Please make yourself comfortable. It's, you know, the.
I don't think, is it working?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Members of council, my name is Ali Gandhi. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I've lived my entire life in Edmonton for more than 50 years. Anyway, I remember when Wedgwood was built. I had friends from school who moved into the area, and we spent a lot of time in that park. I've always lived in the central city, but 8 years ago, I found myself as a single parent with 2 kids, one with special needs. The open green space that was accessible without crossing a busy road led me to Wedgwood. Okay, breathe. My kid can't cross the street. In August of 2024, administration stated that the Wedgwood surplus school site was, quote, always intended for development and initially intended for a school building, end quote. These statements continue to be used by various levels of the city administration to justify not completing a community needs assessment to support their claim that the Wedgwood school site is surplus. We respectfully disagree with administration's assertions based on the following fact. Next slide, please. First, the conversion of surplus land must be supported by a community needs assessment. And second, the proposed development site was not originally intended only for a school building. Let me clarify. As outlined in Part 4, Period 10, Period 2C of the Breathe Strategic Plan, a community needs assessment must be conducted when considering whether a school surplus site can be used for land uses other than municipal reserve uses. The Provincial Municipal Government Act, or MGA, does allow for municipal reserve land to be reallocated for other purposes, but only with appropriate justification. First, both the city's Urban Parks Management Plan and Breathe Policy require an up-to-date community needs assessment before reserve land can be considered for other uses. And second, the Municipal Government Act requires the city to adopt a municipal development plan that, quote, must contain policies respecting the provision of municipal reserves, including the need for, amount of, and allocation of those reserves. This ensures that the city understands the community park needs before making decisions about reallocating this reserve land. These needs change over time, and it's essential that they be properly assessed before any long-term decisions are made. Despite these clear legislated requirements, no current or specific needs assessment for the Wedgwood surplus school site has been performed. As for the second fact, the proposed development site was not originally intended for a school building only, according to the Provincial Municipal Government Act. The school site was originally intended to be reserve land, not specifically school land. The Municipal Government Act requires every developer of a proposed subdivision to provide land for municipal reserve, school reserve, or municipal and school reserve. Such reserves can be used for parks, recreation, and/or school purposes only. There is no specific requirement for any part of these reserves to be used for school purposes. When the Wedgwood Heights subdivision was developing in the late 1980s, the land now known as Wedgwood Park, including the school site parcel, was designated as municipal reserve. As noted above, that designation meant that the land could be used for park, recreation, or school purposes. At the time, a portion of the land was identified as potential future school site, which was in line with its municipal reserve designation. In 2009, the school board decided the Wedgwood site was surplus to its needs. As a result, the land was given to the city, as required by the MGA, but when returning the land to the city, the MGA clearly states that the land must remain municipal reserve land. In other words, if a school is not to be built on municipal reserve land, the default position of the MGA is for the land to remain as municipal reserve land for park, recreation, or school purpose. Again, the MGA does allow for municipal reserve land to be reallocated for other purposes, but only with appropriate justification. Wedgwood Park is not simply an empty lot waiting for development. It's well-used and loved park community, in line with its original municipal reserve intention and designation. We believe that administration has not shown that this land is surplus and no longer needed as municipal reserve. And to say that it was always intended for some sort of building misrepresents the spirit and intent of the MGA. We agree that at one point, the city earmarked this site for a school, which fit with provincial legislation, but it's inaccurate and misleading to infer that it was an original intention for this site to contain a school or some other building. Such unfounded statements cannot be permitted to justify foregoing a community needs assessment. In conclusion, we strongly recommend the city revisit the applicable sections of the MGA and consider its intent. Before you remove the municipal reserve designation, complete your due diligence. Ensure the removal follows the requirements set out in the governing legislation and the city's own policies, and ensure that it's supported by case law.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Bruce Hillier.
Sorry, can I just ask that the slides be moved forward to slide 42, please?
Slide 42.
Apologies, thanks.
Slide 42. Okay, go ahead, please.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Bruce Hillier. I'm 64 years of age and I'm newly retired just this year. My wife, Cheryl, and I are born and raised Edmontonians who resided entirely in the West End, including in Wedgwood for the past 27 years. Raising our 3 boys and now blessed with 4 grandkids, our family has enjoyed and continues to enjoy Wedgwood Park. My wife and I both coached soccer and baseball there, and our kids were avid soccer and baseball users of the park. Nowadays, we enjoy the green space and community activities with our 4 grandkids. In the previous presentation, thank you, Ali, we noted that the Municipal Government Act, or MGA, does not allow for the reallocation of municipal reserve land without sound justification to do so, as referenced in MGA sections 674.1 and 675.1. Building on that, we note that both provincial legislation and municipal policy exist that set additional conditions for how municipal reserve land can be repurposed. Specifically, the MGA requires that municipal reserve lands are not to be appropriated for other purposes unless the proceeds from the sale of municipal reserve land are used for park, recreation, or school purposes. And City Policy C468A requires that municipal reserve lands are not to be appropriated for other purposes unless the funds generated from the sale of municipal reserve land are dispersed first to the neighborhood that originally generated those funds. This disbursement is to support either the acquisition of more school or parkland or to enhance local parks. Further, under the MGA, Clause 675.3A states that if the municipal reserve designation is removed and the land is sold or leased, the resulting parks, recreation, or schools. And City Policy C468A reinforces this, stating that the residual funds from the sale of a surplus school site must be used in consultation with the affected neighborhood and must be directed firstly within the neighborhood level plan area for school land or park development. Note the word must, not should. These policies align with the city's other guiding documents. The Urban Parks Management Plan, Section 9, specifies that cash from land sales must be directed towards reserves. The Breathe Strategic Plan, Section 4, emphasizes that proceeds from the sale of surplus lands must be used for open space or amenity acquisitions. The intent behind all of these conditions is clear. When reserve land is repurposed, the community losing that land should benefit from the proceeds. These funds are meant to flow back into the neighborhood that is losing the public municipal reserve benefit. We raise these points because it's our understanding that administration may not be planning to sell the land at fair market value, which would indicate that there will not be any proceeds generated from the sale to support park, recreational, or school purposes in Wedgwood. Given this concern, we respectfully ask council and administration to clarify how much the city plans to sell these lands for and the intended use of the sale proceeds. If the fair market sale proceeds of the land are not directed towards park, recreational, or school purposes in Wedgwood, this would suggest that the provincial and municipal requirements are not being followed. Surely this raises additional concerns and invites further reflection on the appropriateness of the proposed development of Wedgwood. We ask that council make an informed, responsible decision, one that is legally compliant and consistent with your own policy that reflects the best interest of Wedgwood and the surrounding communities. I retired this year, as I mentioned earlier, and I always used my career following the following mantra: listen, understand, and act, whether I was dealing with customers or employees or stockholders. I would ask council to really listen to what we're saying, really take the time to understand it before acting. Again, Wedgwood is not the same as the other surplus school sites. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Thank you so much for joining us. Here we go. Marshall Hundert wasn't here. I'll check again. If not, we will go to Gail Hartfield.
And I'd ask you move then to slide 45, please.
45.
Thank you, slide person.
Yes, that's the correct slide. Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and members of City Council. My name is Gail Hartfield. I've lived in Wedgwood for 34 years and have been an active participant in the community, including serving on the board of the Wedgwood Community League for a total of 15 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. The previous presentations have provided compelling reasons to defer any decision to remove municipal reserve lands in Wedgwood. Please understand that our concerns are not about affordable housing. Our concerns relate to the excessive and disproportionate loss of programmable open park space resulting from the proposed development in Wedgwood's municipal reserve. In terms of potential solutions within Wedgwood, the neighborhood is well established and the park is a modest size as previously presented. Therefore, near-term options for larger-scale, multi-unit housing are very limited. Given the significant adverse impacts of developing Wedgwood's surplus school site, we believe better alternatives exist, and we're open to working with the city to explore the following options. Next slide, please. Okay. We believe there may be an opportunity to explore development immediately adjacent to Wedgwood within the province's transportation utility corridor. We are aware of the provincial guidelines regarding uses within the corridor and consider that further discussion with the province should occur to assess the viability of this opportunity. We have initiated preliminary inquiries with the province through MLA Nathan Ip, and we would welcome the city's involvement in these future discussions. Next slide, please. We also believe there may be solutions adjacent to Wedgwood that can support the city's housing needs in the broader West Edmonton district. The city's policy C601 on affordable housing supports taking a broad view of housing solutions. The policy contains a long-term aspirational target of 16% affordable housing in every neighborhood. However, it also requires that, quote, every neighborhood in Edmonton is unique, and that any proposed development is to consider the broader geographic context, including the presence of affordable housing in adjacent neighborhoods, end quote. In this vein, there may be potential solutions in the broader community, including one in the community of Deschênes, located immediately northeast of Wedgwood. Next slide, please. Referring to the slide, you will note that there is a parcel of land located at the south end of the field. As previously mentioned, this site was at one point not considered suitable for development due to its soil conditions. However, regardless of the past history of this site, soil conditions can be efficiently remedied. We consider that this site deserves a fresh assessment. Additionally, Deschênes has an appropriate amount of available programmable open space to support development, 10.75 hectares post-development compared to Wedgwood's 0.7 hectares. Per capita, Deschênes would provide 5.80 hectares per 1,000 people post-development, a stark contrast to Wedgwood's 0.49 hectares per 1,000 people. The Deschênes site could be a promising option to support housing development in the West Edmonton district without significant adverse impacts on parkland. Lastly, with the recent changes to citywide zoning earlier this year, Wedgwood will support multifamily housing going forward. Over time, this zoning change will encourage more diverse housing options in Wedgwood. In conclusion, our preliminary review shows that more viable housing options may exist, whether within or immediately adjacent to Wedgwood, that warrant further consideration. Other solutions may also exist beyond those we've mentioned here, and we're committed to working with the city to find an appropriate solution. We are therefore asking Council to defer any decision on removing municipal reserve lands in Wedgwood today so that further collaborative review and exploration of such solutions can occur. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Saad Siddiqui.
Good afternoon.
Next slide, please. Sorry, Saad.
Good afternoon, Mayor
There you
Soy
go,
and
yeah.
respected members of council. I am Saad Siddiqui, and I'm the president of the Wedgwood Community League. I know we have another resident speaker after me, but I will be the final presentation as part of the Wedgwood Community Park Task Force. Today, we present to the council numerous compelling reasons as to why the current proposed development in Wedgwood is inappropriate. In the city's effort to rapidly develop housing, we believe administration has neglected to give these reasons the weight they deserve. I'll reiterate those reasons, and we ask the council recognize and contemplate the following: the importance of green space for individual citizens, communities, and the environment as outlined in the Urban Parks Management Plan, the Breed Strategic Plan, and the Open Space Policy. That Wedgwood stands to lose 64% of its open programmable space, which is by far the greatest loss of space among any of the surplus school sites. The value that this park has to surrounding communities and neighborhoods. Due to the loss of programmable open space, Wedgwood will permanently lose highly valuable sports fields that support youth soccer throughout West Edmonton. The community will also not be able to host this annual Light at Wedgwood event. We have Santa, we have fireworks, tons of kids, and sleigh rides. Please consider the quantity and quality of the engagement from this community as represented by the 334 individuals commenting on the Engage Edmonton portal, over 150 letters sent to Councillor Hamilton, and the 23 people here today, all opposing the removal of the majority of Wedgwood's programmable open space in the community's only established park. We believe that the administration has neglected to objectively assess the effects of removing programmable open space in Wedgwood and failed to evaluate the current and future needs of Wedgwood Park. The administration has not shown that the municipal reserve land in Wedgwood is surplus, as it must do to develop anything other than a school, parkland, or recreation provisions, as no community needs assessments have ever been performed. Now, we believe that the city's affordable housing policies are important. I'm a first-generation immigrant. We didn't grow up poor. We grew up middle class, but we grew up in multi-unit housing. I have 3 younger brothers. I'm gonna get emotional because I love my dad. And not everyone, even if you're middle class, can afford organized sports. And I had the best dad in the world because we went to the park every day. We played cricket, we played soccer, and I grew up in the US actually. And we played so much cricket. My first generation brother, who had no exposure to sport, eventually ended up representing the US, played in a World Cup, all because of that park. And we sometimes forget that even middle-class kids need parks. We don't do organized sports 7 days a week. You gotta be able to, do your homework, get out, and go play sports. And that's what we're losing today. So again, we believe that the city's affordable housing policies are important, but so are the provinces and cities' reserve and park space policies. As you deliberate on the fate of Wedgwood Park, consider that we cannot implement one at the full expense of the other. We must explore other options and alternatives in the broader community to support and honor both sets of policies in the West Edmonton District. I know we made some decisions in 2012, but we need to go back to the drawing board. Now, we are looking for equal housing solutions, but they're not necessarily equitable given the loss of programmable space in this area. We therefore appeal to Council to once more to defer any decision to remove municipal reserve lands in the neighborhood of Wedgwood so community needs assessment can be performed and collaboration between administration and the Wedgwood Community League regarding future housing development can take place. Again, thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thank you, Council. You've been really, really patient today. We've had a whole ton of speakers. Thank you for listening, and thank you for all your questions.
Thank you so much for joining us, Sad. Next, we are going to go to Mark Fiala.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for listening to me. I am not part of the task force. They're the hardworking heroes. They should actually be last. Their words are far more profound than me, so I'll try to be quick here. I had the honor of speaking with you in December when the zoning changes were being made. And, well, let me back up and say I have three quick things to say. So one, Mayor Sohi, at the time you asked me, okay, Mark, if we can't build there, where can we build? And I made the suggestion, well, just to the west we have this Edgemonts area, and there's lots of new services and amenities, big areas of brown earth that's been getting ready to be built on, proper development of planning of utilities and everything. And then you didn't respond at the time, and I'm sure you didn't know at the time, but then fast forward a few months and you're standing exactly in that spot with the Prime Minister of our country there for a new building, I don't remember the exact numbers, something like 300 something units, and I think 240 were affordable, something to that effect. So that was kind of exactly what I meant. And then if you look on Google Maps, just slide over a little bit from Wedgwood, you see vast land there, and if you drive around or go jogging as I have you, there's lots of space. There's lots of earth being ripped up. There's lots of big piles of temporary ground that's been sitting there for a while, waiting for development. So the Wedgwood is a bit of an arbitrary, boxed-in shape, if you will. The second point, so the point I'm going to say is I know Edmonton really needs to reach more housing, not only to receive the federal money, which I know has a deadline coming up, but also just for the economy and the future in general. But there's so much space there. I believe for the 50-something units, our park will be ruined for maybe 50 units of not affordable housing, which is my last point, which I'll get to. There's maybe thousands available there, right? That small piece of land you visited was a few hundred, right, compared to our 50. So, yeah, and the second thing I was going to say is such percentage of each neighborhood should be affordable housing. It's my understanding that at the beginning, many decades ago, there were several streets in Wedgwood Heights that were supposed to be row housing, and then something happened with the developers near the end there, and it got turned into single-family homes. So the possibility existed back then. Also, a couple neighbors down from us, their land was sold, backyard was sold twice to two different developers, but they didn't fight it. But anyway, so things can happen when there's money involved. I understand that. Just saying that with the zoning changes, some of our houses are going to get turned into multi-home units. The percentages will, over time, will probably go towards it. And you know, the opportunity was missed back decades ago to do that, but it's going to happen naturally, I believe. And what was I going to say? The third point, I had the fortunate to speak with a developer. He was very generous with his time, went through the finances, because at the time I was quite disturbed on the removal of the affordable elements of the zoning back in December. And just like the senior housing, that's gone, the affordable housing element's gone. And then, so I was saying, but they removed the affordable thing, and he goes, don't worry, Mark, there will still be an affordable element if anything is built there, but the way it's going to work is developers don't use their own money, right? They borrow money, and you always try to get the money with the best terms associated with it. So there'll be some element of affordability in there. We'll direct, what money is available to the developers can borrow and get some for free in order to build. And so what's going to happen is your neighborhood costs the same to build on as, say, a few blocks north, but it can be considered higher market rent. So there's going to be an analysis of what is the market rent going to be, and it's very questionable at that point how you assign that number. And then you just have to come down a few percent from that and call that affordable, and then now it's affordable. But it's basically going to be slightly less expensive high-end rentals. We're not talking affordable housing. It's going to be high-end rentals or apartments. So all that to say, we have so much space to the west. You've heard all the very important use of the fields for other things. So I know the city I know you're in a very difficult spot, with everything happening, but please maybe consider that if this was turned into a soccer park, it's already heavily used like that. But anyway, I'm running out of time here, but I hope you understand my point. And please reconsider. It's not too late to do things a little bit different and still meet all the expansion of the housing in Edmonton. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. So that was the last speaker on panel 2. Now we open for questions from council colleagues. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I have to run right away. I was hoping to ask, so if affordable housing, so I'll say this respectfully, Miss Hartfield, and I think it would be really challenging to build something on the transportation utility corridor. People throw that at the province all the time, including myself, and it doesn't go over so well. So, and people pitch soccer fields, they pitch housing, all sorts of things, and it can be really hard to move development out there. So understand, within the confines of your community, and anyone can answer this, where do you see an opportunity for affordable housing to go? Do you see the city purchasing existing homes and either putting them into the inventory of Civita or Home Ed? Do you see new construction? I'm wondering within, because we could, and I'll ask administration about the Deschênes site. I think that's a well-founded question, but within the confines of your neighborhood, without permission from the provincial government, where do you see opportunities for affordable housing to go in your neighborhood?
Are you okay if I answer this,
Yep.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yep.
So, I mean, you're right. We're in a really, really tough spot. We're a very small community with a very small park, and we have boundaries all around us. We know that the Tuck area would be very questionable, but when you look north of us into the area of Jameson Place, there is housing that's quite far out on that side, so we thought it'd be worth looking at. Anyway, regardless, as for in our neighborhood, we're a community of, we mentioned our houses were probably built 80s, 90s. We have some fairly decent sized lots though, so with the new rezoning that's happening, the bylaw that got passed in January, it opens up a whole wide opportunity for our neighborhood to now support diversity in housing. And we think that's going to happen over time. Now, how the city can support that, if they are willing to purchase some of those properties, absolutely. I've seen some properties go up 1, 2, 3 in a row, specifically in my area that back right onto Wedgwood Boulevard. We've had a lot of movement lately, and there is opportunity there to buy up lots and build multi-units there, definitely. I also think we're gonna see that transition in our neighborhood as people turn basements into suites, as people use potentially their backyards to build suites for rental. I think we're gonna see that over time.
Okay, thank you for that. How, if this council were to give direction to administration to make that happen within the next 18 months, do you think the same amount of people would be here at that public hearing for rezoning?
So just to clarify, you're saying it would be a rezoning of an existing lot that currently has.
And this is hypothetical, but
Right.
but that is an alternate that there's existing housing, and that housing, which has a standard zone now, but may
Right.
potentially be upzoned to
I
more
understand.
multifamily.
Okay.
Like, so.
Yes,
Yeah.
so honestly,
Yeah.
I would. If I'm speaking for myself, I would, if you preserve our park. So if we can save this park to be park space like it was originally intended in the Municipal Government Act, I absolutely think our neighborhood would support multi-units or whatever that kind of shape would look like within the neighborhood. We know we have to get on board. We have a city that is in dire need of housing, as has been presented and as we're told. So we know everybody needs to pitch in, but what we're asking is that it be thoughtfully done, because I don't think building on a well-used community park is the thoughtful way. I think we can be smarter. I think we can be better than that and look for locations also that are within the city plan and the priority growth areas. We're not a priority growth area in Wedgwood. We simply don't have the supports like some of the nodes around Collingwood and the transportation, et cetera. So that's why I'm saying let's just be thoughtful about how we do it in Wedgwood.
Thank you. I'm out
Thanks.
of time.
Oh, sorry. I didn't even look.
Thank you, Councilor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and again, thanks to everyone for being here today. I'll maybe just pick up right where Councilor Hamilton left off. Sorry, there we go. I wanted to, maybe first explore the Duchesne option. So, remind me, are they their own standalone community league? Right, they are, right? Yeah, sorry.
I'm choking on my water.
I was choking too, so don't worry, it's all good.
So I'm going to try and work through this.
Sure.
So Duchesne does not have a community league of its own. There's a community league north of us that is Lymburn, Ormsby, Willoughby. Duchesne is part of that specific community league, separate from the Wedgwood one.
That's helpful. Have you, I know through the engagement that you did, you happened to hear from a lot of different folks, including from areas like in Duchesne where there was a support for preserving that park. Have you had that broader conversation with the communities, like association, community league? What have you what's that looked like so far?
Thanks, Councillor Knack. I'm getting better.
Yeah.
So we haven't had direct conversations with them through this process. It's just recently kind of come to our attention that the council's really looking for solutions. I mean, I'm always somebody who likes to come with solutions to a problem, but like I said, it's been really difficult for us to find solutions because we just simply don't have the space in our park to offer much more. So when we spoke about Duchesne, when we looked at that space, we would like to think that people would be on board, considering the amount of people in the Jameson and Duchesne neighborhood that use our park, would like to preserve it. I can't tell you for sure, though. Okay, so that would be unfair for me to put that on them. We would definitely need to bring them to the table and have those conversations with them, which is part of the reason why we're asking for a deferral on this vote, so we can open the floor to having those conversations.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Is that fair?
Yeah, no, that's helpful clarification. I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure I knew sort of where we were at on that one. The other question I had, because I understand where Councillor Hamilton's coming from about the TUC. I mean, gosh, I think we just didn't even try to get a multi-use trail. We just tried to let it be used as technically an off-leash park, and we couldn't even do that. So there was not an openness, although most of the tech gets used as an off-leash park anyways. But that's a conversation for another day.
You bet.
So yeah, so the other conversation, the other idea, that third one is do you look to purchase individual lots? And I know we haven't sort of like dug into this in too much detail yet. We had the chance to have that conversation before. I think the one, I like the idea, because I gave you the example before that groups like Jasper Place Wellness Center have bought individual lots and they've built 12 units on those lots of affordable housing. I think it's a great
Right.
idea and it's a great model we should try to
And we've
support
actually
more
had
of.
conversations with them too
Okay,
after our chat.
Great. Can you talk to me a little bit about that? Because and the initial introduction to that question is, I think the one challenge we run into is that in communities where land values are quite a bit higher than your average, is that, you know, in this case, it's hard to then buy even just one lot. I think the lowest price lot on the MLS website is $630,000 in a neighborhood where, you know, it's half of that in anywhere else. So
Right.
can you talk about the conversations you have at Jasper Place Wellness Center?
So unfortunately, it wasn't me myself directly. It was my colleague Robert Worth, who probably cannot come to a microphone right
No,
now. But what I
officially,
do
sorry.
understand, yes, I'm going to follow process. Don't worry. My hand's been slapped. So what I understand from conversations with between Robert and Jasper Place Wellness is that they do experience some real challenges when you're looking at putting affordable housing into mature, established neighborhoods. What those challenges are specifically, again, I don't know. I wasn't part of that conversation, but they were one of the parties that said, hey, why don't you look outside of Wedgwood? How could you support as a district, not just a neighborhood, but as a district of West Edmonton? How could we support affordable housing together? Like, I need it to be very, very clear that we're not here to say, we don't want this. But I also need to say that Ali, who got very emotional, so I think it impacted the level of her speech. There's particular provincial and municipal legislation here that's been overlooked. This is municipal reserve land. When you go, you guys have the ability to take it and build on it. But there are certain processes and protocols that have to take place for that to happen. One of them being a community needs assessment, and it's outlined in 2 policies and a strategy. So I'm sorry, Andrew, I'm taking up your time.
And I am out of time, so I'm going to self-man it, but thank you, I appreciate the
So
answer to
just
that.
keep that in mind, right? That's what we're talking about here.
Okay. Thank you so much. We will definitely seek that clarity from administration on that. With that, this concludes the questions to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. And now we're going to go to questions from council to administration. So we are, okay, yeah, we're pretty close to 5 o'clock. So we're going to take a dinner break now, and we'll be back at 6 o'clock, and we will start with administration. Councilor, I defer you to administration, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Okay, we'll start with administration. Thank you so much for your presentations. colleagues. Councillor.
Good.
Sorry, Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack.
Still here. Good evening.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good evening.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Good evening.
Councillor Hamilton will be joining us later on. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good evening.
Councillor Carmel.
Good evening.
Councillor Rice.
Good evening.
And Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm going to suggest is that because Councillor Hamilton had to step away for a prearranged appointment, and Wedgwood is her ward, I suggest that we deal with other items that are remaining, then start back on 3134 when Councillor Hamilton is back. I think for the benefit of the community as well, because they probably, for that, just want to let you know. Is that okay, colleagues, that we do that? And I understand there's a speaker on 3.8, so why don't we deal with 3.8 first, then we'll deal with 3.4 and 3.5 if Councillor Hamilton is not back yet. Okay. And this is on? Oh, we have number of speakers on 3.8. Okay. Yeah, can you please, Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, I'll move that we bring 3.8 forward.
Second.
Okay. Please vote.
Yes.
Councillor Tane's a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Councillor Stevenson is also a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
I'm yes too.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Jans, were you also a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Paquette? I don't think he's in. We'll just mark him absent. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Oh, hi.
Yeah, I just been notified that the applicant actually isn't back yet on the King Edward Park application. So just wanting you to be
Oh, they
aware
are
of
not
that.
here yet?
No.
Can they be notified? Can you please let them know? And you did, okay. Are applicants for 3.4, 3.5 are here?
For 3.8, they are just driving, should be there in about 5 to 10 minutes latest.
Okay, 5 to 10 minutes. And how about 3, 4, 3, 5 staff? They're online? We should have given you heads up during the break. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so the applicant from 3.4 and 3.5, let me just hold on, let me go through the. Okay, is Braden Dibben joining us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. How about Kyla Otway and Arman Sooner?
They're part of, sorry, Mr. Mayor, they're part of my group.
Okay, so you'll be able to answer questions, right, from colleagues? Okay, great.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Okay. Can someone move that we bring forward 3.435, please? Councillor Principe, you want to do that?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Second. So please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yes for Councillor Tang.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yes.
Councillor.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Okay. Thank you. In the meantime, okay. All right. Councillor Principe, do you need a presentation from administration?
Sure.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. This application proposes an amendment to the Kristalina Nara East Neighborhood Structure Plan to allow for medium-density residential land uses as well as an associated rezoning from the Neighborhood Commercial, or CN zone, to the medium-scale residential, or RMH16 zone, to allow for medium-scale housing. Next slide, please. The undeveloped subject site is approximately 2 hectares, located at the northeast edge of the neighborhood, west of 66th Street, with access through a private road to 178th Avenue Northwest. The neighborhood is predominantly residential, with an abutting site to the south which contains several commercial uses. To the west of the site is a stormwater management facility with a shared use path providing active modes of transportation and open space for recreation. Transit service is also offered via 66th Street Northwest. Next slide, please. Administration reached out using mailed notices, site signage, and information on the city's webpage. 5 responses were received in opposition regarding concerns about increased density, traffic, and safety. Next slide, please. This application proposes to change a portion of the plan from commercial to medium-density residential land uses to provide for housing diversity and an increase in the plan's density from 35 to 37.8 units per net residential hectare. The proposed amendment is consistent with the plan's objectives by allowing medium-density residential development at the edge of neighborhood, mitigating traffic impacts, and increasing residential densities to support neighborhood intensification. Next slide, please. Bylaw 20979 proposes a rezoning from the Neighborhood Commercial Zone, or CN, to the Medium-Scale Residential, or RMH16 zone, to allow for medium-scale housing up to 4 stories. The proposed RMH16 zone permits multi-unit residential housing and provides an opportunity for commercial uses at ground level. The most significant change will be an increase of height of 4 meters, and given the site's location at the edge of the neighborhood, this will have minimum impact on adjacent land uses. RMH16 continues to allow for commercial uses, while the adjacent site will continue to provide low-intensity commercial, office, and service uses to meet residents' daily needs. The proposed rezoning aligns with the amendment. Next slide, please. The Kristalina Nara East Neighborhood Structure Plan, or NSP, guides the development of the neighborhood and designates this site as commercial. The proposed amendment complies with the objectives of the NSP by providing appropriate land uses that will contribute to a complete neighborhood and will result in an increase of 185 units or 333 persons. The site is within the boundaries of the Northeast District Plan, which designates it as urban mix. Urban mix includes housing, shops, services, and offices in one land use category, which includes standalone residential, commercial, and mixed-use development. Therefore, the proposed amendment aligns with the district plan and policy. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it will allow for the continued development of the neighborhood and contribute to a greater diversity of housing choices. It is compatible with surrounding land uses and aligns with the objectives of the city plan's community of communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we will go to the proponent. They are only here to answer questions. So, Councillor Principe, you have questions to the applicant?
I do, yes.
Go ahead, please.
And anyone, I know we have 3 signed up to answer questions, and anyone is free to answer. Whoever can answer Bess. I do have a question about the intention. What size of units, what kind of density are we looking for? Are we looking at single one-bedroom units, two-bedroom units?
Hi, Councillor Principe. I'll try and answer that. With the RM16, it's medium density housing. I don't know if there's a specific unit type yet. The development permit has not been submitted, but I believe it's townhouse units. So it would be, yeah, I couldn't say if they're 1 or 2 or 3 bedroom.
Sorry, Councillor Principe. So my name's Armand Sutter. I'm the developer for the project. I can answer to that. So our plan for this site is 107 total units. Approximately 87 of those would be 3-bedroom, 2.5 bathroom, which we've developed for family style townhouse units. And the remaining 20 are going to be 2 second and third level duplexes that are 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom units.
Thank you. So those townhouse units, is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's row housing. So, and then the duplex units would occupy a second and third floor as separate units.
Okay.
And those are all coming under affordable housing.
Okay. Thank you for those answers. I do have questions for administration.
Good. Any other questions to the applicant? I see none, and no one is in opposition. Now we can go to questions to administration. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I do have a question. One of the things that it was stated in the report, it said it will create a diversity of housing choices, but it does, the neighborhood already does have a diversity of housing choices, correct?
It does, and this continues to promote that. Again,
Right.
It's not looking at the lower density forms. This is providing for a requirement to have at least row housing and above.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to clarify that it's not the beginning, or like we are already zoned for other medium density.
There is other medium density
Yes.
available in the neighborhood. Yeah, this
Okay.
particular site was commercial only, but now it would be.
Right. And can I ask you about, I had mentioned this earlier, and I just wanted to get clarification about what I saw on page 5, attachment number 2, page 5. It said RMH 23. So is that just a typo, or it's not in the bylaw that it's going to come across as RMH 23?
Yeah, no, my apologies. There was actually a change in the application, and it was originally RMH 23, and then they revised it to RMH 16. The bylaw is appropriate. It does reflect that. The advertisements that went out to the public, as well as the postcards, all reflected the true rezoning, which is the RMH 16. But we did miss one when we went through the report. I apologize.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Okay, thank you for that. And then the shared use path, I just wanted to confirm that there will be public access still with this, with the intended development here?
There is. I'll let Faisal take the rest of the question.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's a good short answer. Just, yep. Okay, thank you. And then one other thing that I wanted to talk about on attachment number 2, page 7 and page 9, under the low-rise medium density housing, it says 90 units per hectare for both. So that's not an actual number. What, can you explain that number to me?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So the 90 units per net residential hectare is the target goal for that type of density within a plan. So we use that within our terms of reference as the set point for a particular density type. So low density development or low density residential development usually comes in around 25 or 30. When we're talking about the medium, you're looking at approximately 90 as your average build out rate.
All right, and a question that I had forgotten to ask the proponent, which I don't know if administration can answer, the why requesting for rezoning? Why should this be rezoned to residential?
Again, that would be better asked of the applicant. We think that the use is appropriate and suitable in this location, but the applicant saw that they felt that there was more commercial than they felt the market could uptake, but I can let them fill in more on that.
Okay.
Yes, Council.
No,
Yes,
no,
sorry,
yeah,
Councillor.
sorry, you
Underneath.
gotta wait.
Sorry.
Armand, just hold on till,
Sorry.
we'll come to you under new information. Just hold on, okay?
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if administration had a point on that. Just it's appropriate, the amount. So also, you know, in January of 2022, we had approved the Crystalina East NSP, and I thought it was a good plan. You know, it looked really good. It looked well balanced, and I've been seeing changes gradually, like changes being implemented. And I was supportive of the plan when it first came out, and I guess I have a concern of how many more changes we could foresee.
That's a difficult question to answer, Councillor Principe. The plans are approved with the best intentions, but you know, as people go and develop out the land and the market shifts, things like the zoning bylaw change, there become some different needs, and the applicants are within their rights to request those changes, and then we bring them through the appropriate channels, which is this, to review them, see if we're able to lend support, and of course bring them before you for your ultimate decision. But there's no way to say how many changes or how many more changes. We do our best to make sure that the plans are approvable, and we make sure that we try and give you the best planning advice when those applications are brought forward.
And so when administration recommends approval, you're always looking at ensuring that there's enough green space. And would it ever come that it's not supported if you see that the densities may be increasing, that the green space isn't enough?
Yeah, and I think one thing that's important is that we attempt to work with the applicant prior to bringing something forward for your ultimate decision. So if there's something that maybe needs some negotiations or some changes, we try and work with them to get the best application possible to bring before you prior to making a recommendation as to whether we would support or non-support something.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. I just have a quick question. Getting used to our new district plans. Oh, thank you. So you know, the report references this being in an urban mix area, which, you know, aligns with the uses that are proposed for the zoning. I didn't see it speaking to scale. And so I think normally in urban mix, small scale, outside of nodes and corridors is sort of generally what's anticipated. Is this being considered a local node, given the commercial and then, you know, stormwater management recreation space?
Yes, thank you for that, Councillor. That is what we're seeing develop in this little pocket. It's also at the edge of the community, along the collector, so there are some benefits, and this is where it's appropriate to consider that additional scale.
Perfect. Well, yeah, and I think that's the other piece, that even though I'm assuming it won't have direct access off of 66th Street, but it's still along that main corridor, main collector. Okay, perfect. No other questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So that concludes questions to administration. At this time, any questions on a new information arising out of the previous conversation? And Councillor Principe, you have one, right? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Sunner, are you online still?
Yep, I'm here still.
Hi there. Can you answer the question that I had asked administration about why the request from the proponent for this rezoning?
Yeah, so when we had originally, we also own the commercial directly south to the site. So originally we had it all rezoned as neighborhood commercial. As we developed the front 5.5 acres of commercial, we still have available units that are available for sale and lease 2 years on. And our original plan was to continue on with commercial on the south side, but we felt that there was more than enough commercial that we've developed to the south, considering that we are already having issues filling it to 100%, as well as with the new city plan aiming to have 1 million residents within the city, as well as with the net migration coming to Edmonton. We felt that this was a good multifamily site, considering it's next to a dry pond, a nearby school, dune, and that's why we decided to rezone for a row housing site.
Okay, thank you for that answer. That's it.
Thank you. So that concludes the questions on this item. We are ready to close the public hearing on this bylaw. Okay. Councillor Stevenson.
I'll move closure of the public hearing on items 3, 4, and 3, 5.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Councillor Rutherford is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor
Yes.
Wright. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Thank you, Councillor
Yes.
Jans. We have all the votes.
I am a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Now we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillors.
I'll move first reading of items 3, 4, and 3, 5.
Second.
Okay, we have the first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I was kind of referring to in the questions I asked, I was in favor of the NSP when it came out in January 2022, and I voted in favor. I am still considering voting in favor of this one at this, listening to what the proponent had to say, hearing from administration, making sure that we're ensuring access to the shared use path, also ensuring that there's enough green space. So I am still considering voting in favor of this, although I am concerned with the increase in density, which I think at this point is still okay. However, going forward, I would be very hesitant in supporting any more densification in the near vicinity. So I'll see if any of my colleagues have anything else to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Principe. Anyone else? Councillor Knack.
I feel like Councillor Principe was inviting someone, so I'll quickly jump in. A few thoughts on this. I appreciate Councillor Principe's sort of caution as you go into this, because when we have new neighborhood structure plans, the idea of changing them, especially as people are moving in, is always a bit of a concern because, as we find in mature neighborhoods, people sort of rely on those plans. And while not everyone reads the plans, a lot of people are starting to become more aware of that. So I think of a few things when I look at a new neighborhood structure plan, a relatively new neighborhood structure plan and where it's being amended. First, I look to see, were there any concerns from the residents? That to me is always a nice one, because if it's immediately adjacent to one space, that can be a point of concern. From the report, there was no responses of concerns. And I think the other piece, I appreciate the caution on the density. I think I'm reminded of the fact that I believe now our target for our newest communities is actually going to be 45 units per net residential hectare. So this brings us up to 37.8. So I do feel comfortable with that and being able to support that additional growth. And so I think it's always good to dig in. So I appreciate Council Principe selecting this and asking those questions. But I think from the fact that there is no opposition today, I think the market conditions seem very reasonable in terms of why we would make that shift. And looking at the current land use statistics, it's well in line with most new neighborhoods, if not slightly below what we would expect going forward. So for me, I feel comfortable making this change on this. So thanks, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. And since there was the invitation to add to this, I'm happy to. I actually I agree with Councillor Principe on a lot of these things. And one of the reasons is because when people are moving in, they're being told, this is what the neighborhood's going to look like. However, ironically, it's often the same people who are telling them that, those companies that end up applying for changes. But then they point back to the sales pitch. So that's got to get rectified, I think, going forward, that kind of approach. And then secondly, there's a concern about the increasing density where it wasn't initially planned for, and the engineering of the road of the traffic patterns. And we see that really coming to a head right in that area along 66th Street, And 167th, the intersection, the twinning still hasn't been done despite 10 years of effort from the community. Things are getting really, really pinched there. And residents are noticing and they're upset. So if we cannot keep up with the infrastructure or redesign how we do infrastructure to engineer better ways for traffic dispersal, we're going to get into a bit of a quandary because this isn't downtown. This is literally in the suburbs. We're obviously trying to find ways to create that densification in a way that people can access what they need without driving, but that's not the reality yet. And it won't be the reality for the next 10 years, 15 years. And so I would just add my caution to Councillor Principe's caution that great, let's absorb more density where we can. Let's make some relative changes where it's not going to have massive impact. But these things add up. They add up, and we need to be prepared for that, and we need to get ahead of it. And so any future changes, I'm going to absolutely be supporting Councillor Principe and making sure that those things are being thought of in advance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, to close.
Thank you. I'll just add a few additional thoughts. I think as we've recently approved our district planning, it's a great opportunity to see how they're applying and the different contexts where they provide guidance. So, as discussed, I think that this does really meet the criteria of a local node, and so having some low-rise development in that location supports that. I think it's a great example, too, of how additional density can support additional amenities for this area as well, around transit, around some of the commercial as well. I think we do want communities to be walkable, to have services nearby within the neighborhoods themselves. I think the remaining commercial site offers that opportunity. It can be intensified in the future if needed, but I feel that that's a reasonable amount to serve this local community. So for all of those reasons, the alignment with city policy and the provision of additional housing, which is so needed right now in our community, I'm happy to support this and encourage my colleagues to do as well.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes. Councillor Rutherford.
Councillor Rutherford, thank you. Councillor Wright,
Yeah, she also said yes.
thank you. We have all the votes.
Yes, I'm a yes.
Okay, please display the votes. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of items 7.3 and 7.4.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yes.
Thank
Councillor
you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading of item 3.4 and 3.5.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Councillor Wright is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Paquette?
I voted yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you. I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20978 and bylaw 20979.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we are on to item 3.08. I see the applicants are here. We have a couple of people in oh. Okay, we'll deal with 3.8 then. Okay. Okay. We have folks in opposition, so we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. Through the medium-scale residential zone, or RMH23 zone, this application proposes a mid-rise residential building with a maximum height of approximately 6 stories and limited commercial opportunities at ground level. Next slide, please. The site is located half a block from White Avenue, which is the northern boundary of the King Edward Park neighborhood. Bonnie Doon Mall and other nearby services are in proximity to the site. Transit is available nearby along White Avenue, and the Bonnie Doon LRT station is just over 500 meters walking distance. Surrounding properties are primarily small-scale housing, with the exception of the properties along White Avenue and north of the site, which are low-rise buildings. Next slide, please. Within the Southeast District Plan, the site is within the White Avenue primary corridor. Low and mid-rise buildings are supportable throughout primary corridors. The RMH23 zone would facilitate mid-rise, primarily residential development, which fits with this direction. Next slide, please. When compared to the current zone, the proposed RMH23 would allow for an increase in height, approximately 3 stories, and overall a larger building footprint. In addition to the 3 meter side setback, a minimum 3 meter step back is required for all portions of the building over 16 meters in height. That's approximately 4 stories. This provides additional separation from the small-scale properties abutting the site. The maximum floor area ratio, which determines the maximum floor area of the building, allows for flexibility in building design while limiting the overall massing. At the development permit stage, the applicant's building design can maximize the height or setbacks of the zone, but not both at the same time. For example, as shown in the slide models, to maximize the height while maintaining the floor area ratio, the setbacks would increase. Conversely, to maximize the setbacks while maintaining the floor area ratio, the height would decrease. The relationship between the site size, maximum height, maximum floor area ratio, setbacks at ground level, and above 16 meters limit the overall size of the building and provide additional transition from surrounding sites. Next slide, please. Administration used a broadened engagement approach for this application. This included creating an engaged Edmonton page and expanding the notification radius from 60 to 120 meters. A total of 32 responses were received, with 29 in opposition and 3 in support. Key concerns we heard were that the proposed zone was too tall and out of character with the surrounding low-density area, and that the existing on-street parking and traffic congestion would worsen. Those in support indicated that the site was a good location near LRT and amenities, and that it would provide more housing during a housing crisis, and that it meets with the plan goals for infill and active modes. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It will facilitate an increase in residential density near transit and commercial amenities. It proposes a scale that is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, and it is aligned with the direction in the Southeast District Plan and District Policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the folks in favor. Marcelo Figueroa, you going to make a presentation, right? And Dinesh Deshpande, Lagan Mittal to answer questions only. Alex Khodorkovsky to make is Alex to make a presentation? No? Okay, to answer questions only. Shivam Vidya to answer questions only as well, or to make a presentation?
In favor of the application.
To speak or to answer questions only?
To speak.
To speak, okay. And Yogesh Vermota to speak or to questions only? Yogesh is not joining? Okay. Okay. We'll start with Marcelo. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yep.
Good evening, Mayor Sohi and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present today after a long day. We're here to introduce a unique mid-rise residential development proposal for King Edward Park, thoughtfully designed to align with Edmonton's vision for sustainable, inclusive growth. Next slide, please. This proposed development is a 6-story building on just 2 standard lots, which presented some unique design challenges. However, through thoughtful planning, we have designed 48 units, with 2/3 of these as 2- and 3-bedroom homes, alongside a ground-level daycare designed to serve up to 60 children. This project will also be a car-free environment, with vehicle parking limited to a few visitor spots and designated space for a daycare drop-off. Equipped with EV charging stations for parents and visitors, rooftop solar panels, and rooftop amenities, this development is designed to enhance both livability and sustainability within this primary corridor. Next slide, please. During the rezoning process, we made a concerted effort to engage the community and gather feedback. Alongside the city's standard engagement, our consulting team sent 414 notices to nearby residents, inviting them to discuss the project. We also reached out to King Edward Park and Bonnedo community leagues and the French Quarter BIA. While only the BIA provided detailed comments, our feedback received from city engagement process was valuable, and we have incorporated them into our design and planning to align with the broader neighborhood values. Next slide, please. As you can see on the screen, our site is ideally positioning within 400 meters of the Bonnedo LRT station. Even with the city's shift to a nodes and corridor strategy, this project supports key transit-oriented development principles outlined in the city plan and the Southeast District Plan. It achieved this by integrating density, active transportation options, and proximity to transit. This transit-oriented approach reduces car dependency, giving future residents greater access to transit, walkability options, and local businesses, ultimately supporting Edmonton's vision for sustainable, connected communities. Next slide, please. This development adds diversity housing options to King Edward Park, meeting the needs of families, young professionals, and individuals seeking accessible transit-adjacent homes. Its location near amenities like Bonnedo Mall, schools, and parks makes it ideal for convenient community-centered living. By increasing density near transit and local business, we are enhancing the neighborhood's walkability, providing residents with easy access to services, and reinforcing King Edward Park's role as a complete, thriving community. Next slide, please. To conclude, this slide highlights that sustainability is central to this development. The building will include the solar energy system to complement conventional energy sources aligned with Edmonton's shift towards renewables. In support of EV adoption, we have included provisions for level 2 EV charges for the limited visitor and daycare parking spaces. Additionally, the landscaping around the building is designed for resiliency and low maintenance, incorporating climate-adaptive plants and green spaces that residents can enjoy year-round. This completes the first part of our presentation, providing an overview of our commitment to create a climate-resilient, livable space in King Edward Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Dinesh Deshpande, you're making presentation or questions only? But go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Jnanesh. I'm principal with Green Space Alliance, and good to be here today. As Marcelo mentioned, this neighborhood has variety of housing types ranging from single detached dwellings, duplexes, and up to 4-story apartment buildings. In our opinion, we feel that this neighborhood is now ready to accept a mid-rise development as part of the primary corridor. Next slide, please. As you can see on, I have my presentation. Like, is that not on? It's the continuation of the existing presentation.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. We'll put that on the screen. My apologies.
Are you going to get my?
Yeah, just hold on. They're just going to load it up. Here we go. We'll give you another extra 45 minutes for waiting. Yeah. 45 seconds. There's a minute? Oh my God. Oh, 45 seconds.
Can you please make it like big?
Your presentation wouldn't last 45 minutes anyways. Right? So go ahead.
It's in fact exactly 4 minutes. So
Here we go. You got 4 minutes then. It disappeared. Just hold on. Here it is. Go ahead.
perfect. So that was my first slide. We can go to the next slide, please. Perfect, thank you. As you can see on your screens, this provides a comparison between the housing type split between King Edward Park neighborhood and the city of Edmonton average. As you can see here, the neighborhood includes slightly less percentage of single detached dwellings than the city average, but it does not have any apartment buildings that are over 4 stories, which is kind of like envisioned one of the typologies in Edmonton's primary corridors. And as Marcelo mentioned, as part of the city's engagement process, we had heard a number of community concerns. So I'm going to talk about how we address them as part of the design. Next slide, please. So when it comes to neighborhood character, compatibility, density, and scale, the first thing I would like to stress is the development includes a diversity of housing mix. Around 2/3 of the residential units in this development would be either 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom units, which we think really addresses Edmonton's goals for inclusive housing diversity. In addition to that, we are also providing a daycare at the ground floor of this development, which would provide that additional amenity to residents in this proposed building and also for the surrounding residents in the neighborhood itself. To support that, we are providing additional family-focused amenity areas and child like play areas on the rooftop and at the ground level. So these amenities we feel would definitely add value to the community. And last but not the least, as Marcelo explained, the development is within 400 meters from the LRT station. So residents in this building would be walking to a number of neighborhood amenities that are close by, and in turn really promoting the overall walkability in the neighborhood itself. Next slide, please. When it comes to height and scale, building height and scale, as you can see here in the square box in orange, the site is in close proximity to existing 4-story and 5-story buildings, predominantly along 82 Avenue corridor, which is a primary corridor in the Edmonton's district plans. So, and city's newly developed land use bylaw establishes RM zone, which provides those setbacks and step back regulations to address gradual transitions between mid-rise developments and nearby small-scale residential properties. So we think that we have really chosen the zone appropriately so that those concerns are addressed at the zoning level. Next slide, please. In the end, in the end, I would say that the overall traffic and parking are definitely key concerns for any infill projects within mature neighborhoods. So for that reason, we are actually proposing this building as a car-free environment, again, building on the fact that it is within 400 meters from a transit station. We are providing 7 drop-off like spaces for the daycare and the 3 visitor parking spaces, predominantly accessed from the rear lane, so reducing the overall dependency on the car, building on the location of the site. In addition to that, as Marcelo explained, the developer is definitely committed to providing those electrical vehicle charging stations and providing solar panels on the rooftop. So we really think, next slide, please. To conclude, we really think that this development would play a key role in promoting or forwarding a council's vision for new developments within the primary corridor. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and we hope council approves this application.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'll check if on the Ligan Mittal is to answer questions only. So is Alex. Shivam Vidya, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Sohi and Council. My name is Shivam Vaidya, and I have a property in this area since about 2 years. Recently, I became aware of the project, and I'm speaking in support of this application. Over the years, I have known many residents in the neighborhood who use public transit, and the arrival of LRT has significantly improved the travel options to and from the area. This area is in transition and is also near to various amenities, which makes it unique. Various institutions and facilities such as the Bonnie-Doon Mall, Campus St. Jean, Mill Creek Ravine, and Bonnie-Doon Leisure Center are all within the walking distance from the proposed development. I think the provision of a 5-6-story rental housing project would provide housing options near Bonnie-Doon LRT station, especially near all existing amenities. I also understand that the availability of on-street parking is generally an issue near LRT stations, but I like the fact that this development is proposing a car-free environment for the residential portion. Such developments seem to be most suitable in the area as it is well served by LRT station and bus connectivity along the White Avenue. In the past, I have encountered a lot of students asking for an availability for a reasonable accommodation, and as this project is in an area with an excellent network of public transportation, this project would be perfect to cater such needs. Thank you for the opportunity to present my perspective. Shivam.
Thank you. Okay, questions to folks in favor or the applicant? Okay, we'll just go through. Here we go. Councillor Salvador, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Just to start, I mean, I appreciate the applicant outlining how some of the feedback from community has been kind of incorporated into the design. I guess, what are you hearing in the neighborhood in response to some of that sort of feedback being incorporated, or have you done a check-in?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilor Salvador. So, for instance, as administration was showing in their presentation, there is a trade-off between FAR and height. So we are in a position of trying to maximize FAR, and as a consequence, the height would be less than the maximum allowed in the zone, which makes like a significant difference in terms of sun shadow impacts and overall interface with adjacent homeowners.
Okay, and just on the height piece then, because I might ask this to administration as well, but my understanding is that under this proposed zone, it would essentially be like 6 if you go the full way, and if you go that high, you have a step back for the top 2 stories, correct?
Correct.
Versus, and are you saying that you'd be wanting to max out FAR, so it would be more of a 4-story? Or what? Help me understand what the intention is.
So there's two key factors playing there. One is the push and pulls of setbacks versus height in the setback. So we are going to up to a maximum of 20 meters. The zoning allows for 23. And the second factor is really regarding the building code regulations, which change if we go the top level, if it's more than 18 meters where you're standing, it completely changed the chapter where we have to provide like additional fire rating safety. So all those 2 factors together with the zoning makes the building decrease the height. And as a consequence, the setbacks are maximized on the front and the side.
And 20 meters max would be?
As we design.
5? stories?
We'll give you, depending on the floor ceiling height that you propose, it could be a short 5 stories or, a short 6 stories or a tall floor ceiling 6-story building.
Okay.
But the height would be 20 meters anyways.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask about just sort of the transition. I think it was mentioned that this is sort of a gradual transition off a primary corridor. I was just wondering why 23 versus 16?
Sorry,
Sorry for RM 23 versus RM.
Other than the 16. Yeah, that's a very good question. So the zone, the RM zone, has a very unique bonus system for FAR, right? So and we've been working on a few projects, like we had the one in McKernan back in the spring here that was using the same approach to actually use the bonus system building the zone. So with that bonus system, we can get this hybrid between 4 stories and 6 stories, which could not be accommodated with the RM16, and still have like a very increase of the bonus FAR. So the FAR goes up for about 0.7.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then just with a minute left here, I wanted to ask a question of Speaker Shivam.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you also mentioned that this area is sort of in transition. I
Yes.
think we're about to hear from some speakers who might feel that this is that it goes a little bit too far, and that transition is happening in too big of a jump. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that as well, just because you brought up that transition piece in 30 seconds.
I don't think so, because of the LRT coming so close to this subject property. I don't think it is a very gradual change. The area needed this change because, as I said in my when I was speaking, I had met a lot of students, professionals looking for a reasonable accommodation in this area, and from that experience, I was favoring this motion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much for the presentation. I guess I just want to ask about, this is mid-block. This is off of White Avenue. And when you give that example of some of the similar density, they're all along White Avenue with this as the exception, which, many will question, is that truly gentle density or fitting in with the character of the rest of the, medium density developments. I guess any thoughts, I think in particular, sort of this off-white mid-block sort of positioning? I guess, I don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I think overall, I think anytime like long-term visions are developed in any urban planning process, our understanding is this corridor is quite big in terms of the depth. It goes beyond like our site, right from the White Avenue. So it goes like 2 blocks north and 2 blocks south. So in that sense, like someone has to go like first. And yes, we understand that right now we are on one of the interior local streets, but in the long run, as it is envisioned, there will be more applications. And I think the key in this situation is how we choose the right zone and the right building type to fit with the overall character and the direction that is established in zoning. So I guess we really like analyze the RM zone like critically, and we are not going for any variances when this application will be implemented. And another thing I would like to stress that what happens is for any redevelopment, land assembly is also like critical factor. So I would like to stress the fact that assembling 2 lots is comparatively easier, and you can get those like developments in close proximity to LRT station, and this lot size is just right enough to implement RM23 zone. Sometimes doing the larger lot assembly is quite challenging. So I think when you have a proposed development like this, it is the best chance to make it happen to align with the city's overall goals. So I hope
And then,
I answered
yeah,
that question.
thank you. And Marcelo, you said this will be 4 stories, or the maximum height is 20?
To implement this, I think we can achieve the 6-story building in 20 meters. Yeah.
Okay, so 6-story in 20 meters.
Yes.
And then I guess I was just wondering, so you're going car-free, and of course that's, within policy, but then you're installing electric charging stations, and is that for the workers of the daycare, or is it for the residents who don't necessarily who will only have access to kind of street parking, but then access to charging station? Can you just explain that part to me?
Thank you, Council. Thank you for your questions. Yeah, so the level 2 EV chargers, they are very short term. So this is mostly for anybody that is actually in the daycare or a parent that is dropping or picking up their children. So it is a faster charger. So
Okay, well, as a parent who does drop and pick up children, I'm not sure I will have the amount of time to do adequate charge. So I think I'll just, it's good to see these infrastructure. We just recently talked about them in one of our planning reports, but I think I just find it kind of curious. And I think in your presentation, you also gave some examples of other, the precedents that you've had in other neighborhoods of this kind of mid-block, medium density in the single families, surrounded by single families. Can you, I guess, talk about how you've dealt with some of the similar concerns with residents there? And is it similar here?
Yeah, that's a great question. If you could come back to my slide number 2, I have like the exactly precedent that I
This is the Garneau, yeah.
there. So as you can see, that picture on the corner it's in Garneau, so it's 87 Avenue, close to 112th Street. So that building, actually, there's 2 buildings connected by a courtyard, and this is a very old building. It was built way before the RM zone was implemented and adopted. So you can see that the scale is very similar, and that would be a good example of the interface between single detached and mid-rise. But in our case, with the RM zone, you would see a further step back on the 4th floor.
Okay, I think I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So that concludes the questions to folks in favor. Now we're going to go to community members signed up in opposition. I will call your name. Cheryl Croucher, please come down or grab a seat there, whatever works for you. And Paul Peltier, please come down. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentations. And then council members may have questions to you. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Please go ahead. We will start with Cheryl Croucher. Can you turn your mic on, please?
How do you do that?
Go ahead now. Try it again. Try it now.
Hi, can you hear me now?
No.
Is there a switch on the back? It's not this one, is it?
Okay, thank you very much. Been here since this morning waiting to do this. My name's Cheryl Croucher. I live in King Edward Park. I'm 2 blocks over from the proposed area for rezoning, but I do have concerns for how this particular one will impact the immediate area. I've lived in King Edward Park for almost 40 years now, and I am against the rezoning for this particular proposal. And I would have to say that having lived in the area since 1986, I've seen a lot of change in the community. My home actually is the original farmhouse, and my block my house was built in 31. In 1950-51 is when the homestead was divided, and of course all the homes from the 1950s onwards in that area are from that. I do live across the street from Donnan School, which is again just 2 avenues up from the proposed rezoned area. And at the time when I moved into Donnan, or across from Donnan School, it actually was under threat of being closed. Of course, now there's been a change in demographics in the area, and it's a pretty vibrant school for sports and hockey as well as academics. I agree with my neighbors in King Edward Park that this particular proposed rezoning and development is totally inappropriate for the area. Too much, I think I heard a few minutes ago. It is located in the middle of the block, which is a quiet residential street. And definitely something like this would be more suited to a main street, like across on the White Avenue corridor, where there are apartment buildings already, many of which have already been upgraded. Or even on a corner, to take a corner, because definitely traffic is a concern. And with this one being located in the middle of this really lovely treed street, it already has an awful lot of infill that has gone into that area, but they've been within what has been guided by the city previously under the mature property overlay or community, whatever it was called. There's a number of new homes, infill, that have been built right in this area of 81st Avenue in that particular block. And they include like single family, the skinny homes, duplexes, there's triplexes, all of that. But they have all been generally fitting within what the neighborhood is like. The height of this new complex and the lack of parking are concerns. There's traffic safety, the loss of trees, and definitely the more that goes in there, the less surface there is for draining or absorbing into the soil. And we'll see increased pressure on the infrastructure. And again, there's also prolonged disruption to everyday life because due to construction. And with this complex, of course, it will take longer to build. And I do have to bring up that just on the weekend in King Edward Park, we had a very serious fire where 2 houses under construction were burnt to the ground in the middle of the night. And it took them several hours to actually put this thing out. And I think having this sort of development in the middle of a very quiet residential area, and you can see that all of the infill, everybody is really close together. Today, everything is built with vinyl siding, and it doesn't take much for everything to go up. And I think that this sort of proposal, should there be some sort of fire at this complex, it would be devastating to the surrounding homes on 81st Avenue. The change also allows...
Thank you, Cheryl.
Am I over?
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry about that. Next, we will go to Paul Peltier.
Good afternoon, councilors and Mayor Sohi. Firstly, I'd like to say my name is Paul Peltier. I'm the direct neighbor touching the property on the west side. So this is right against my house. So firstly, I'm not opposed to the development, and I'm not opposed to any infills or anything, but I am opposed about putting the wrong development in the wrong place. So the response from the neighborhood on the questionnaire was 29% opposed to supporting it. So that's 90% against it already of the neighbors. So it's a pretty resounding answer already. But I purchased my home there a couple years ago. I chose King Edward Park as it was a very nice residential neighborhood, single family homes, duplexes, some triplexes, and a couple three-story apartments on White Ave. That's it. There was no 6-story towering buildings. There was nothing even more than 3 stories in all of King Edward that I know of. So there's none at all. The streets weren't overpopulated and nothing. So the rezoning is completely out of character. Let me see here. Had this potential 6-story development towering over this home been in play when I purchased it, I would not have purchased it at all. I would have picked a different home in King Edward because I was looking at several of them. Who would want to have a house that's in the shadow of a big building like that? When they showed the picture on the screen a little while ago of the angle of the building, you couldn't even see my house. It didn't show up. So this is completely towering over top of my house. I'll be in the dark for half the day. So it's not a good thing. So, and I'm curious about, how it's going to affect property values as well. So, what factors are weighed in when deciding that the broader benefits outweigh the potential impacts of the neighbors? The rezoning will likely devalue the surrounding homes and make them ugly ducklings on the market should we go to sell them, especially the ones touching on either side. Parking doesn't seem to be a concern, but an assumption of the whole building will be filled with people that only use public transportation is kind of absurd. There's going to be a car for every person in that building, pretty much guaranteed. I know when I bought my house, I did a business license application because I do a home-based business, and the biggest concern about my business license application was parking. So I don't know why it's not a consideration much right now with a development like this. Let me see where I am here. The rezoning permit for this development should not be approved as it risks disrupting the established character of King Edward Park and the cohesion of the neighborhood. Allowing this change could lead to decreased property values, negative impact on the quality of life for the existing neighbors, and 90% of the respondents already said they don't want it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Let's see if there are any questions from council colleagues to you. Councilor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you both so much. I also want to thank you for sticking around all day. I know it's been really, really long, and I appreciate your patience. Yeah, also, I mean, you also mentioned the fire that happened in the neighborhood this past weekend, and just wanted to recognize the fire that happened this last weekend. I just wanted to recognize that, and I know folks are really shaken by that. But yeah, I appreciate you referencing your concerns related to fire risk, and I'll ask some questions of administration about that too. Now, Cheryl, it seemed like you had a little bit more to add. You kind of ran out of time, so I wanted to give you a minute or two if you wanted to complete some of your thoughts.
Thank you very much. One of the points I really wanted to get across was that I don't think that the city is taking a big picture on what this type of rezoning is doing into the neighborhood. So when things are approved on a case-by-case basis, it's done in isolation, and it's not done with all the other considerations of all the other applications that are going on in the neighborhood. And what really blew me away after I read the responses when the little report came out afterwards is that there's this application, but there's also another one that will be coming forward, which is for development of the old St. James Catholic School, which is now being run as a Muslim academy, and that is there's an application for that to be redeveloped into another one of these big complexes, even bigger than what these guys are suggesting. And also, Bonnie Doon Mall, unless things have changed, my understanding is that it is going to be knocked down, redeveloped, and a big, several, probably 30 stories going up there. That's what I was at a hearing at a couple of years ago. As well as just right across the street from Bonnie Doon is Holyrood Gardens, and that's all being redeveloped. And then there's also Strathern Apartments, which is all being redeveloped into high-rise towers. When you add up the population, that's a sudden influx, once it's all developed, of not hundreds of people, but thousands of people, and you're essentially looking in a confined space, very constricted area of the size of a small city, say like Camrose. That's an awful lot of people with no parking and the loss of your green space, all that sort of thing.
Okay. Okay. Well, I appreciate you adding that point. So it's really, I think you're pointing to sort of that cumulative effect and how these types of decisions can add up. Okay. Thank you for adding that. I also just wanted to go to Paul. I mean, it sounds like you've lived in the area for quite a while. I'm curious to get your thoughts. You know, you talked about some of the three and 4 story apartments that are right along and off of White Avenue. What do you see as sort of that next step or evolution of development now that the LRT is there, for example? Of course, we want to be able to have opportunities for people to kind of have that transit-oriented lifestyle, recognizing not everyone, of course, is going to take transit. Lots of people are still going to drive. But in terms of development scale, what do you see as that next step?
Well, in the residential area, I can see, you know, duplexes or houses with basement suites and garage suites, or, you know, triplexes, that type of thing, but not a 6-story building. Like there isn't any other 6-story building around the area at all, none. And they want to put them right against houses, so that's definitely not what it is. But smaller scale, yes, I understand that would work.
Okay, and I think, because one of the things I'm struggling with, and I'll ask this to administration as well, I'm probably going to run out of time. When we look at our larger planning documents, things like the city plan or district plans, and we look at this location, like it is within, you probably saw it identified as a primary corridor, where it talks about having low-rise and mid-rise development over time. And I think the challenge is there isn't a lot that exists today. So this would be sort of that first one in the area. And I think that's what I'm grappling with. I don't know. I'll come back to get your thoughts on that piece.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you both so much for being here, for staying into the evening with us. And a very, very similar line of questioning to Councillor Salvador I was going to put to Cheryl. So I appreciate your concern with sort of the one-off, one-off rezonings, and, is there a broader, more comprehensive plan? And, my understanding is that broader vision is really embedded in our city plan and our district plan, which, as we heard from our administration, this scale of rezoning is supported within those broader plans that have had technical studies at, at a high level. So just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
I think it starts with being thoughtful and meaningful right from the very beginning. I would suggest taking a longer time before you make decisions that are the first ones, because once the first one is made, then it sets a precedent, and it means it's much easier for somebody else to do the same thing, which in our case, we would consider something like this as being inappropriate in this particular location. And also, the gentleman did say that if you get the first one in, it makes it easier. So he's already thinking along those lines. So I could easily see you get it on this block, 81st, then you've got one or two more on 80th, and then 79th, and like half of my block already has infill or new houses. I've been built on either sides. I can talk to you about, it took 3 years of disruption to my life. Not that I'm against that, because at some point I will probably sell my property and something will go in there as well. But it's being appropriate as you move along. We're looking ahead like another million people, but they're not here today.
Yeah, and I think that's the tension, is that what is here today is this proposal, right? And I absolutely hear you with the challenge of sort of, in a perfect world, we'd have a really steady change, but we are sort of in this position where it comes down to individual landowners. Again, for example, your property that we can't compel you to redevelop anytime soon. That's a choice that you need to make. So I'll maybe just go my last few minutes to Paul. Again, really appreciate your presentation, and I just want to clarify: did you get a business license for your home-based business?
I did, yes.
Okay. And so, I think it raises an interesting question in that, when the city has looked at more incremental change, for example, skinnies, duplexes, row houses, we often hear, and in your case, business licenses, we do often hear the same concerns. But I would guess that, some of those changes, once they've come to the neighborhood, have ended up enhancing the space, giving options for folks like you, for example, to move into the area. So that's also what I'm mindful of, that, sometimes that worst case scenario isn't what we end up seeing in reality.
Can you re-say the question again, sorry?
Well, how, because I don't want you to feel that we're walking away taking those concerns lightly. Impact to traffic, impact to some of the character of the area, but just reflecting on the fact that some of those changes have happened in the past, some of the changes that were, very strongly, that raised very strong concerns from neighborhoods. Now that they've come to pass, the impact that they were worried about hasn't materialized. So is that a pattern that you've seen in your neighborhood in terms of King Edward Park?
I'm not sure. I can't speak for other neighborhoods, but I do know that if something like this happens, the value of my home is going to go down, or it'll become very hard to sell if I ever decide to sell it, because it'll be the ugly duckling of the whole neighborhood. Who wants a house next door to a 6-story apartment building?
Yeah, and I think
with no parking.
I think, yeah, and forgive me, you're immediately to the west of the site, so in the newer skinnies.
I'm touching it to the west.
Yeah, and I think that we heard very similar concerns when that type of development, like the skinny home, was brought in, and I don't know that we've seen that play out.
No.
Yeah. In any case, I'm out of time, but appreciate those reflections.
Can you move the second round, please?
Well, happy to move second round.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to come back to that question around sort of that tension between those high-level plans when we're talking about the city plan and district planning, and you know, when we look at the work and studies and engagement that went into those, we come out with a recommendation from administration saying that this is in line with what we would expect for those higher level big picture plans. But then the tension I'm hearing from you folks is sort of when that's translated to impacts on the ground in our communities, how can we navigate that? What would you say to that piece? Recognizing that things like, I'll mention the LRT again, has been a very major development in the area, a significant investment from the city where we want people to be able to live and work and play and shop, and you know, access things like transit close to home. And I'll either one of you can comment on that piece.
Well, allowing a little bit more population into the neighborhood is not a bad thing, but within reason. Like, this is completely out of character. It's 6 stories. How would you like that beside your house?
Yeah, and
or any of your houses. Like, how would you like to have that right beside your own house?
well, and I think that's a good question, and I wonder, you know, there's a number of examples, and I'll ask administration this as well, but we saw one in the presentation, like just in a different neighborhood, but it looked like a similar context where
But it was only 5 stories. That picture
would
that you showed.
And would 5 stories be that difference maker for you?
Well,
like would 5?
5 stories is still too big as far as I'm concerned, but.
Okay.
I would like to speak to that as well.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I think one of the things in this particular one, this rezoning allows for commercial as well as living accommodation. But in our case, there already is a strip mall just a block away. There is another thing that's going to come in, which is also going to have commercial. We have Bonnie Doon Mall, which is commercial. How many stores do we need in an area that are actually going to be economically sustainable or that people are going to go to? Sorry, I'm losing my voice here. I think those are things to consider as well. Right now, they're talking about putting a daycare in. This is the first I've heard of what their actual plans are. So a daycare on an area, on a land which by the time they build the building, there will be no green space for the kids to play, so they have to put them up on the roof. Do you want your kid up on the roof, 6 stories, where it's hot and they could fall down and hurt themselves? I'm just thinking about, you know, worst case scenarios here. But there has to be some sense of, if everybody came along and said, oh, I'm going to put a store or a business or something in the basement, but there's too many, and then you don't have places for people to park their vehicles in order to utilize those businesses.
Can I add to that?
Sure, I have one more minute and then
Okay.
I'll
So
wrap up.
on the rezoning as well, once it's rezoned, like right now, it's a daycare, but once it's rezoned, it can be any multiple other business. Minds can be changed.
Yeah, no, and I think that's a really good point.
And we do have a daycare already there in the area. It's right in the school.
Yeah, okay. Well, I really appreciate the points you've both made, and I appreciate you answering all of our questions. I will direct a number of those to administration and hopefully get some additional clarity and just build on some of the things that you've shared with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So thank you so much for joining us. So that concludes the questions to you.
Peter?
Sorry, Councillor Tang, you have questions to members of the public?
Yeah, I
Okay,
was
don't
trying
go.
to step in,
Just stay there, please. Okay, Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'll start with Mr. Peltier. Earlier in Councillor Salvador's question to you, you know, is 5-story acceptable? And then you said that's also too big. Like in your mind, is there an acceptable, or is this simply, you know, a similar size to what is already on the street?
Well, I think what's fitting to the neighborhood is what's in the neighborhood already, which would be duplexes and triplexes and
Right.
infill houses.
Right. And Ms. Croucher, I hear you say that even though the city plan is aiming for 2 million people, but those people are not here yet. But have you heard about a lot of the headlines in the past year? One of the biggest challenges city is facing is faster growth that we've ever anticipated, with 100,000 people over the last 2 years. That is, in fact, a big city moving. I'm sorry, a mid-sized city moving into Edmonton, the size of Red Deer. And the question is, how are we going to deal with this growth? And density is certainly part of it. So I'm just wondering if you've have had some of those conversations in your community.
Well, I think one of the things we can do is take lessons from the past. 1986, when I bought my property in King Edward Park, was actually, Alberta was in a bust. And so all the homes that had been built in West Edmonton to accommodate all the people who came from down east to live here and work, they all went bankrupt and they all went back home to east. And it was several years before the real estate market and the economies picked up and people started coming again. I think we have to, with our current provincial government, which is hell-bent on sticking with fossil fuels, that they're going to continue to draw people and push for that. But at some point, it too shall go bust, if not because of that particular industry itself, which is on its way out, but also as our economy and that changes. So people may not stay here. So we have great aspirations, but are they realistic? I think we have to temper the future by what the past has done.
Okay. Well, certainly want to learn from the past to maybe prevent people from leaving in such a mass exodus, which I feel like will render a lot of the investment kind of moot. And I guess earlier you had mentioned that Donnan School, over for a while, it was at risk of shutting down, but it's now coming back because of more young families in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
In the neighborhood, but also people are coming from other areas because of the particular program that's there.
Oh, I see. But the neighborhood is having more young families. Where
and lots of dogs. There are so many dogs in the neighborhood. Yeah, no, it's becoming a young neighborhood again. If I could just give a historical fact, when I first moved in, this is an area where you have all the post-war houses. There were still people whose families had grown up in the area who were there. And at the time when they were first building those houses and before they built the school, there were actually 30 portables on the school grounds to accommodate all those baby boomer children that were coming into the neighborhood. What will we do when there are so many more children then in terms of building a new school or accommodating? We're already having problems in the city accommodating students.
Yeah, I mean, additional school is certainly, I think on the docket for the provincial government and, something the city is actively talking about. But I would imagine, additional childcare space would also help alleviate some of that pressure you're talking about. Anyways, I appreciate you sharing some of those things that you've observed over the years in the community as you see it change. And I think, the previous counselors have sort of alluded to the point around lots of changes happening around you in terms of LRT, in terms of redevelopment. But, I also appreciate your point about if this were a corner house, it might make a difference for you. Anyways, thank you so much for coming out today and waiting all day.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Yes, Ken, thank you so much for sticking. Yes.
There was one of my neighbors that sent an email this morning wanting to get...
Maybe I'll take my just hold on. I just want to make sure I'm following the process. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Okay. So maybe I'll follow, maybe I'll go to you, Speaker Peltier. Are you concerned about the stories, or are you concerned about the overall height? Because we heard from the applicant they could go 4-story or 6-story, but the height will remain the same.
But once it's rezoned, what's to stop them from changing their mind?
No, there's a restriction on height, right? So we will ask, we will clarify that.
But the
right?
rezoning makes it up to a 6-story building can be zoned there. So it's just a matter of a permit being approved after.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at is that, again, I'll confirm, I might be wrong, right? But there's a height restriction overall. They cannot go beyond that height, right?
Which dwarfs over my house, yes.
Yeah, no, I understand. No, I'm not arguing that, but I'm just trying to understand. And you were also going to make something, share something with us about an email that.
Yeah, it was one of my other neighbors sent an email to the clerk this morning that she wanted read too.
Okay.
In case you.
Yeah, okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Return the chair?
Oh, no, sorry.
I'm just following, I'll take the chair back, yeah, thank you. So we concluded the questions to folks in opposition. Councillor Stevenson, questions to?
Just to the speaker, do you have the email with you right now?
No.
No, oh, okay. Because otherwise I could ask you to read it out, but it is something that council, I think, typically receives. You get all the correspondence that comes to the clerk, so be sure to take a look. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So that concludes the questions.
Mayor Sogi, I'll move the recommendation.
No, just hold on, not yet.
Oh.
Now we will go to administration for questions. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I have a lot of questions. Maybe just to start off, just some context setting, just to make sure I'm kind of rooting myself in city plan and district plan here. Just remind me, just in terms of the depth of a primary corridor, this would fall sort of well within that depth, correct? So something of this scale, would it also be appropriate even a little bit deeper into the neighborhood? Is that my understanding?
That's correct. Specifically in this area, so the city plan says 3 to 5 blocks deep on either side, and the district plans refine that further. So south of White Avenue here, the border, the boundary of the primary corridor is 80th Avenue. So that is 1 block further south. So technically, the policy says mid-rise is supportable throughout. So it's not, this isn't considered a transition area. It wouldn't be until we were even south of 80th Avenue.
Okay, and just remind me, when we say mid-rise, we're talking
4 to 8 stories.
4 to 8, okay. So it's possible that even something higher could be considered appropriate in a location like this?
It could be considered appropriate. Now, the site area would come into play, right? That's when you really start to see the technical parts of the zone have an impact on the overall size of the building. But if it was a larger site size, certainly.
Okay, and then I want to just cover a number of the concerns that were raised by the speakers. So, I actually just wanted to ask about permeable surfaces and how that comes into play on a site like this.
So there are landscaping requirements that a certain percentage of the site has to be soft landscaping.
Okay, so that is factored in. I know there were concerns raised about just the location of this being mid-block as opposed to a corner site. Can you just help me understand sort of the difference in context of what would be appropriate on a corner site versus a mid-block?
In a primary corridor, there is no additional criteria. With the exception of high-rise, that's when you start to see some additional criteria, like it would have to be located on an arterial or at the intersection or within 200 meters of mass transit. But when it comes to mid-rise, there isn't any restriction on whether it's mid-block or a corner.
Okay, and I I think what I'm also struggling with is, you know, hearing from speakers, hearing from folks in the community that this does feel like a fairly big jump from what is currently on this particular block. What would be the difference between an RM 23 versus RM 16 in a situation like this? And would that be a more gentle transition, or is this still considered, you know, appropriate?
It's still considered appropriate. That's what the setbacks and stepbacks are built into the zone, so that when the site is abutting a zone that's zoned for a lower height, 12 meters and under, which this is on either side, that additional setback is required. So that's 6 meters total.
Great, okay. And then just looking for a little bit more clarity. I know I asked the applicant this, but the interaction between height and FAR, just want to make sure we have a shared understanding of that, and what that means for step backs when it's a 4-story versus the full 6.
Of course. If I could just ask city clerks to bring up slide 4. This just helps to have the visual. So we can see in the image on the right, if at the development permit stage, the design of the building chose to maintain the setbacks minimums and still maximize the FAR, the height would come down to about 16 meters, right? Just keeping in mind this is a model. At that point, because you're not going any higher, a setback wouldn't be triggered, right? You'd be at 4 stories. Whereas the model on the left, there you can see it more difficult. We chose for the model to increase the rear setback, but you can see with the setbacks increased, the height is maxed out at 23, and they take the setback at 16.
Okay, I appreciate you outlining that, and the diagrams are helpful. And then proximity to LRT, 400 meters. Can you remind me just of our sort of thresholds for what we'd want to see for increased density in proximity to LRT stops?
Right, so a higher density as close as possible, right? Tall high-rise within 200 meters. 400 meters is generally a radius that has been well established since we had the transit-oriented development guidelines. That's roughly 5 minutes walking. In this case, we're very close. It's about, oh, you're over.
I'm over, yeah, I'll come back.
Is it within 400 meters to the station?
It is 500 meters walking distance.
To the station?
To the station,
Okay, got it.
right?
Okay, thanks. Good. Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks. I have 2 different line of questions, so I'm going to start. Sorry, just a second. I'm trying to flip on my iPad to eScribe to reference the report. I guess I'm going to start a little bit in a different space with the utility assessment. And one thing I've been noticing, and I guess I don't know, maybe it's not in our responsibility, but we talk about water and stormwater drainage. We talk about fire protection. We don't talk about electric, like the power grid and its capacity. And so when I hear about things like from the applicant that they're going to add charging stations and EV fast stations, why are we not assessing that as a utility that we are either concerned or not concerned about?
It is reviewed by EPCOR. And when it became more detailed, like EPCOR definitely reviews as a body when we have a rezoning circulation, but the more detailed requirements would be known at the development permit stage with the design of the building, and EPCOR also reviews at that time.
So we don't have a sense at zoning about the utility load that this kind of densification would take? Like, because I just like, we talk about other utilities at the zoning stage, but we don't talk about that one.
Yes, Councillor Rutherford, it's Tim Ford here. We've, through the priority growth area rezonings that we're looking at, we've had a number of discussions with EPCOR in this regard, and they haven't brought it up as a concern. They kind of do it on an as-is basis. As Ms. St. Aubin said, they can do it, look at it at the time of development permit.
You said they haven't brought it up as a concern?
They haven't. No, we've raised it with them, but they feel they can quickly adapt at the time of development permit and make any necessary changes to their infrastructure at that time.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. And then I guess just going to the table on attachment 2, page 7, when it talks about numbers of dwellings, it says the RS zone, which is its current zoning, can have a max on that specific site of 16 dwellings. Is that correct?
Yes.
But then if we're going to RMH23, I know there's no max, but there's only a minimum. So you could end up at risk of either building the same or less dwellings than what is currently zoned with more height. Is my understanding correct?
Yes, well, the minimum is all that's required, yep.
Yeah, okay, but let's say they could do 9 dwellings on the current RS zone, which has, like a height limit of 10.5, but they could also do 9 dwellings if we rezone it that has a height of 23.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. I found the visual actually in this report quite jarring, and I understand why administration brought it forward as support, but I guess to legal, when we vote yes or no, we don't have to give any explanation as to why we vote yes or no in terms of like this policy thing or this thing. Like we can take in all of the factors, including what we heard from the public, into consideration in our final decision, correct?
Yeah, correct, Councillor. You're not required to give reasons. We always just ask that you make sure you focus on the relevant considerations, and those are irrelevant considerations that I constantly caution you about, that you put less weight or no weight on those.
Yeah, but like the direct impact on the neighboring property owners is something that should be given weight. And that's the whole purpose of a public hearing, correct?
You can certainly consider that, Councillor, yes.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to pick up on the question around drainage. I understand that EPCOR also has on-site stormwater management requirements, so they would be required to facilitate a certain retention of stormwater.
Councillor Jitendra Tivana here. So we have adequate capacity in the system, both for sanitary as well as storm. With this development, there will be a requirement to store on-site and discharge to a fairly large storm pipe in the street. It's 1.2 meters in dia. It's one of the larger pipes that we have.
Okay. So that's well covered both on what the applicant will be required to do on their site and then sort of where they're discharging to in the public side, I guess. I also heard an important concern around loss of trees. My understanding is that boulevard trees would not be allowed to be impacted as part of this development. Is that true?
That's correct. At the development permit stage, they'd be required to submit a tree protection plan.
Okay. And I mean, the height of those boulevard trees, are they like, they're quite a few stories themselves. Is that fair?
Yeah, they're roughly, I think, 24 feet. So in meters, you're getting up there about 3 stories. Yeah, and the trees are underlooked in terms of the mitigating impact that they have in our mature neighborhoods for massing of large buildings.
Right. And then, it was an interesting question around sort of the site-by-site consideration versus, a broader plan for the area. Am I correct in understanding that the city is doing some of that proactive rezoning work in priority growth areas? So sort of taking a different approach, which would actually proactively rezone, let's say, a corridor area to allow that type of scale of development?
Yes, Council, that is correct, and that's being rolled out. I believe today it's gone live.
Okay, so not and again, that's in line with the policies, that's in line with the plans. It doesn't lead to less development, it actually, removes some of those barriers, so.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Giving a good expectation to the community in terms of what to expect for zoning and development rights in line with the policy.
Yeah. But this area wasn't selected for that in the first round, is that correct? Was it in terms of the active work? But I think there's also like a longer list of priority growth areas. Was it?
It wasn't selected in the first round, and that's where it was left at this time. Yeah.
Okay, but it was on the longer list.
It was on a potential longer list, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Councillor, I'll just add to that. It's Travis here, just in terms of the efforts that go into planning. If you take into the time horizon of a city plan and district plans, we're looking at about 7 years of planning these areas across the city in terms of where additional density goes. The PGA rezoning work is just one tool in which we can accelerate that, but the overall and the broader policy of directing where growth should go, that planning has been in the works for many years, and as you know, was just approved in district planning in the last month or so. So that work has been done, and this is that implementation of it, albeit on a case-by-case basis.
Right, and I mean, maybe just on that note as well, sometimes, policy has some scope for interpretation or nuance. It seems to me that the policy is fairly unambiguous in this area in terms of supporting mid-rise.
It's quite clear, mid-rise throughout. I think there is also an important part of the city plan is to remember that it's our municipal development plan and our transportation management plan, right? And the strategic reason for that is all about integrated land use and knowing where our transportation and LRT and mass transit investments are and maximizing those investments by putting density and people as close as possible.
To those transportation, yeah. And then just the question around having, with the minimum densities, having this a similar number of units, I assume that there still would be some housing diversity if that were to happen. It doesn't seem like that's the intent. But if a lower number of units was provided that still met the minimum density, but it went higher, those would likely be larger units, for example, or again provide some diversity in that approach.
Yeah, so many different possibilities, right? The housing market is quite diverse. Maybe there's a luxury market out there. Maybe these are for families and multi-generational types. So,
yeah. Okay,
thank
you so much. Thanks.
Can you move this additional round?
Yes, I will move an additional round.
Thank you. Seconded, please.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Councillor Wright is yes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, so just on the city plan piece being both land use and transportation, there's future intention for BRT right along this area as well. Did I get that correct?
Yeah, that's the B2.
B2. Okay. One of the example photos that was included in the PowerPoint presentation, I think it was slide 2 of the applicant, showed what looked to be a similar size and scale of building that was also mid-block in a different neighborhood, different context. It has me wondering, like, are there other examples of this type of building, of this scale, size, in a location that isn't sort of right on a primary corridor, but is off and mid-block as well?
If I could ask clerks to bring up our presentation, slide 8. So we have a very good example that meets almost all of your criteria, Councillor Salvador. It is not mid-block, that's the only one, but it is 2 lots. This is a secondary corridor. This is within 250 meters walking distance in Strathern of the LRT stop. So you can get a sense of, we do have, if I could just ask to go to slide 9. This is a ground shot, still under construction, not ideal, but you can get a sense of the 4 stories and then the step back as it moves into 6.
Right. Okay, and this would be, is 95th a secondary?
It is.
Quarter? Yeah. Okay, but that would be sort of right on the secondary quarter. That isn't sort of an internal, yeah.
No.
So slightly different. Okay, that's helpful. And just want to make sure everything else was asked. I think my colleagues covered a number of other questions I had. Yeah, I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So that concludes questions to administration. Now I'll ask if council members have any questions on new information arising out of the previous conversation. Okay, not seeing any. We are ready to close the public hearing on this bylaw.
I'll move closure.
Okay.
Second?
Okay, please vote.
In favor.
Thank you,
Councillor Wright is
Jones.
yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading.
Second?
Okay. All right, we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Here we go. Councillor Hamilton.
Okay, I thought that this was going to be a little bit more cut and dry. And I'm so much looking forward to getting back to the Wedgwood item. So thank you folks for waiting. But listening to so this is a really good example of where the policy makes sense and the location makes sense and the neighborhood makes sense and even the height makes sense, but the context doesn't make sense. And where I struggle with, I think back to my first term and like going, if we take you back to the sunny days of 2017, there was a 4-story apartment building that came forward. And at that time, if you're building 4 stories, you maybe as well build 6 because wood frame buildings were expensive to build. And that was how you're getting mid-rise. So the rezoning came, let's turn this 4 to a 6, and the community didn't really come out for it. Actually, no one came out for it. And so it was really hard to argue that a 6-story building directly adjacent to a whole bunch of newly built single detached homes, even in that case with like a fairly reasonable 7 to 8 meter setback, wasn't going to fit. And that project haunts me to this day, not because of some of the challenges on the site, but the impact to the neighborhood and the scale of that building, a 6-story building directly adjacent to a whole bunch of single detached residences, had other impacts that the neighborhood is still negotiating with today. And that had all the conditions I think that administration would consider to be ideal. It was on an arterial road, what would be now a primary corridor, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not dismissing the logic here, but I do think context does matter. And in this case, you have properties adjacent that would be, I think, very significantly impacted. And I hear the assurances of the speaker in favor. And I think if this were located at the end of the block, I think if it were located adjacent to a 3-story apartment building and there is one I know, but it's not completely surrounded by other sort of similarly sized buildings, I think I might feel that this was a neighborhood that's in transition. And similarly, you know, I've seen high-rise apartments go up next to 6-story buildings, and the argument has been the same. But there's usually, in those cases, an interiority. You can essentially turn away from that site. And I think that this one is tricky because for me, it's the impact to the adjacent neighbors and the built form that it is adjacent to. It's a really tricky transition. I don't think it would be, I think if we're having this conversation in 10 years, council would vote differently, and maybe I would vote differently. But today, I take administration's wise counsel in following council's policy and direction, but I think this is a good place for a little bit of selectivity in terms of whether or not this is where we want to spend the capital in this neighborhood to create density. Anyway, sorry, it's a land use decision. I think everything makes sense except the context here, so I'm not going to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the discussion today, and I think this is a really difficult one. You know, absolutely agree that it's, you know, even though it's in line with policy, there is a discomfort to how it will impact neighbors of this. It is a really big change, and I can appreciate the shock and concern from community. What I come back to is that this is, you know, very clearly within our plan change for the area. And I appreciate that, you know, the context right now, this may seem out of place, but in the future, this is very much, you know, as a minimum that we want to see moving forward. So I think that first shift is always hard, but this is the direction and this is the way we're going, and I'm not sure that pacing it differently gets us to a different outcome in the end, and in fact creates its own challenges in terms of not having the critical mass, not achieving the housing that we need so much in such a great location. I keep coming back to how close it is to the mall, to the grocery store, to the LRT. You know, I think it's a really exciting area to be, and again, we want to enable more people to live and work here. I did want to offer some personal reflections in terms of some of the questions that were raised or comments raised from the speakers as well. So, you know, I do have a 6-story building next to my home, but I'm actually in a 15-story building. You know, that is a built form that has worked really well for me and my family. Again, we're close to transit. It offers so many advantages. I feel very lucky that I do have the ability to live in a 15-minute community and want more Edmontonians to be able to benefit from that. Similarly, my daughter goes to a daycare where her play area is sort of the equivalent of 3 stories up, and you know, there's safety protocols in place to ensure that is a safe place. Again, that's located close to transit, and there's a lot of benefit for our daily routine in terms of how we're able to access those spaces. So it's with the policies that are before us that I think are unambiguous in supporting this scale of development, and my own personal experience in terms of what the reality of that looks like, that I'm comfortable supporting this. You know, recognizing that these are one of the big but very necessary steps that we need to take to achieve our city plan vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack?
Oh, thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'm going to echo the thoughtful discussion, because this is not easy. And I think Councillor Hamilton nailed it, which is that if you ignored the context, be no doubt in our mind. Policy, everything, alignment, proximity makes sense. So this is very much a conversation about context. And I hear both of our previous speakers both my previous council colleagues share both the reason why you wouldn't because of the context and the reason you would because of the context. So I'm coming to a few points that I'm reflecting on here, which is, I think if this had been on 83rd Ave, immediately on the other side of the alley, which is currently behind a 4-story condo, I don't think we would actually, similarly, this is a context piece, I don't think we would even have a debate. I think we would have said yes, we would have gone on with our day. So the reality is, and I think why we're all sort of struggling, is that for the immediate neighbor, this is a real impact and a real significant impact. That, like, there's no doubt, we cannot ignore that. While similar to Councillor Stevenson and to answer the question of our first speaker, while I would be happy to live beside a building like this, but that's because I come from a family of folks that live in apartment style buildings. Between myself, my parents, my sister, my uncle, we all live in apartment buildings, and I really enjoy that. I do think the majority of people wouldn't want to have that 6-story building right beside their single family home. So I don't fault anyone for feeling that way. So as I reflect on this, what I'm coming to is that we're talking about what's the right transition. And I'm playing out, I'm trying to think 50 years from now, 82nd Avenue is going to have a lot of 8-story buildings or higher, most likely. The city plan says that's absolutely what we should be doing. The proximity to the LRT makes that a very logical place where you would have, I think, sort of your minimum, generally speaking, is going to be an 8-story style building. So in 50 years, a 6-story building right here makes a lot of sense. And the question is, if you say no now because we wait for that to get built first, does that create a different situation? Because this is a primary corridor. And if somebody had assembled not just these 2 lots mid-block, but the remaining other 5 lots to the west, and came to us with a 7-block wide 8-story building, I again think we would probably be saying yes. But I'm coming back to, I think one thing I've seen over the years is that because we often only wait for the large amount of lot consolidation to build the one giant building, both in terms of physical size, unit count, we're creating situations where, like, that's the only thing that's ever going to get built in the city, and then there won't be more natural transitions. There won't be an 8-story building and then a 6-story building and then a 4-story building and then single family homes. It's going to be the 18-story building on the arterial road because that's the only thing they could do to consolidate. And then we're going to have from there a mishmash of transitional type developments. So for me, this is very much I think while the actual building is for the greater good and will actually help guide a better overall transition for this corridor, am I willing to say yes to that while knowing there is a real direct impact to the one guest here who is immediately adjacent, and then I would also argue the one immediately to the east. And that's not a fun place to be in when like that is a real challenge. I lean towards saying yes, because I think if we don't, we're going to create a situation where we're only going to see giant towering high-rise towers on arterial roads, and then we're going to have even larger buildings than what's being proposed, sort of half a block in, and we're not actually going to get to that more gradual scale, truly transitional style development, because we haven't had it prior to the new zoning bylaw. That's not what's been getting developed in our city. So I think our new zoning bylaw has allowed for this. The setbacks in this zone allow for a more thoughtful transition. But I understand why folks might say no, but I think I'm leaning towards saying yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate the conversation and the dialogue today. Appreciate the thoughts from speakers and all of my colleagues. I've been listening very intently to what folks around this table have been saying, because this is a really tough one. I am struggling with this. when I look at it from a policy perspective, absolutely. I mean, I agree with administration that it is in alignment with city plan, looking at where it's located in proximity to mass transit, public transit, amenity density in the area, and the type of diversity of housing that it would add to the neighborhood. I really see that side of things. But I'm also really hearing what those speakers are saying. I recognize that there's an impact, absolutely. And I think it's again that tension between our long-term vision, which is reflected in those foundational documents like city plan, like district planning, and what that means when it plays out on the ground in our communities. And I think one of the challenges here is this would be one of the first sort of steps in that direction. I'm reflecting on the type of development that's in and around this area, and we heard it earlier, directly on White Ave. There's some 4 stories, 3 and 4 story style apartments, but this would definitely be a step up from that. And being the first development to take that step, it can be alarming for neighbors. I think I'm also reflecting on the interface between the RM zone and single family homes. And I'm thinking about some of those other examples that we saw in other neighborhoods where projects of this size and scale have gone in the past prior to the new zoning bylaw being passed, where there actually weren't the same degree of step backs or mitigation measures in place to reduce some of those impacts on adjacent properties, and those projects did move forward and do exist in a similar type of context. But what I also struggle with, and I take to heart the example over in Strathern, corner lot, but also right on the secondary corridor and closer to an LRT stop, 2 LRT stops. So that's what's weighing quite heavily on me right now, is just the particular context of this particular site at this time. So yeah, I'm gonna continue listening to what my colleagues have to say, but at this point I am feeling a fairly high degree of discomfort with supporting this at this time. But I will listen to the wisdom of other colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sohi. Yeah, I really appreciate all the questions and responses from everyone, both on the for and against, and also from administration. Similarly, I feel I've been struggling with this one. Like my colleagues, I think it would have been quite a different story if this were on a corner lot, not mid-block. If this were, say, on 82nd Avenue, I feel it could be much more defensible if this were 3 or 4 stories rather than 6. I also still kind of can't get over the EV charging for folks dropping and picking up kids. I still trying to wrap my head around that one, but I appreciate the proposal. But I think at the end of the day, this isn't, that's not what's in front of us. This is not a corner or on White Avenue, and I wonder, what is the threshold for us to accept a rezoning like this one? I think during past public hearings, we would have said, gentle density is a good way to transition and help bring communities along as the city and neighborhoods change. And it is changing. I think with the Value Line Southeast, it's a huge game changer with approval of a number of policies, as we discussed, the zoning bylaw, the district plan, and now with priority growth areas. These are huge game changers that is changing how we think about, say, gentle density. And maybe this is the new threshold as these policies becomes the reality. I think back to a few years ago when infill developments in mature neighborhoods like this community that face a lot of similar criticism around not fitting the character of the neighborhood. That if anything's going to be developed on the site, it should be the same as everything else and not, a split lot. And here we are, where those kinds of infill development are now the new norm. And in fact, the world didn't fall apart, and we've heard from some of the residents that the neighborhood has become more vibrant with more housing forms, different kinds of people, younger families, more pet owners, for example, moving into the neighborhood. And I wonder that if we continue to wait for the appropriate context to come in, are we going to miss opportunities to add density? And I think, on top of the policies, on top of the public transportation that's now in place, I think growth is also a huge game changer that is shifting what that new normal or that new gentle density might be for these conversations. While I feel uncomfortable, but I also don't want to wait, for that corner lots to be assembled together to be the perfect context. I think the context is ready, and for those reasons, I will be leaning towards a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Yeah. This is very fascinating conversation. I think this really speaks to the, the difficult discussions and conversations where we have how our city grows. So everyone has made valid points on both support and or not support. What I'm looking at is an additional point is that if we are unable to accommodate growth within existing neighborhoods where existing where infrastructure already exists, and then where are those people going to live? They're probably going to live in suburban communities where we know amenities don't exist, and to build those amenities is very, very costly on the existing taxpayers, but also on the future taxpayers. And we set a goal of 50% infill to accommodate population growth and more responsible coordinated growth on the suburban communities. Still, even with that, it is much more expensive to accommodate growth in suburban communities than it is within the existing mature redeveloping neighborhoods, right? I think that is where I am going with this, and understanding there's a huge impact on the neighbors. Having a 6-story, 23-meter tall building beside a single family home, absolutely, I see that impact, and I hear and feel that impact. But again, going back to some of the points that Councillor Tang and Councillor Knack have made, it has to start somewhere. If we continue to pass that, then that redevelopment is not going to start. And then people will continue to move into suburban communities, and we will continue to sprawl out. We will continue to rip apart our agricultural land, and we will continue to do so much damage to the environment, right? I think that's where I am focused on. I think that's, and I absolutely get it. Change is difficult, and change does bring anxiety. Change does bring uncertainty, and this is, right? But we also need to think into the future that if we don't change, if how we grow, we don't change, then the consequences are going to be very, very severe and negative for the future. So I think that's my urge to people, that we need to take this on as, sense of togetherness to build a city, build a community that is more sustainable financially, but also more sustainable environmentally. Guess that I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Jans to close.
Return the chair.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. I just want to say, I think this is actually an exciting project. I think it's an excellent location. It's close to our future BRT line. It's close to our existing LRT line and the Valley line. It's providing more housing choices for all ages, wages, and stages of life. I think that it's actually something that is going to down the line be very exciting for Edmonton and a huge step towards the revitalization of Bonnie Doon Mall, the sustainability of the French Quarter and the campus at Faculté Saint-Jean. I think that, I certainly acknowledge that there's going to be an adjacent impact, but every pot has two handles. It's important to recognize that there's positive impacts as well too. At the end of the day, I think this discussion over the last 2 hours perfectly encapsulates why we are in a housing crisis in Canada. We've heard some folks, discussing the challenges of approving this project because of the impacts of the adjacent neighbors. Yet we're denying the opportunity of what the impacts will be for the new residents. Yes, I see on the survey that 29 people were opposed, but this project could easily be 29 new homes, 29 new residents, 29 new volunteers for the King Edward Park Community League. A line I try and teach my children is that every new neighbor is a new potential best friend. And I think that we need to think about that these are real people. These are people who need homes in our city. Shops need customers, businesses need customers, the mall and their community need workers, and they need places to live. And I think this is why we are in a housing emergency. We are not in a static context. We are not frozen in ember. Our context is constantly changing. There are neighbors in King Edward Park right now whose knees are tired after years of football. And at some point, they're not going to want to live in a home with stairs anymore. And they're going to want to have other options in their local community where they can still live near their friends, near their ravine, everything else, but maybe not have to worry about the basement anymore, or maybe not have to worry about snow shoveling anymore, or maybe not have to worry about all the other chores that come with home ownership. And maybe they want to look for an apartment like this. And I'm sorry, as somebody who lives on 82nd Avenue, it is a nightmare. It is noisy. It is a headache. By putting this by putting this density off block, you're giving the residents better air quality. You're giving them a little bit more peace and quiet. There's a 6-story apartment building in Garneau that's 1 block off 87th. It's on 86th. And it is noticeably quieter. It is measurably quieter for being a block off 87th Ave. And I haven't done an air quality monitoring test, but that's part of it. I also want to highlight that this is in the communauto zone. This is in the car share zone, where the residents here can maybe, they not only don't have to own a vehicle, but they can have other options as well too, beyond BRT and LRT. If they need to borrow a car, if they need to do car share, if they need to do ride share or something like that, there's still a lot of options here. So this isn't the 15-minute city. This is the 7-minute city. This is exciting. And my only regret is, there are definitely impacts on the local neighbors. I certainly can imagine that will be a big change. Absolutely. But I think this is part of it, living in a big city. We're going to be at 2 million people before we know it. And we got to think about where they are. And we got to think about, we declared a housing emergency and we declared a climate emergency. And we know the two best things we can do for climate are share walls with one another to mitigate energy loss and drive less. And this project here in this location allows us to do a lot more of that. So I hope that my colleagues do feel confident in supporting it. And I would encourage you to, again, leave the sort of scroll out from the block and look at this from a citywide lens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move, I guess that'd be second reading.
Second?
Okay, please vote for the second reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third.
Second?
Please vote. Yeah. You can reconsider still. It's vote in progress. If you click on the...
I won't, I promise. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move third reading.
Second?
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Well, our friends from Wedgwood Heights, sorry, this has been kind of a on-off process for you, right? And you know, it is exhausting. Well, we are back onto your item, right? Onto.
I'm so because you've got a live mic over there.
Yes. Please turn off the mic. Okay, all right. I understand that Marshall Hundred, who was registered to speak, was not present at that time, but they're present now. So I am going to go to Marshall for a presentation. You will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sohi and councilors, for the opportunity to present our research directly to you today. My name is Marshall Hundred. I'm currently the Vice President of the Wedgwood Ravine Homeowners Association, and I've lived in Wedgwood for 32 years. My background is urban planning, which I've practiced in Edmonton for over 40 years. I'm regularly asked to advise real estate developers at their due diligence stage when decisions are being made about site suitability, development constraints, and financial viability of a given project. In addition to our previous speaker's reasons why this proposed rezoning should be deferred, I wish to express another concern. Due diligence has not been done is inadequate to determine the technical and financial viability of the proposed development of this surplus school site. The city has told us that a long list of studies have been carried out, but we have made numerous requests for these. The city has sent us copies of 3 studies, a drainage capacity review done in 2018, some 6 years ago, a traffic impact assessment completed earlier this year, and a cost analysis of an earlier drainage study, but no investigation of current utility capacities. We've reviewed the traffic impact assessment and agree that the analyses and conclusions are likely valid. This same traffic assessment identifies the potential to dramatically increase an already hazardous pedestrian condition at the intersection of Wedgwood Boulevard and 184th Street. This is the one and only access into and out of Wedgwood. and the assessment recommends the complete reconfiguration of this intersection. The traffic assessment also recommends construction of a dedicated left turn lane into the proposed housing development from Wedgwood Boulevard. We've been told these roadway improvements could cost up to $1 million to construct. Are these significant costs included in the city's feasibility assessment? And will they become an occupancy condition to be fulfilled by the developer of the surplus school site? It's important to note that this traffic study, the most recent of the technical studies commissioned by the city, is based on there being 185 residential units in the Wedgwood surplus school site. I'll turn now to the drainage capacity review prepared by the city for the city in 2018. This study is based on a proposed housing project with a total of 288 persons in the surplus school site. This number of people corresponds to a total of 115 residential units. That's only 60% of the 185 units used as the basis for the traffic impact assessment. On its own, this inconsistency calls into question the validity of the conclusions reached in this 6-year-old study. Furthermore, in the 6 years since 2018, there's been rezoning of a commercial site immediately outside Wedgwood's boundary, with approved medium-density housing in a 4-story tower above the existing shopping center. Potentially 200 more residential units downstream of Wedgwood, using a significant amount of sanitary sewer capacity that is said to be available to service housing on the surplus school site in Wedgwood. And in 2018 capacity review, it fails to take into account the remaining homes yet to be built in the adjacent Touchmark community. The approved DC2 provision for Touchmark allows for an additional 280 residential units. Here's a direct quote from the Drainage Review Study about stormwater flows. Quote, "These pipes on 184th Street and Weaver Drive are already at or near capacity during a 1 in 5 year rain event, although flooding of private properties should not be an issue." And another quote, "It should be noted that these storage volumes are based on now obsolete design rainfalls. Today's rainfalls are far more intense and produced a greater volume of runoff." End quote. Perhaps this drainage engineer doesn't see flooding of private properties as an issue, but as a homeowner in Wedgwood, I certainly do. This drainage capacity review, which administration has relied on to determine the suitability of developing the Wedgwood site, is based on 115 residential units rather than 465 units I've just mentioned. That's 4 times the number of units that will rely on the same sanitary sewer capacity as the Wedgwood surplus school site. These sewer capacity conclusions cannot and should not be relied upon to evaluate the development suitability of the Wedgwood surplus school site. In addition to the reasons already stated by my preceding speakers, please defer your consideration of this proposed rezoning until full and proper analyses have been done, all impacts have been thoroughly evaluated, and the cost to upgrade the city's existing infrastructure is known and included as an integral part of feasibility analyses and evaluations. A new housing project should not fail as a result of incomplete due diligence. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of our deferral request.
Thank you. Any questions to Marshall Hundert? I am Constance Salvador. You have your. Okay, no? Okay. All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, questions to administration. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, and thank you to Council for your grace in allowing me to attend to a medical matter. But it is why we're here at 8:30 at night. So my apologies to the residents who've been waiting. So my first question to administration, there's been a lot of discussion about the park site and the definition of open space. And I think that at the risk that we get into dueling numbers, I would like to ask how you evaluated the open space and what is included in that.
Thank you, Councillor. I think first and foremost, I would say that this site was not considered open space. It was intended to be a building envelope for a school, and as such is not seen as a reduction in open space. However, we did do a number of different analysis, which included publicly accessible which included publicly accessible and owned open space, excluding the surplus area, municipal parks only, which includes community district, ecological parks, but not the surplus school area, as well as a more traditional breathe analysis, which is more what we're moving towards, which included areas within 400 meters of the community as well, so everything within the catchment area. And I can bring out all of those numbers, and I'm happy to if you want to dissect them, but in none of those are we below the 2 hectares per 1,000 people. The lowest number is the 3.61, and that's the municipal parks only. And so that includes the community park, district park, and ecological parks, and does not include the surplus school site area itself.
Yeah, and I feel like I think this is fair to say, the expectations for what the community uses their open space for today versus how the city is defining those open spaces, there's a gap in understanding. Even hearing Councillor Stevenson's point earlier, tennis courts are arguably open space. I think perhaps the community might define that multifunction purpose as being something that fits into the programmable piece. So, and I would imagine that in your definition, you're talking about treed areas around the community, and I'm going to call them pocket parks, but not necessarily like the ravine system.
The ravine system is not included in any of those definitions. It's difficult to set those parameters where the ravine goes, the steepness, the accessibility of those, and so those numbers aren't even included in this. If we were to add those in, we would be likely over the 10 once we got into that.
And there was some debate over the dry pond area, and we've all encountered not just this specific dry pond, but other dry ponds where it's swampy for a few weeks, every few weeks. And I'm wondering, so the community group is alleging or is suggesting that that is public utility and not open space. Was that area counted in your open space assessment?
It's not included in the open space assessment. However, what I would suggest is that when we're looking at the dry ponds, those are areas that, it was included in the open space assessment, but not in the municipal parks only number, which is the lowest number. But what I was going to suggest, is that the city includes that because they do serve that purpose for much of the year in many communities. And so when the community is speaking to things like we want to have some unprogrammed space wherein we can throw a frisbee or we can do things that are unprogrammed, those areas are viable for those uses throughout much of the year.
But might be harder for like soccer games where you kind of need to have reliable dry.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
And I've played on some pretty swampy soccer fields in my day, so it only goes so far, I guess. So I'm running out of time. I'm going to have to come back on a second round because I did have a lot of questions about the MGA provisions that were brought up in some of the presentations.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. That covered a lot of my questions. I just wanted to hone in specifically. So we heard that there is use that can occur on the public utility parcel. And again, recognizing that some of the activities are really focused in the winter time, would we anticipate that ground would be sort of frozen and drained as it's just a surge pond?
That's correct.
Okay. But I wanted to dig into the question of space for soccer. Going by eyeball, it seemed like potentially there could be some reconfiguration that allows accommodation of soccer spaces. Is that analysis that administration has done?
That is something that can be requested. If the clerks could pull up slide 10, it would be great, just so we have something to look at. Thank you. So you can see here, there is a spot where we could have the potential to move the soccer field if we wanted to maintain that on site. In addition, there is within about 4 to 8 minutes drive, about 29 soccer fields currently accessible within the area in general.
Okay, well, and that also speaks to another question I had, recognizing that there was a high usership from other neighborhoods. Have we done that broader open space analysis for a bit more of the area?
Again, we don't do that analysis specifically for this site. This site is well-served. The community is well-served by green space, by all the measures that we mentioned in the presentation. But again, there is a recognition that there is a significant number of fields that are quite close. And so if this is the one that people are coming from, I think the community members mentioned Collingwood as an example. There are other ones in close proximity as well.
Okay. And just wanted to get into the question of, sewer capacity, traffic capacity, obviously really important considerations. Just wondering what analysis administration has done to feel confident, and then what additional analysis happens at the development permit stage.
Perhaps we can go to transportation first.
In regards to the traffic capacity, the transportation assessment did conclude that the current network can accommodate the additional traffic. In terms of any improvements, a shared pathway east of the site that is being affected, only a portion of it that will be reconfigured to make sure that the connectivity is maintained. As far as the access to the site is concerned, it needs to align with Weber Gate roadway, and with the stop sign, which currently is a yield sign. So just for that additional leg. And now that we are creating a four-legged intersection, it will require a stop sign. The lane configuration will remain the same, so no additional lane configurations are needed.
Councillor, as regards sanitary capacity first, so this development has a history wherein there's a pump station which was designed for servicing a larger area. Subsequent to that, there were other developments, and we had a big trunk put in the Lassard Road. So right now, the pump station, I'm sorry, going to get into details, each pump station has, the pump station has 3 pumps. Each pump has a capacity of 35 liters per second. The max anticipated flow in this situation is only 25 liters per second during a rainfall event. So we have abundance of capacity when it comes to sanitary. As regards storm, it is a surge pond. So yes, the pond will see some water during rainfall event, and the amount of water will increase if we have a larger rainfall event, which are very rare. When I'm talking larger rainfall events, those are like 1 in a 100-year event, right? The next question was regarding flooding. So it has an overflow wherein if there is an overflow from the storm pond, it is going to go into the ravine rather than the houses. So those are the safeguards in the system.
And again, that specific site as well would need to consider drainage on the site in terms of meeting cross-lot drainage.
That's correct. For the specific site, the study that is being mentioned, they recommended a storage provision for a 1 in a 5-year return period, but on our analysis as per the latest standards, we've requested the storage to be up to a 100-year event, so they'll have to do more storage.
Great. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. I have a question to administration. It's not clear to me in attachment 2 of the package where it talks about the municipal reserve removal. It has the municipal remove like a gray, and then it has 2 outlines. One looks like what was originally option A, which is what is that rezoning that was approved, and then the option B, which is what's before us today. But it was confusing because I wondered why was the municipal reserve not removed with the original rezoning? And am I reading that correctly? Like there isn't big overlap. where they're like what's before us today is removing a municipal reserve that significantly overlaps the previous rezoning and the new, like there's a big Venn there of what's in the middle.
Sorry, the municipal removal is on the area of the new site in its completion. Oh. I'm so sorry. Siri thought I was asking her questions.
So it's
sorry,
on the
does
new
that
site in
answer-
its totality, right? Is what you're saying?
That is my understanding. I'm sorry, I might be misinformed here.
Sorry, Councillor Rutherford, the MR was removed in 2015. The attachment 2, I see what you're saying, but it's really just the MR outside of the old site that is being removed, but the entire new site is being shown. So I understand what you're saying, but provide you with some confidence that the MR was removed in 2015, and we are just asking for the additional MR to be removed in this case.
Okay, because that is definitely not how I would read this attachment, because it literally says municipal reserve removal in gray, and that includes quite a large site that overlaps the area that was already rezoned. So I was confused because my question was, if this isn't approved today, would you be able to go and build? And then when I saw this, I was like, well, the municipal reserve, yeah. So I guess that's okay. It's neither here nor there, just some feedback that was definitely not clear in that diagram.
Thank you.
Um,
And sorry, just a correction, I said 2015, but it was 2012.
yeah, okay. And then a lot of folks mentioned about the loss of soccer facilities, like EMSA had a letter. I'm not familiar with too many. Like, is there a big loss? Are we seeing a trend in the loss of soccer fields across the city?
I don't have that information in front of me, and that's not my understanding or anything that's been brought up as a concern to planning.
And as new neighborhoods and new areas are developed, we would be bringing on new fields through our development process.
I was just wondering if there was a trend where you were seeing, because EMSA was bringing that up, but I'm not familiar with in my time on council, I'm not familiar with too many. I think the Dunluce one was one example, but that was a baseball diamond, not a soccer field. So I'm just trying to get a sense of scope and scale of that. Okay, that helps. And then what is involved with, so a lot of the speakers cited sort of the responsibilities around assessments before a municipal reserve is deemed to be not needed for municipal purposes and could be sold. What goes into an assessment like that? And when was the last one done for this area?
So that would apply if it was considered open space. And again, because this was intended as a school site in and of itself, it was not required for this.
But we didn't. Okay.
We did an analysis, an open space analysis, because of the additional questions that were coming up through the community. But again, it wasn't required as part of the analysis to have the surplus school site contemplated as whether we needed it for open space.
Okay. I'm gonna stop there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to get an understanding of what it is that if it were approved today, because I saw the slide with option A, option B, option C. Currently, the zoning is, when I look at the attachment on page 2, the before is what it's currently zoned at.
Yeah, maybe if the clerks could bring up slide 2, we've got that context slide that has the outline of the before and after. So currently the site approval would be for the site slightly to the left. It's got that kind of corner out of the south portion there. Again, they would be shifting it slightly to the east, about 29 meters as per the image on the right, would be the current application. And so that's why in the final version, it looks like a couple of bits. We're adding a bit, we're subtracting a bit, and so it's a little bit of an odd image to look at.
Okay, and so if we were to vote in favor today, we would actually see the after.
That's correct.
Okay. If it were to fail, then it would stay with the before.
The before, correct.
Okay, great, thank you. That's it for me, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on a few things. So a number of times, speakers had raised questions about the community needs assessment and the need to conduct a community needs assessment. So I just want to understand some additional context there, and I guess how recently, like the timing of the community needs assessment as well.
Thank you. There was a community needs assessment that was put forward. Typically through our process, if a community is looking to change or develop anything on the parkland, they can do a community group-led construction process, and that's supported by the community. They typically lead it, they provide the needs assessment, and then we help them through that process. We have people that are able to do that. And so in 2023, in March, there was a community needs assessment that was brought forward by the community, and the survey results indicated actually that they would be looking for, I think an ice rink was the top priority at the time. And so this would have been brought forward in an attempt, again, to move forward to help secure some funding or to have some assistance with getting that asset moved forward.
And sorry, just help me understand the relationship between the community needs assessment and the decision that's in front of us today then, and how those are intertwined.
They're not specifically. The community needs assessment really is about what are the needs for specific facilities within a community, or what are the points and how do we help them figure out what to move forward with. What I think you're perhaps